blood of gods flows within you. From mortal to god, Naruto ascends beyond all chakra.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Descendant of Ōtsutsuki and Became the God of All Chakra movie. Before we start, please go support Oza 137,788 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. What would happen if a boy whose life was destined for nothing but suffering were given the chance to save himself, to help 9 creatures find love and an entire continent find peace? This is his story, the story of the boy who fell into the mud but rose to heaven as a god. This is the story of Naruto Ootsutsuki. Prologue. Each story tells a different story. Some stories deal with events that happened when humanity was still in its infancy, others with futuristic stories that may or may not come true. However, every story has a beginning and an end, which sooner or later must come. This story has a beginning far back, so far back that no one remembers these events. In those days, in those distant days. On those nights, on those ancient nights. In those years, in those distant years. In those days of old when all things were created, in that ancient time when all things were given their place in the sacred sanctuaries of the earth, when the furnace was kindled. When the heavens were separated from the earth, when the earth was separated from the heavens. When humanity was established. When the bread was first tasted. Once upon a time, there was a world full of wars and conflicts, a world whose inhabitants didn't care who died or lived, they didn't care how it happened, or how old the person they killed was, they didn't care about killing each other until they became extinct. The humans. A breed with great potential, the potential to reach the stars and beyond. All that was thrown away because of his attitude. The first thing they learned to do when they turned their backs on the gods was to build weapons, which became increasingly powerful and deadly. Over the years, millions of civilizations were created, first united under a single flag, a unified world that, despite its bloodshed, was the closest thing to a peaceful utopia. However, that ended, sooner rather than later. The continents, the world itself, broke apart. Each piece of the world chose its own name, jealously guarding the treasures of its land and, if they ran out, going after those of the poorer countries for their own. That continued for a few thousand years, until the moment where it happened. The catastrophic war that brought humans to the brink of extinction, destroying their technology, their history, their foundations, everything was simply lost in time. It is at these moments that a very important race of beings appears, a very powerful race. The Utsitsuki. Beings with white skin, without pores or body hair, with hair as white as the moon, white or purple eyes with concentric rings, protuberances on the head, simulating horns. An extraterrestrial race that came and went from one planet to another, with the purpose of spreading its doctrine, its god, its everything throughout the universe. The Shinju. An immense, enormous tree, sometimes larger than a planet. The tree that collected the rot and negative energy of the world it inhabited to convert it into an energy that was beyond mortal comprehension. The Chakra. Condensing it all into a fruit, a simple fruit. This whole story began with that. A fruit, nothing remarkable, could be eaten by anyone, but something so small began a long story. And at the same time freed it to renew the energy of the planet itself, and thus prevent it from being corrupted or misappropriated by the inhabitants of that world. Every 1,000 years this tree gave birth to that fruit that nourished the energy of the world once more, and thus the cycle would repeat itself endlessly and allow the world to live and renew itself. There was a taboo among the Utsitsuki clan. Never eat the fruit of the Shinju. Not only because it was something sacred, but also because only a few were allowed to eat from it. This is because the power that the Shinju gave was such that it could bend space and time at will, turning whoever ate it into practically a god. Only a few in the clan were granted this privilege, and whoever was not granted it, but ate this fruit, would be considered nothing more than traitors to their clan. However, the last world the Utsitsuki went to was plagued by a creature that didn't mind doing whatever it wanted with the world, as long as it got a benefit from it. The human being. Some humans and Utsitsuki clashed, mainly because of human greed, and because the Utsitsuki believed that humans would care about something as trivial as the earth being fine. Moreover, when the Utsitsuki informed some humans of what the Shinju was doing, they spread the word, and together they tried to steal the Shinju's fruit for their own ambitions. At first there were a few, but then. The war occurred in which no Utsitsuki could be proud of the slaughter they did against humans. The waters turned red, the ground was filled with corpses, the number of deaths was so high that it brought humanity to the brink of extinction. After the great war between humans and Utsitsuki that forced the survivors to hide, humans slowly but surely repopulated the planet in numbers. This would normally be seen as a good thing by the Utsitsuki, except that as soon as their numbers grew and they repopulated the planet, knowing nothing of the Shinju or the Utsitsuki, and having no common goal, territorial fights began. These struggles led to hundreds of wars and deaths that could have been avoided and saved if not for human arrogance. Amidst this chaos and this bad situation, the Utsitsuki witnessed a woman who was affected by these events, and that woman had lost her husband due to these wars, and in addition to that she was pregnant. This woman simply did not want to see her children born into a world of war and pain. The world plagued by hatred and suffering without compassion that didn't care if a mother saw her children die. The Utsitsuki saw this and decided to give the woman a chance, so without the woman realizing it, she was guided to the tree thanks to the Utsitsuki, and when she was in front of the enormous Shinju tree, she saw it. It was a fruit with 4 leaves on each side, it had a pinkish-purple shell, and inside was the fruit that had a more purple color, a little bigger than an apple. However, the woman could feel the power that came from that fruit. Then the woman made a decision that would affect the history of humanity and the Utsitsuki clan. She ate the fruit of the Shinju and obtained the power that this tree hid behind it. What happened was something that no mortal could foresee, and that was going to affect the world on a level that no one could ever imagine, since once she ate the fruit everything in the world changed and she gained incredible power without any enemy being able to oppose her. Kagaya's physical appearance changed to better adapt to her new power, as well as her own genetics changed to become a pure-blooded Utsutsuki, being the only race capable of withstanding the energy that runs through every body. Chakra. Now her hair was silvery white like most Utsutsuki, her eyes were white but in a pearly tone, and her skin pale as snow. However, the most notable change was the appearance of a third eye on her forehead, which showed that her degree of understanding of the world was beyond what anyone could ever have imagined, something new even among the Utsutsuki, who while some of those who ate the fruit had an extra eye somewhere on their body, Kagaya's third eye was new even to them. It was an eye with 6 concentric circles and 3 commas distributed in the first 3 rings of the eye. Obtaining this energy granted her superhuman powers that gave her the ability to dominate the world without opposition, and that is what she did. She dominated the world. It wasn't very difficult thanks to his ability to manipulate the 5 elements, the special abilities to manipulate body and spirit, space and time, the fundamental forces of the universe. But it was thanks to a power beyond understanding that she gained control of everything. Omnyoten, or the yin-yang element. The power of the body and soul gave her the ability to shape the world practically to her whim, without knowing that the power of this element went much further than that, and with that she began the conquest of the known world and to impose peace on the warlike and those who wanted to enslave other human beings. It was a golden age for humankind as they achieved peace and were able to achieve new progress and a union never seen before, thanks to the rabbit goddess, as she was called. Kagaya was in turn blessed with 2 sons who acquired a part of the same power that she possessed, as well as an appearance more similar to hers, due to having been influenced by the pure power of the fruit. However, there were differences between the 2 brothers, as one of them inherited his mother's wide eyes called by Akugin, and the ability to manipulate the bones of the body like her, while her other son obtained in both eyes a degraded version of her third eye which she called Rinnegan, although both had the ability to manipulate the 5 elements, along with the yin and yang elements, in addition to combining them. However, Kagaya with all that power became arrogant, believing herself to be the only one worthy of possessing the chakra, so she rebelled against the Utsutsuki and imposed herself as the head of the clan, something that neither her children nor any human knew, but that did not matter much to her, and she lived happily with her children. However, the joy did not last forever, and it was doomed to end sooner or later. Over time, groups of people who opposed Kagaya's will rose up and tried to take away her power. Feeling threatened, she erased the rebels like specks of dust. However, the fuse was lit and soon more and more rebel factions began to rebel against her with the intention of seizing power from her, causing the peace she had created to shatter into 1,000 pieces. So to end the conflicts, Kagaya thought she needed more power, a superior power, a force capable of imposing itself on others without any resistance, so she decided something very stupid. Merge into one with the Shinju. However, she did not count on what the Shinju felt, since after years of seeing humans killing each other and in turn her stealing its fruit had given rise to the sacred tree, feeling the closest thing to anger and hatred that clearly dominated poor Kagaya, subduing her and turning her into something different, the Juubi, a being that turned against humans with all the anger of an apocalypse, and seeing that humans could provide it with the energy it wanted to produce a Shinju fruit again. It used a Jinjutsu projected by the moon called Mugen Tsukiyomi, Infinite Tsukiyomi. With this Jinjutsu, the Juubi sought to enclose all humans within the roots that he had in his Shinju form that would serve him and provide him with the energy that was so necessary to create the fruit, but there were only 2 warriors who resisted him. Hagoromo and Hamura, Kagaya's sons. The Shinju combined with Kagaya, that is to say the Juubi had memories of them and saw them as his children and thought that they would accept from him to return the energy they obtained. However, it was not like that, and the Juubi, seeing it as a betrayal, witnessed how both attacked him and sealed him, once again taking away his energy and power, leading him to become a simple demonic statue. In the sealing process, both brothers also realized that they lost their mother, seeing how Shinju and she were one at that moment. Years later Hagoromo decided to divide half of the power he had from the Juubi into 9 parts. Shukaku the one-tailed sand raccoon. Adatabi the two-tailed blue fire cat. Isobu the three-tailed shrimp turtle. Son Goku the four-tailed bull monkey octopus. Goku the five-tailed dolphin horse. Seiken the six-tailed slug. Jamei the seven-tailed rhinoceros beetle. Jayuki the eight-tailed octopus bull. And finally, the most powerful of all, Kurama the nine-tailed fox. These 9 beings were the representation of the power of the Juubi, beings that were only made of chakra and nothing else. However, Hagoromo did not see them that way, he saw them as his children, for having been the one who gave them life. And for that reason Hagoromo loved and cared for the 9 Bijuas like no one could have imagined, however that also made his 2 biological sons. Indra and Asura complained to the sage about it, believing that the sage loved simple creatures more than his own children. Of course they would never say it to his face. Every time they complained about it, the wise man gave them an answer that immediately silenced them. Indra and Asura are both my children, but like me, there will come a time when they will die, and we will be able to reunite in the other world, but Kurama and the others will not be able to, they will have to be without me for all eternity, suffering much pain, and many that I will not be able to avoid for not being with them. This world does not accept them, and it hurts me not being able to do anything to avoid all the pain that they will have to suffer because of it. However, there is something that neither Hagoromo nor Hamura knew, and that could change the fate of the world. Before being sealed, the Shinju left a seed that would take much longer to germinate than any other seed made by him, but would have even more power than any other seed of the Shinju, and without knowing it would be the beginning of someone who became so powerful that the mere mention of his name made armies tremble, make the bravest beg for mercy, and his steps made the earth tremble. This is the story of a human who fell into the mud, but rose to heaven, as something that no one could ever reach. This is the story of the human who rose as a god. This is the story of Naruto Ootsutsiki. Chapter 1. The decision that changed the world. Years later. Over time, Hagoromo began to realize that his death was very near. An inconceivable fear gripped him. He didn't want to die and leave his legacy behind, but he knew that every being has its time, and he had already reached that limit or was very close to reaching it, so he summoned his 2 sons to his private chamber to find out who to choose. Indra and Asura felt incredibly sad as they did not like the idea of losing their father, they did not want to lose their only family, since their mother had died shortly after Asura gave birth. However, they had to accept their father's fate, who looked at them carefully, seeing the differences between them now and when they were young. They have certainly grown. That was what Hagoromo thought, but to see how they had grown mentally he asked them a question: how will you keep the peace? He asked patiently and calmly to his 2 children who looked at each other, surprised by the question. Each of the brothers pondered for a moment the question their father had asked them. It wasn't an easy question to answer. It was basically a question that would forever mark their lives, so each one thought about their experiences and everything they had faced and suffered to get to where they were, and each one of them gave a very different answer. Indra answered him. I believe that the answer to achieving peace is in power. With power I will keep the people united. People will fear my power, and therefore they will not dare to rebel against me, or otherwise they will feel attracted to my power and will want to know how to get a part of it, said the one who a long time later would be the first patriarch of the Uchiha. With a certain coldness and indifference, seeing all this as unnecessary, his father should choose him, and that's it. Unfortunately, Indra's answer was something that Hagoromo feared. His son, whether for better or worse, had grown up with the belief that power was the answer to everything, and it didn't help that he had been born a genius who could do whatever he wanted from a very young age. However, he didn't let the bad thoughts he had become public, since he knew very well the result of what Indra would do if he thought that he was against the opinion of his belief. On the other hand, Asura responded. I believe the answer is love and understanding. With these 2 things, bonds and ties would be created between each person who practices ninja, and therefore they would come to understand each other much better and accept each other more easily, said the one who would later become the Senju Patriarch, with his usual friendly and gentle tone, too much so if you ask Hagoromo and Indra. Once again Hagoromo came to the conclusion that Asura had also been wrong. His answer was the opposite of Indra's. Neither answer was correct, and Hagoromo knew it, because for true peace to flourish among the entire world, 2 things of great importance had to be necessary. Ties and control. Someone was needed to serve as a guide, to show the right path, and to punish those who strayed from the path that had to be followed to achieve peace, but at the same time he also had to be someone who created ties and unions with people, so that they would not think of him as a tyrant, but as someone who should act as a guide and support for the people. Someone was needed who knew how to forgive those who should be forgiven, but not someone who would forgive just anyone. That was the correct answer. No one answered correctly, but between 2 bad answers he could only choose the one that would do the least damage in the future, or at least that's what he hoped. Indra, my eldest son, you have grown up without the need for help, without anyone telling you how to do things in the best possible way, and that is why you do not realize that the path of power only corrupts and turns people into beings who believe themselves to be superior to others. On the other hand, you Asura are too soft and do not realize that humans are a race of people who not only need love and companionship, but also discipline and control. After saying all that, the eldest Utsitsuki gave a deep sigh, seeing the disfigured and confused faces of his children, and then continued. If humans are not controlled, they will grow with arrogance with the gifts we have given them, and therefore they will only think that they are above everyone else, and will not care about the possible consequences. Saying this last with some regret, remembering his beloved mother, but then he looked at his youngest son. But you Asura are the one who has responded best of the two, so it will be under your guidance that people will have to go, but do not rule out your brother as he is very necessary from now on, and could be what implies either the triumph or the failure of all this, said Hagoromo with his firm but soft tone at the same time, a curious tone of voice. And so both sons of the wise man came out, one angry for thinking that his father was underestimating him because of his weak younger brother, and the other happy since he knew that his brother's path would not only cause pain to him, but also to those around him. But there was something that both brothers were thinking about. The Bijuu. Without their father protecting them, they now practically had free reign to do whatever they wanted with them. Well, one wanted to control them to gain their power, another wanted to control them because he considered them to be too powerful to be free to roam the world doing whatever they wanted. What no one noticed was Hagoromo's disappointed look. He anticipated his children's thoughts and could only pray to the gods that his two sons would not do anything bad to his other children, and that if they did, someone would help them. Hagoromo didn't know it, but his wish would come true, but it would be in a few years. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. The beginning of the legend. Diaresis. 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 Macron. Sedilla. Macron. Diaresis. 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 Hiruzen Sarutobi could be many things. Kind, cheerful, friendly. Someone who forgave everyone and was too compassionate. All that and more went down the drain when they found out what the civilians and some clan members had done. Not only did they torture a poor 6-year-old boy in a savage and inhumane way, but said boy was Naruto Uzumaki, secretly Namikaze, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko. Said boy was a very good friend of Hiruzen, so much so that the old monkey considered Naruto his adopted grandson. Naruto told Hiruzen about the many beatings he had received throughout his young life, so Hiruzen put a pair of special Anbu to take care of Naruto. Not to mention his expression when he saw those two Anbu drinking in a bar as if nothing had happened and commenting on how the demon had finally gotten what he deserved. So taking both Anbu and ordering them to be sent to Ibiki, he ran to where he had heard the Anbu comment about where Naruto was. What he saw disgusted, terrified and disappointed him greatly. "What have you bunch of imbeciles done?" shouted the Kami no Shinobi, more angry than ever, seeing how a bunch of civilians and ninjas, not only normal ones but also from some clans, celebrated as if it were a party. The party was stopped by his powerful scream, which terrified everyone present, although one of the civilians was brave enough to ask, "Poor wretch. Hokage-sama, what are you doing here?" stammered a terrified civilian in the crowd, terror only increasing when the Sandaime turned his neck so quickly in his direction that it could have almost broken. "What am I doing here? What am I doing here?" asked a Hokage of the Sarutobi clan, although in his tone one could feel an incredible latent anger. "What have you done here?" Hiruzen roared with relentless anger, and without giving anyone time to reply, he called two of his most faithful Anbus to arrest everyone, Nico and Inu, while the civilians protested and replied. Some ninjas tried to resist, but in the end, Hiruzen got tired of it, so he simply used a Kaiten jutsu on the civilian who had spoken previously. Aiya. Everyone turned to see where such a heartbreaking scream came from, and their blood ran cold, seeing one of the civilians being incinerated alive by a jutsu that came from their own cage. It was not quick, but it was slow and extremely painful. Some of them couldn't help but remember how some Uchiha used a similar jutsu on a child of no more than 6 years old, and how some laughed hearing him scream in a similar way. Hiruzen stood before them with the coldest look anyone could have imagined. "I won't kill you if that's what you think." A sigh of relief from the attackers. "On the contrary, you will be tortured in ways similar to how they did to Naruto Uzumaki, only you, unlike him, do not have any healing factor, so it is very likely that you will remain like this for the rest of your lives, and if I find out that you have killed an innocent 6-year-old boy, not only will you be humiliated and killed in front of the entire village, but also all your families. From now on, it is completely forbidden to attempt against Naruto Uzumaki," declared the Sandaime Hokage with a coldness that froze everyone's blood, and then turned around and left. No one found the courage to refute his words, only to beg for mercy and forgiveness. "You can't do this to us. Have mercy, Hokage-sama. Forgive us, Hokage-sama." These and more were the pleas of all the civilians and ninjas, simply earning Hiruzen's ignorance, but he turned to the crowd when an Uchiha shouted at the top of his lungs. "That brat was just a demon, he can't do this to us for giving that damn monster what he deserves." Hiruzen turned to where the Uchiha was with a completely cold look that the Uchiha seemed not to notice and was about to simply call Enma to hit that idiot like a pinata so that he would notice him, but before he could do it. A gigantic earthquake shook the entire village, it was very powerful, but it did not last more than 3 minutes. Hiruzen couldn't help but think the worst, this trembling was possibly because the bunch of idiots in front of him had killed Naruto and the Kyuubi was now free. So he made a shadow clone and had him bring in an Anbu squad to try and do something. "Inu, come with me right now, Nico, stay here and wait until reinforcements arrive so I can send these idiots to IT." The elderly Hokage ordered in a firm voice, but the silver-haired Anbu asked him nonetheless. "What's going on, Hokage-sama?" asked an anguished and worried Inu, coming to a similar conclusion to Hiruzen's. "This bunch of idiots have possibly killed Naruto, and you know very well what would happen if he died." Inu, those words not only froze the blood of both civilians and Nico, but also the most affected of all, Kakashi, a good friend of little Naruto, since Kakashi knew well who Naruto was the son of, and just thinking about Naruto dead made him nauseous, staying completely still and frozen. "Where is it?" was what Kakashi asked the civilians, more than one of whom had already fainted, but those who were still conscious noticed the empty and emotionless tone used by the silver-haired Anbu, which didn't last long. "Where the hell is IT?" asked Kakashi, now unleashing a fury against the abusers, who for their personal safety decided to answer. "Zone number 6 of the Forest of Death, an area that no one dared to enter because of the number of predators there." So looking at Hiruzen, who nodded, they ran at high speed to the place, shortly after the Anbu squad joined them, informing them that they had sent the perpetrators to the R&T department. Forest of Death Zone 6, Naruto's mental escape. Naruto was lying in the middle of a completely white place with absolutely nothing, the blonde was unconscious, however that didn't last long. Was what came out of Naruto's mouth before waking up and looking around, so when he saw the place only one thing occurred to him. "Very well, Naruto, you are dead, possibly because the idiots who attacked you finished the job, now how do I go back and haunt them like a ghost?" was the intelligent question of the Uzumaki, although considering that he was only 6 years old, it was logical to think that the boy was still somewhat childish. He looked at the ground and saw that there was a path of arrows made by leaves. Besides, he saw that the path was somewhat long, so it simply occurred to him to follow it, and when he did he couldn't help but think about something. Very well, Naruto, do the most normal thing that a person in your situation would do, follow a path made of leaves of dubious origin, and you don't know where they lead, the most normal thing in the world, very well. And now you're talking to yourself was what he thought and said, although he didn't expect the next answer. "Yeah, you really are weird," he heard a young voice, maybe someone 19 years old. Naruto turned back, but saw nothing, and then he turned forward, and then in all directions getting the same result. "Up here, genius." Naruto looked up and opened his jaw so much that he could perfectly hear how this thrown, however he did not give it importance, the gigantic tree in front of him was another story. It was giant, there was no better way to describe it, so tall that he couldn't even see the end of it with a thick and wide trunk that made Naruto feel tiny. "Something's wrong, kid," was the tree's response in a voice that was both calm and funny. "Did you just talk?" Naruto asked in an equally calm voice, too calm. "Yes, why?" the giant tree asked again, its tone evoking curiosity. "Damn, the Konoha people hit me harder than I thought," Naruto said, somewhat annoyed by the strange hallucination he was currently having. "I am not a stupid illusion, silly sacrifice child," was the tree's response, somewhat annoyed that the child considered it an illusion. "Hey, you're nobody to talk, they burn and cut down thousands of your people every day." Naruto shouted, very, very angry at the insult from the stupid tree in front of him. "Don't you even wonder why you're here?" asked the gigantic tree, somewhat annoyed by how stupid this child was, who thought about it for a moment and nodded to the tree's question. "Well, at least I can have an intelligent conversation with you," angry growl from Naruto. "I am the Shinju, better known as the tree god, and your little boy has eaten my fruit. Be grateful that I don't do anything to you. The only person who has eaten a Shinju fruit without permission right now is not very well, let's say. Besides, what you have obtained thanks to eating my fruit is more than what she got from my parents," said calmly the now known as Shinju in a somewhat spiteful tone, remembering Kagaya. Wait, did I get something by eating that weird fruit on the ground? That rare fruit not only saved your life, ungrateful brat, but it also gave you power beyond imagination, not only fixing your broken body, but changing your genetics, making you obtain all the elements and sub-elements. In addition to that, you have obtained all the forms of Dojutsu in its most powerful version than any other. The most powerful Sharingan you can imagine. In addition to obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan without the danger of going blind, and that it is not only the 3 basic abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but also all the special abilities of the Mangekyo in its most powerful versions, the Rinnegan with all its special abilities. The Byakugan without the blind spot that the Hyuga have, and at some point in your life the Tensugan will be born in you, in addition to awakening the Rin Sharingan at some point in your life, also being in Uzumaki your genetics return to its first evolutionary moment. The Utsitsuki, and with that you have gained all the abilities and characteristics of the Kagaya, Jaiugo, Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga and Uzumaki clans. Also affecting your spiritual and physical energy, making you able to use other types of energy. However, your small body was unable to withstand the gigantic power of my fruit, so I used the seal that contains the Biju inside you to seal your powers until your body can support them. The seal will open over time, however I have sealed not only your abilities to use chakra, but also seal your strength, speed, agility, resistance. Chakra reserves and also your Taijutsus which you will unlock over time. I finish listing and explaining the tree, the list of powers of the now Ootsutsiki, who nodded at each word of the tree god, with which he only gave him one answer. I didn't understand you at all, said the former blonde with great simplicity, which simply made the tree sigh at how exasperating this child and his stupidity could be. Well, he seemed to shrink and take on a more human form until he became like a child the height of Naruto, although completely made of wood. Look, I could go on listing and explaining each of your abilities, and I would never finish, so it would be better if we merge, so you can obtain all the knowledge of your abilities. If I gave you all the knowledge I have collected throughout the ages you would probably have a stroke, explained Shinju in his human form. Wait, merge? Yes, any problem? I just met you and I don't even know if you're real, why should I trust you? Shinju had to give it to him, the brat was smart when he wanted to be. Look kid, this could be your only chance to finally get out of the hell you call life, as well as your only chance to survive whether you accept or not. It's not my problem, the only one affected here is you. Besides, this technique is prohibited by your race, even among the most sacred parts of your clan. Naruto thought for a moment about what he had to do. What this Shinju said was true, the only one affected was him, but then he thought about what he said, that was prohibited. So we're going to abuse this forbidden technique. Oh. Maliciously said the Shinju with a malicious smile. Bitches, what should I do? Was the Utsutsuki's question, to which the tree god smiled even more maliciously. It's easy, just put your hand on my chest, said the Shinju in an innocent and kind tone that Naruto swallowed and obeyed the order. Okay, now, lower, said Shinju in a somewhat mocking tone that Naruto didn't notice and lowered his hand to the Shinju's stomach. Lower, ordered the Shinju to a somewhat uncomfortable Naruto, who lowered his hand to the Shinju's waist. Even lower, Naruto did so, looking away from what he was doing, which generated a single reaction from the Shinju. Ha. If I had a hennis, right now you would be so gay, the tree god mocked what the former blonde was doing. Son of a, cursed the Utsutsuki, but before he could finish the Shinju shouted. Fusion. What came next Naruto did not expect, an explosion of purple chakra, and the next thing he saw was that Shinju seemed to be being absorbed by his hand, and he felt as if his entire body was being affected by the Shinju, and he felt as if his head was going to explode from the large amount of information he was absorbing. And damn. It hurt like hell. Outside Naruto's mental space. Inu and Hiruzen split into 2 groups each so they could cover more ground, and the Anbu who went with Inu took the south and east areas, while Hiruzen would take the north and west areas. Both groups had orders that if they saw the Biju, they would inform the others to attack, or in the worst case, distract it to get it as far away from Konoha as possible. Very well, everyone try to attack the Biju as best you can, with some luck we can calm it down with Tenzo Sen's Mokuton and get it out of the village. There is no one capable of resealing the Biju in anyone, so we can only hope that leaving the seal has weakened it. The one who had the leadership in this was Inu, or rather Kakashi, about to enter Zone 6 of the Forest of Death, although he remembered one last thing. If anyone finds Naruto Uzumaki's corpse, inform me. Everyone nodded, although a few Anbu who were close to Kakashi could hear the slight sad and empty tone that Kakashi used. After several hours of searching and being careful in case the Biju had hidden to regain strength, everyone was about to give up until an Anbu shouted. Inu-senpai. Is that Naruto? Kakashi turned in the direction that an Anbu with a bear mask mentioned, seeing Naruto, although he was surprised when he saw that Naruto did not seem to be in the state he should be after such a beating. In fact, now he looked even taller and less thin, but what did impress him was seeing how Naruto's hair, which was blonde and began to turn silver from the roots to the tips. Only that Naruto's hair tone was a little brighter than his, although that did not matter to him in the least. He ran to the body and immediately put his ear to the infant's chest and could hear his heartbeat, very weak and slow, but at least he was alive. So he put him on his back and ordered all the Anbu to inform the Hokage that Naruto was still alive, while he ran as fast as he could to the hospital. Konoha Hospital. Kakashi entered the hospital as quickly as he could, while Naruto was in perfect physical condition. The psychological pressure he would have to endure was so great that Naruto would possibly have after effects from this, he could even come to hate the village, but Kakashi did not care about any of that. He cared about saving the life of his sensei's son, nothing more and nothing less, and he would stay by Naruto's side because he loved him, like the little brother he never had, simple as that. "Make way, I need a doctor," Kakashi exclaimed, making his way through the crowd of people until he reached a desk and saw the secretary who looked at him and the child in his arms, asking him what happened. "He suffered a psychological relapse, he needs immediate help," said Kakashi with great desperation, and the secretary nodded as she quickly guided him to a room that looked like an operating room. Without waiting any longer, she carefully laid Naruto on the stretcher, and he sat next to the stretcher waiting patiently for the Sandaime to arrive after being informed that they had already found Naruto. After a few minutes, Hiruzen arrived at the operating room and saw Kakashi with a child he didn't know and was upset about it. "Kakashi, who is this child? I was informed that they found Naruto. You can't be so irresponsible as to." Hiruzen would have continued replying to Kakashi, who hadn't taken his eyes off the child since he arrived, but he didn't wait for what interrupted him. "This is Naruto, Hokage-sama," Kakashi declared in a calm and empty tone, still not looking at the elderly Kage, who remained completely silent for several minutes. "What thing?" Hiruzen questioned, very confused after several minutes of awkward silence. "I said he is Naruto," Hokage-sama. To corroborate what was said, he lifted the medical gown that they had put on Naruto, and there it was, the 8-trigram seal that Minato had made the day of the Kyuubi attack, by which Minato died doing it and sealing the Kyuubi in his own son, being the only seal capable of sealing the infinite power of the Kyuubi. But, Naruto was blonde and he was also thinner and shorter. What happened to him? Asked Hiruzen, truly confused. There was no doubt that he was Naruto simply because of the seal, but the real question was this. What happened to him? "I don't know, when I found him his hair was already starting to turn that color, and it was also in perfect condition. According to what Kushina-sama told me, the Uzumaki's hair would turn white when they reached their limits. Maybe this is because the Kyuubi had helped him survive," theorized the silver-haired Anbu about the change that happened to the Uzumaki. "Maybe" was what came out of the Sandaime's lips, reaching a similar conclusion. However, an Anbu appeared in a cloud of smoke, alerting both of them, but they relaxed when they saw the cat mask and purple hair of the Anbu. It was Nico. "Okage-sama, the council has a very important meeting. It's about Naruto Uzumaki, sir," the purple-haired Anbu informed them both, and then disappeared in a cloud of smoke. "Well, I think it would be best if you went home, Kakashi. The only thing we can hope for is that Naruto wakes up soon," said Hiruzen, in a tone that sounded more like an order than a recommendation. So giving Naruto one last look, Kakashi nodded and disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Hiruzen on the other hand stared at Naruto for several seconds, with the same hard look he had had since he found out what happened to him, but slowly his gaze was filled with guilt and sadness. How had he allowed things to get to this point? He knew they were hitting Naruto, but he thought they were blows and looks that couldn't be avoided because no Jinchuriki was safe from them, but nevertheless this was too much. He approached the unconscious infant and saw him with the saddest look anyone had ever seen before. He brought his hand up to Naruto's face and moved a lock of now silver hair away from the infant's face. "I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun, this is all my fault. I just hope this experience doesn't make you hate the village, even though you have every right in the world. Even so, I wish that wouldn't happen." This was what Hiruzen thought with the greatest remorse and the deepest sadness. Her wish may have sounded selfish, inconsiderate, even illogical, but she didn't want to lose hope. She wanted to see Naruto as a good man. His hand was shaking, and his face was slowly filling with tears. He didn't want to give up, he would try everything in his power to help Naruto at least recover. And even if she came to hate him for the rest of her life, her love would not diminish. So, wiping her tears and giving the silver-haired boy one last look, she disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. No one noticed how Naruto's right-hand fingers moved. Naruto's mental escape seal cage. The Kyuubi no Kitsune, or rather Kurama, could count on one claw the number of times he has been surprised throughout his existence. Thanks to current events, I now needed to use both claws. First, his Jinchuriki somehow found a fruit from the tree from which he and his brothers descended. Second, the Shinju fruit gave its container more power than he thought possible, making it so that when he controlled his full power, he would possibly become more powerful than Kagaya or even the Juubi itself. Third, the energy of the fruit was beginning to affect him, because by being sealed in the child he obtained part of the power of the fruit. He could feel his body changing, even feeling how his powerful chakra began to stabilize, even as it began to shrink and take what appeared to be a human form. This last thing made him happy since if he took a human form, it would be much easier to move around the world without being attacked, although he wondered what his human form would be like and if he could do something to help his brothers, although he didn't give it too much importance at the moment, so he simply began to take a nap, waiting to wake up when the process was over. After all, the change couldn't be that significant, right? Outside the sealed Konoha Council. The Konoha Council was a large, completely airtight room, with no windows and 2 large doors, as well as a large semicircular desk, along with the chairs in which sat the respective leaders of the different clans. Uchiha, Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Kurama, Inyazuka, Aburam, among a few other minor clans, as well as several chairs for the civil councilors and 4 other chairs, 1 for the Hokage and the other 3 for his advisors. Danzo Shimura, Himura Midokado and Kahara Utatane. Hiruzen's 3 childhood friends. "Well, before this meeting starts I have something to tell you," said Hiruzen in a calm tone and without any anger, but inside was an atomic time bomb. All the clan heads looked at each other, curious to know what their Hokage had to tell them since they had all been informed that some ninja from their clan had been arrested, while the civilian councilors seemed somewhat uncomfortable and nervous, knowing that most likely this time they went too far with the demon and the councilors. Although they kept neutral faces, they had an idea of what their childhood friend wanted to tell them. A few hours ago Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, was attacked in a savage manner, not only by the civilians of the village, but also several of the ninja who were part of the ninja clans helped to perpetrate this action, so I would appreciate it if you could explain to me in detail what the hell did you do. Hokage-sama, you must understand, some of our people were killed the day the Kyuubi attacked. You will understand that some members whose families were killed feel some resentment towards the Jinchuriki and want to take out their frustration on him. Nothing out of the ordinary, said Inoichi Yamanaka quite quickly, very nervous, to the point of practically sweating bullets. What Inoichi-san says is true, Hokage-sama. You will understand that the child's position is very problematic and that some cannot help but take out their problems on him, simply because no one expected that they would do something serious to the child, continued a very alert Shikaku Nara, with all the hairs on his body standing on end and swallowing deeply. If his wife found out about this, it was a fact that his butt would be shaped like a frying pan for the rest of his life. That's true, Hokage-sama. Well, we can't do anything to the Kyuubi because it's in the seal. It's logical to think that they want to take out their frustration on the closest thing to the Biju, that is, its container, concluded the one who seemed to be the calmest of all this Shibi Aburam, who seemed calm and stoic, but inwardly, he was one of the most scared. Little by little the other clans began to support them, claiming that ninjas could not help but take out their frustration and hatred on someone, and unfortunately that had to be Naruto, and that was it. Although Fugaku Uchiha only made a him and looked away, while Hiashi Hyuga remained stoic as if nothing had happened, but internally, he wondered what happened, since he never sent anyone to attack the Jinchuriki. But Hiruzen could see the truth behind all that talk of venting his frustration and hatred. They were afraid. They were afraid that if Naruto managed to reach his full potential, because if that happened there would be no one in the village able to stop him or tell him what to do. Proof of this was Danzo, who one day told Kushina that she should bow to Konoha as the weapon she should be. He limped, had one eye and one arm less because of that. If Naruto reached his full potential and had endured all the crap thrown at him, then their deaths were more than certain, so they wanted to wax the boy in a bubble of fear, so that he would never dare to do anything to them, and while the Uchiha did it not only out of frustration, but also because they were the most affected in losses the day of the attack. The Hyuga were sent by the clan's council of elders, since they also feared that if the boy reached his full potential, it was very possible that he would remove the cage bird seal, as said seal was Uzumaki property, but with the help of the Shimura clan, they made said seal become what it was today. That is why they only sent members of the main branch who wanted to keep their slaves. However, Danzo caught everyone's attention with what he said next. Hiruzen, if you ask me, it would be best if you let me train the Jinchuriki. Due to the actions of the different clans and civilians, he may possibly develop a great hatred towards the village, but if you let me train him, not only will we prevent him from feeling hatred towards the village, but we will also gain a powerful emotionless weapon. When Danzo finished speaking, he could see the thoughtful faces of the different clans, who thought that this was a very good option, and the approving faces of the civilians, who thus remained sure that the demon would not try to rebel against their superiors. Turning a little, he could see the same face in his companions, except that when he saw Hiruzen, he had a cold look directed at him and asked him a question that took him by surprise. Danzo, answer me this, are you the Hokage? Asked Hiruzen in his until now discovered cold and emotionless tone. No, Hiruzen, but you have to understand. He couldn't finish speaking as Hiruzen interrupted him. You've already answered my question. You're not going to put Naruto in your Anbu program, and that's an order, was the only thing Hiruzen said in a sharp tone and without giving room for objections, but Danzo had one last ace up his sleeve. How about we put it to a vote, Hiruzen? I support Danzo-sama's decision, was what Hiruzen heard coming from one of the civilian rabbits. And I support it to another counselor. I also give my vote and another one. Little by little all the civilian councillors began to vote in favor. Hiruzen could not believe what he saw when a short time later even the clan heads gave their approval, except of course the head of the Uchiha clan who did not care at all about what happened to the brat and the Hyuga chief whose perspective of Naruto's situation was indifferent. The feeling that Hiruzen had never felt before began to rise in his heart. Disappointment. You can't do this, he's just a child. Hiruzen protested, full of rage and anger at the cowardly decision of the council. Instead of accepting what they had done and paying for it, they decided to further condemn the poor boy who had already suffered too much. Said child is the container of a Bijuu and not just any Bijuu, the strongest Bijuu of all, and the one that attacked Konoha 6 years ago, said Hamura in his usual hard and cold tone that only angered Hiruzen even more. They are right and you know it Hiruzen, what they have done with the Jinchuriki will possibly generate his hatred towards the village, it is best to neutralize his emotions and prevent him from feeling hatred towards the village, said Kaharu this time without an ounce of compassion for practically sending a child to hell, but inwardly, she couldn't help but get excited imagining all the power of the Jinchuriki in her hands. They are right, it is the best for Konoha Hiruzen, besides the fire daimyo has given me his authorization in case the situation arose, said Danzo showing a letter with the daimyo's seal and Hiruzen quickly took it and in less than a second it was open and there it was everything, an authorization from the daimyo to train Naruto, claiming that it was in case the Jinchuriki had some kind of reason to hate the village that would be the best. It was not very difficult for Danzo to get since the current daimyo was a perfect idiot who knew absolutely nothing about how to properly run a country. Hiruzen's hand trembled with helplessness and sadness. Could he really do nothing to save Naruto from having to endure even more pain? This meeting is over said Hiruzen and immediately disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Everyone left the room shortly after, some happy that their plans had been fulfilled, others relieved that they would get away with what they did to the Jinchuriki, according to them, and others that the situation did not matter to them. But without them knowing it, they had done the exact opposite of what they had planned. Instead of preventing him from reaching his full potential, they had made him bigger. Instead of making him afraid, they had made him angry. And instead of controlling him, he would control them. That day marked the birth of a legend, that day was the birth of a god. That day Naruto Ootsutsiki was born. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Training and Massacre. Naruto, Torun and Fu had appeared in a cloud of smoke in what could only be described as an underground base. Proof of this were the enormous roots that hung from the ceiling and stuck to the walls, and they were standing on a kind of bridge that connected one door to another, but on the sides, there was no kind of railing or anything to prevent them from falling into the enormous abyss that was in the background, and on the other side of the bridge was a man with several bandages on his body and who was carrying a cane that helped him walk. Naruto for his part felt slightly dizzy by the sudden movement, slightly surprised by how quickly they had arrived, although the dizziness and surprise went away when he learned that it was a simple Shunshin no jutsu body flickering jutsu, and then he wondered what he was doing there until he saw the man with the staff and could detect that said man radiated an evil aura. Even Kurama had stopped playing with the replicas of the humans he hated the most that she had made. And Kurama could feel Danzo's presence and emotions, and they were very similar to Madara Uchiha's. Less powerful but just as putrid and the same feelings of ambition and lust for power, just as it was before, he still remembered how Kushina left him when he tried to force her to be a weapon. The man himself didn't look like a threat, he looked like a frail man, about 60 years old, he walked with a cane. He had dark hair and his right eye was bandaged, he had white skin. Along with an X-shaped scar on his chin. He wore a white shirt with a brown robe over top of it that spanned from his feet to just above his right shoulder. The robe hid his right arm and he gave Naruto an emotionless stare. Although internally he couldn't help but feel very excited, finally, after so many years, the Jinchuriki was in his hands and nothing and no one could stop him from turning him into his personal puppet. And with the Jinchuriki on his side, he would finally have the position of Hokage that according to him he deserved. That was the only thing Danzo could think about, being Hokage. From a very young age he wanted to be it, but he was never given the opportunity. The first time was with Hashirama and Tobirama, they both always trained Hiruzen, because for them he was not only a child with great potential, but he was also the only one who seemed worthy of deserving the title of Hokage, not understanding why they never taught him their secret techniques. The true deserving of the title of Hokage in his twisted mind, although it was because they could feel Danzo's dark intentions, that they never taught him any secret techniques of theirs. After all, the Shimura clan never had a good reputation in the ninja world, that was why even though he was just a young man, he filtered a large amount of information from Konoha to ambush Hashirama, who had fought against Madara very recently and was still not in his best condition. Although he had to give it to his former sensei. He died fighting until the last moment, although as far as he knew he died with a certain joy, hoping to meet his old friend in the other world and apologize to him. Then he went with Tobirama and his squad, in which he sold him information of where they were going to attack and where they were going to be. The plan was to say that he was going to sacrifice himself, but knowing Tobirama, he would choose to sacrifice himself and give the position of Hokage to him, the one who had the courage to sacrifice himself for his fellow men. But he did not count on Hiruzen, being the stupid hero that he was, would sacrifice himself, and Tobirama chose Hiruzen and not him. But now with the Jinchuriki on his side, he could finally claim the title of Hokage. He stopped remembering the past when he saw his two most trusted Anbu with a silver-haired boy, and what his Anbu said was true. The Jinchuriki's hair had changed color after the massacre they gave him. Now he focused on the present. He had to gain the boy's trust so that he would accept his training. The last time he had forced in Uzumaki to do something, it didn't end very well, let's say. But before he could say anything, the boy got ahead of him. "Who are you? And what am I doing here?" He didn't know who this man was or what he wanted, but he emanated an unfriendly aura, and Kurama had warned him not to get too confident, so he decided to wait for him to answer. Danzo, who still kept his facial expressions blank, replied calmly, "My name is Danzo Shimura, Naruto-kun, and you're here because I've seen that you are someone very promising. I can see in your eyes that you desire power, and I can give that to you. With my training, you will be one of the strongest people in the village and my personal weapon." He mentally added this last thing with a certain evil laugh. He didn't want to scare him and ruin everything. Naruto looked at him for a few seconds and replied, "Well, it seems you know me, the little demon. But what do you gain by training me? What do you really want?" "No one, absolutely no one would offer something without expecting anything in return," Naruto asked with some suspicion, not really believing what this man was telling him. Danzo was truly surprised. This boy was very intelligent for his age, when the village practically made sure that he was an idiot who knew nothing, and therefore he would personally see to it that he would be one of their best agents. Therefore, he replied, "Please do not compare me to those fools, Naruto-kun. I was always aware of your potential. But unfortunately, our dear Sandaime Hokage never allowed me to get close to you. However, the events of a few hours ago gave me the possibility of this meeting. Naruto-kun, I can train you and make you one of the strongest shinobi this village has ever produced, and what I want? Well, it's simple, for you to be strong and protect this village with all your might," Danzo concluded, holding out his hand to Naruto. For his part, Naruto was thinking about this. Protect this village? Yeah, right, don't make me laugh. Naruto was about to tell him no in his bandaged face, until he heard Kurama. "Naruto-kun, wait, don't do it, it's a good opportunity. Just tell him that you're okay. He doesn't need to know anything more about you. You will receive his training, and when you're ready, you can leave this place, and you will also learn to control your power faster." It was the wise advice that Kurama gave him. The Utsutsuki thought about it for a moment, and in the end decided that maybe it was the best thing, not just anyone offered to train you. And it was a place where he could gain experience and learn to master his skills faster. With a big smile, Naruto shook Danzo's hand, awaiting his training. He then followed Danzo through the door on the right as Torun and food disappeared in a burst of smoke. He walked through the halls of the place, not giving them much thought, as he cared very little about what the place was like. As long as he was given food and training, he wouldn't complain at all. Danzo, for his part, was very happy and had his own thoughts. "Yes. Just wait a few years, Hiruzen. The Hokage position will soon be mine," he finished, smiling with total and absolute malice. Danzo had his own plans and hoped to see them come to fruition as soon as possible. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, an event occurred that would change history. Uchiha District. Clan Chief's house. Fugaku Uchiha wasn't in a very good mood. Well, it's not like he was normally very happy, however on this occasion he was at the maximum limit of anger possible. His entire plan to turn the little Jinchuriki not only into his mannequin to take out the hatred and frustration that the entire clan had, but also to make him turn against Konoha and thus weaken them, so that when they carried out the coup d'etat it was not going to be able to be used, and now they were being viewed with very bad eyes, since the Uchiha clan was one of those that had perpetrated the most with the child. As if that were not enough, he knew that he could not count on Itachi, since Itachi thought that honor and duty were more important than power, and he was also very good friends with the demon brat. In fact, Fugaku had recently had many arguments with Itachi about his position as Anbu, and demanding that he give him reports of everything that happened in the Konoha Special Assault Forces. And Itachi only replied that he could not because according to the Hokage, they were not allowed to report anything that involved the Konoha Special Forces to anyone. And this was the reason why his son was not part of the attack plan to take the village, as he knew that the boy would take Hiruzen's side before his own. That Itachi was one of the greatest prodigies in the history of the clan, and that if he reached his full potential, it was very possible that he would reach the legendary Madara Uchiha. That's why he had ordered Shisui to keep an eye on Itachi to ensure that Itachi didn't become a potential problem that could later cost them the conquest of Konoha. Although Shisui didn't know this last point, since Shisui was not only a very adept pacifist, but had also been a very good friend of Itachi since childhood, as well as the little Jinchuriki. When he entered his room he saw that no one was there and that the lights were off. So making half a hand seal he activated the light seals to turn on the lights. As soon as he turned on the lights he saw his son Itachi sitting on one of the armchairs in the room with the coldest look that someone like Itachi could give. Itachi was sitting with one foot on his knee and with a glass of sake in his hand. Any father would start scolding him since Itachi was only 15 years old and could not be drinking at such a young age, although Fugaku was not a normal father either. "Tell me, father, what have you done?" Itachi asked in a tone devoid of all emotion, staring at his reflection in his face, also devoid of all emotion, in the glass full of sake. "What do you mean, Itachi? Besides, what are you doing here?" Fugaku asked this time, very distrustful of his own son, thinking that perhaps Shisui had told him about his plans, not far from the truth. "Well, I've had a very hectic day, you know, since I found out that Naruto was attacked." As soon as he said those words, he wasn't surprised to see how his father became uncomfortable. "I've been investigating many things, among them, that you sent several members of the main branch to torture and kill a small 6-year-old boy. I'm not very happy about it." He said this last thing slightly frowning the seal, quite disgusted that his own father would do something like that. If it weren't because Shisui told him everything, it's possible that he would never have found out about his father's plans. Which had gone from looking uncomfortable to looking annoyed. "So? That brat is nothing more than the one responsible for everything that has been happening to the clan. He is nothing more than a simple slave. The brat has inside him a beast that our ancestor discovered. Imagine all the power we would gain and how high the Uchiha clan would rise if we controlled that brat, but the very bastard never obeyed us, despite the fact that we are his superiors. He never bowed to us as he should, and so he would have continued ranting nonsense about how the Jinchuriki should obey them if it weren't for the fact that Itachi got tired of hearing him talk." Fugaku fell silent as he watched his son throw his sake to the ground and stand up in the blink of an eye. As that happened, he saw what appeared to be bones made of a reddish chakra slowly begin to surround Itachi. At first it was just a ribcage that completely surrounded him until he saw what appeared to be an arm begin to grow. Before Fugaku could run away, Itachi's Susanoo arm had already caught him. "Itachi? What does this mean?" was the desperate question of Fugaku, who was more scared than angry. He knew what this technique was, and his fears were only corroborated when he saw the eyes of his firstborn. They were red like any Sharigan, but this one had all the veins around the inside of the eye completely red and highlighted with blood dripping from his eyes, and the usual 3-comma design of the Sharigan was now changed. Now being a 3-pointed curved shuriken, while Itachi kept his cold and stoic gaze, almost as if he wasn't seeing him. Itachi, for his part, remembered the previous day when he visited Naruto in the hospital shortly after Hiruzen left. Flashback. Konoha Hospital. Itachi was in front of Naruto's stretcher. He had appeared shortly after Hiruzen and Kakashi left, and seeing Naruto on the stretcher and remembering what it said in the report that those interrogated by Ibiki had given in less than 30 minutes about what they did to Naruto. To his little secret brother, he couldn't help but blame himself for everything. He was supposed to take care of him like his older brother, although he couldn't blame himself completely. That didn't mean that his remorse diminished. How is it that he fully trusted that two Anbus that he didn't even know who they were would take care of and watch over Naruto's safety? Maybe it was because they were two of the Hokage's most trusted Anbus, but even so they hated Naruto like everyone in the village did. Memories and more memories filled his mind, but a sentimental moment in his life took over. Itachi looked at him, even though he knew he wouldn't hear him, and let the words come out. "Do you remember when I took care of you, Naruto-kun?" "I think you do, because I haven't forgotten. At first I took care of you because the Hokage asked me to, but I also did it because my mother and yours were great friends, but little by little I began to love you like a brother. You were not only the person you showed me how beautiful life is regardless of its dangers, always regardless of that." You got up with a smile. More memories came to his mind. Of how he took care of a little 5-year-old boy, telling him to be more careful when walking, of how he was when he turned 3 at his birthday party, along with Hiruzen, Inu and a few other people who didn't hate Naruto. "Sigh, I'll be leaving the village for a long time, Naruto. I don't know if I'll come back or if I'll be alive when we meet again." She gritted her teeth tightly, really not wanting to leave and abandon her Atoto, but having heard the rumor of an organization that targeted the Jinchuriki, she knew it was the best thing to do for Naruto's safety. She also trusted that Hiruzen and Inu could prevent him from suffering more pain. "I only ask you, no. I beg you to remember that I will always be there for you even if you hate me, even if I am only an obstacle that you must overcome." When she finished, Itachi felt something like cold water falling down his cheeks, and bringing his hands to his face he saw it. She was crying, maybe out of sadness because she might never see Naruto again, maybe out of anger for not having been able to prevent any of this from happening, but that wasn't the important thing now. She had agreed with Shisui to talk about something with her father that had to do with Naruto, so drying her tears she saw Naruto, and before leaving, she hit the forehead of the unconscious silver-haired boy, and a flash of red chakra was generated on the infant's forehead. Said flash went away as quickly as it came. Take it as a farewell gift. Toto was the only thing Itachi said before disappearing in a burst of smoke. Present. You know, father, I've realized something. In this clan, except for the secondary branch, all the people in this clan are the same. They focus on trivialities and lose track of what's important. It's impossible for us to advance if we are stuck in the fog of arrogance and pride. How can we evolve if we only know what is established? Was Itachi's cold question that his father did not answer, perhaps because the Susanoo squeezed him more and more, although Itachi did not expect an answer either. I have finally found the answer to that question, father. Cleaning up the trash of this clan, starting with you. One more squeeze of the Susanoo and Fugaku exploded in a shower of blood. Itachi was not affected in the least, his father had always forced him to train practically since he could walk. Of his two parents, his mother was always the most understanding, being that she had in fact been the one who gave Shisui the information about the coup d'etat. However, he was shocked when he saw how his father's blood had disappeared as if nothing had happened, and he felt a chakra quickly approaching him and trying to stab him in the back, so he just leaned to the right and let the sword stick into the doorframe, and there it was. His father completely unharmed, although he noticed that one of his eyes was white, he didn't give it importance or think twice, and gave his father a powerful kick that ended up hitting a table. Itachi wondered how he was alive, but he remembered that as soon as he obtained the Mangekyo, he went to read what it could do among the Uchiha scrolls. Flashback. Uchiha Library. Itachi stood in the middle of the Uchiha Library, looking at the many books there. Several of them only dealt with clan techniques and information about the Sharigan, nothing he didn't already know. However, this time he was headed to a very special place. I walked through the dark corridors until I reached a wall that led to a room that had formerly been on the Uchiha grounds during the time of the clan war, and that they had managed to move to the grounds where they were going to build Konoha. Said wall had a strange engraving of a kind of whirlpool, like Indra's Mangekyo Sharingan in the manga. Itachi knew what he had to do. According to what his father had told him, when his eyes reached the next level, he had to open this door with them. The first time, he didn't understand what he meant. Now he understood, and very well. So he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and although he was about to try to use those strange black flames that he saw Shisui use in a fight, the door seemed to react to his eyes. The door opened, showing a small library. Itachi entered it and saw several scrolls that despite their age did not seem very worn. He grabbed one and opened it, reading the title. Story of the Sage of the Six Paths. The Sage of the Six Paths, father of shinobi. He was the first human capable of manipulating chakra, and he was the savior of humanity when it had to face an overwhelming enemy. Not much is known about him, but we do know that he existed, lived, and died like any other human today. I think we should begin to explain why he became a legend. There was a time when humanity seemed to live in harmony without war or hatred. But that time was short-lived, as one day an enormous monster appeared out of nowhere, the Jubi no Kami, as it was later called. This creature created tsunamis, crushed mountains, and split continents with just its steps. If there was a god in this world, it would be the mighty Jubi, who was said to be capable of destroying the entire earth, but didn't do so because he needed to feed on humans. In fact, it is believed that the way the world looks today is a direct result of this creature's actions. Nothing could stand against its power. The human race attempted to fight it, but were humiliatingly defeated. When all hope seemed lost and everyone had accepted their doom, a new hope emerged. A man appeared and faced the great Jubi alone. The battle was brutal and destructive, but in the end, a single man was able to overcome it and trap it within himself. The man was the Sage of the Six Paths. For the rest of his life, he traveled the world, spreading the doctrine of ninjutsu, or ninjutsu as it is known today. When his time came, he knew that once he died, the terrible beast would be unleashed upon the world again, and at that point, there would be no one to save us from the creature. The sage made a decision that would change the fate of the world forever. He divided the creature's chakra into 9 separate entities of his own creation. Using yin energy, he created the bodies of what we now call Bijuu, and adding yang energy, the sage gave them life, turning them into living beings. Once the creature's chakra was divided into 9, he created the moon to trap the creature's body within it, imprisoning it for all eternity. And so the great monster was defeated by the wise man and died. This is the beginning of the story of the greatest hero. The story of the Sage of the Six Paths, the story of the first mortal to attain the powers of a god. Wow, who would have thought the creature that Naruto harbors had such a history? Instead of a demon, technically they are the byproducts of 2 gods, but I wonder what this yin and yang energies are. Itachi thought, putting the scroll back in its place and continuing his search. Itachi continued looking through more until he found another dusty scroll that was apparently the oldest and not widely read. He tried to open it, but the scroll didn't budge. Then his Maguekio saw a small seal applied to it. Fuin. Itachi thought, and the seal shone before disappearing. The Sharigan. The Sharigan, one of the 3 great Taijutsu known to humanity. A hallmark of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan's predecessor is said to be the Rinnegan, as legend tells us the Uchiha are descendants of the Sage of the Six Paths. The eyes are blood red with 1 to 3 black tomos, depending on the age of the eye, surrounding the pupil. The Sharingan possesses many powers. The ability to copy any type of taijutsu, ninjutsu, or genjutsu. The ability to see chakra, the ability to predict the enemy's movements, and the ability to subdue the enemy in a genjutsu with just a glance. However, some say there is another level to it. Some speak of the legendary Maguekio Sharingan. Not much is known about this level or how to achieve it. Only 2 members have reached it. Uchiha Madara and his younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. With these eyes, Madara was able to fight against Senju Hashirama, leader of the Senju clan and wielder of the Mokuton. The 2 warriors faced each other on equal terms. Itachi continued to look through the scroll, which showed how to use the Sharingan and some lower-level techniques, and how to use the 3 Maguekio techniques. Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu, and the combination of these 2. Susanoo. He finally reached the end of the scroll and found one last jutsu with several warnings. Izanagi. Kenjutsu Rank S. Izanagi is the ultimate genjutsu of the Uchiha clan. When used, it removes the boundaries between reality and illusion within the user's personal space. To a certain extent, it allows the user to control their own state of existence, but only for the briefest of moments. While the user remains physically real in combat, this technique is capable of transforming any occurrence, even injury or death itself, into mere illusions. When the user receives a fatal wound, they automatically disappear as if they were an illusion and then return to reality, physically unharmed. This technique is based on the creation of all things of our ancestor, the Sage of the Six Paths. The process involves the administration of yin energy, the spiritual energy that creates and shapes matter from nothing. On the other hand, vitality, the physical energy that forms the basis of yang energy, is applied. The sage could give life to the previously created form with yin. Thus, a technique with the power to transform imagination into reality was born, known as Izanagi. While much weaker than the creation of all things, it can be used by those of Uchiha blood with their Sharingan. However, this technique comes at a great cost. In exchange for the brief control of reality it grants, the Sharingan used by Izanagi is blinded. For this reason, our clan has marked it as a Kenjutsu. Itachi read this and his eyes widened. He knew his eyes were powerful, but to be able to create from nothing and bring it to life. The true sage was something else entirely. Being able to give life is reserved for gods, not mortals, Naruto thought to himself, wondering if he could do that with his Maguekio, though he assumed he couldn't, since they would never reach the level the sage's eyes were at. He closed the scroll but first copied the ones that explained how to use the most powerful Maguekio techniques. Present. Izanagi, Itachi muttered, and Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief. You underestimate me more than I thought, father, Itachi said to Fugaku and rushed forward, attacking his father head-on with swift and brutal blows. Fugaku had 1,000 thoughts in his head about how Itachi could have known about the secret technique and how he had been able to use Susanoo, although he assumed it was because he had access to the clan library, frightening him even more because of the power Itachi held in his hands. He stopped thinking about that and grabbed a kunai and blocked his son's ninjato, but lost his balance a little due to the force of the blow. Itachi took the opportunity and kicked him in the chest, sending Fugaku flying through the air and crashing into the ceiling and then the ground. The older Uchiha spun around before his son swung his sword where it had been and disappeared in a shunshin. He looked back to find Itachi who had the Susanoo covering him again, but this time there was what appeared to be a bottle of sake, with what looked like a sword coming out of the tip, and which was held by the skeletal hand of the Susanoo, without being able to react when it gave him a lethal blow, putting the Susanoo's sword into his chest. Fugaku's eyes widened as he died again. How? His voice was filled with disbelief, his voice uttered with his last breath. You were always too predictable, his son replied with a certain amount of mockery, watching as his father fell to the floor, dead, this time for good. He barely saw his father's body fall to the ground and deactivated his Susanoo, breathing heavily and feeling something warm fall on his eyes. Most likely his blood. The warning on the scroll was true. If you didn't have the eternal Maguekio Sharingan, using the Susanoo was incredibly painful. He quickly recovered, he had to prepare himself, a new massacre was beginning, but this time it would be against the perpetrators of the old one. Chapter 4. It was night in the Hidden Leaf Village, there was a full moon, and many people were sleeping, and others were still walking the streets, and in a small apartment in this village was a young Dino whose age would not exceed 13 or 15 years old, and a great full moon in all its great splendor completely illuminated the village. It was a perfect night, there were no clouds to hide the moon, and the stars, most in the village were deeply asleep. He was not one of them since he was still completely awake while the moon illuminated his face and his pale skin, but without exaggeration, as well as his blue eyes and made his long and now straight silver hair shine. It seemed as if the celestial body wanted to penetrate through that window of life and enter those blue eyes, which despite their young age, had seen firsthand how cruel the world could be. This young man was Naruto Ootsutsiki, formerly Namikaze Uzumaki, who was currently 13 years old, having trained for 4 long years in the unofficial Anbu organization known as Root. It had also been 3 years since he left it, and today marks 7 years since the massacre of the main branch of the Uchiha clan. The perpetrator of the massacre had been none other than his older brother, Itachi Uchiha. After the massacre of the Uchiha clan, things in the village became red hot. The only Uchiha that Itachi did not kill were the small children and innocent civilians who had nothing to do with the coup d'etat that those of the main branch were planning. And while the civilians tried in vain to expand their power both economically and socially by proposing the creation of a new police force, since the main branch was in charge of the police division, what they wanted was to propose several ninjas that they would easily buy and who would help them with the trafficking of goods that they bought from the Yakuza. That is, the criminal mafias, and that they planned to line their pockets with more and more money. However, their attempts to earn money ended when Hiruzen proposed something different. And Hiruzen Sarutobi did this because now he had only one goal in mind. To clean up all the garbage in his village, and to start he would go after those who believed they were above even him. The civilians. In fact, the death of the main branch was more beneficial to do this, since the clan that was considered by many to be one of the founding pillars of Konoha was actually a clan whose main branch was full of corruption and had a very, very negative mentality. All this was due to the fact that shortly after the Kyuubi's attack and the Uchiha's failure to participate, it made everyone in the village question the supposed loyalty of the Uchiha, and of course, also made everyone's doubts about the clan grow even more. This was further exacerbated because someone, Danzo, dedicated himself to discrediting the Uchiha clan by all available means, with the plan and intention of isolating them even more than possible. In less time than it took from birth until the Uchiha massacre, that is, 6 years, there were more and more cases of members of the Uchiha clan abusing their position of power that echoed throughout Konoha. That was one of the reasons for the Uchiha coup d'etat. The tension between both forces was more than palpable, but the Uchiha clan had no qualms about trying to make people feel that their opinion counted more than that of the village itself, and that the persecution they were facing was because the village itself was against them. They didn't realize that they were practically acting like the only defector from their clan. Madara Uchiha. But while Madara did it because he truly believed they were trying to do something against his clan, and that he was truly looking out for the safety of his clan, they did it out of pure self-centeredness. And normally the village would have tried every way to calm the Uchiha clan itself, since after all they were one of the founding clans, and they shouldn't make things so tense and wrong. Unfortunately, the Sandaime Hokage himself was tired of trying to calm things down with Fugaku. The only thing Hiruzen asked the Uchiha clan in order for the clan to regain control of the military police were the following things. The first of all was the change of leadership, seeing that Fugaku was the one who was costing the clan in question so much reputation. The second is to clarify all cases of law violations and pay for them, and finally is a restructuring of the military police to allow nothing and no one could do the same thing that had happened before. Something that in fact the Uchiha massacre helped greatly with what he had planned, being now Mikoto who now had the leadership of the clan, she more than agreed to comply with the rules that the Sandaime gave her, with the particularity that she suggested to Sarutobi that not only the Uchiha be in the new police squad, but also anyone who wanted to enter, as long as they met certain requirements. The ninja clan saw this as the perfect opportunity to solve the problem that existed with the Uchiha clan, since some of the members of their respective clans agreed with the use and abuse of the clan members who believed themselves to be the heads of the village just for being part of the military police. They had obviously benefited from the law and all the advantages available in order to get what they considered the most possible benefit from the control of Konoha. Obviously, everyone liked the idea, except of course the civilians who saw their opportunity to benefit was out of hand, although this seemed to make the military police more diverse and more likely to do their job properly, since everyone helped each other. Normally a person should have thought that this was all good and correct, but there was a small problem. Each clan did different things and was in charge of doing different tasks. The Nara were obviously dedicated to dividing the areas of Konoha in a balanced and proper manner, making it easier to react to certain events, as well as giving the police members a greater amount of cover, since the squads would be close enough to each other. The Yamanakas were dedicated to two things. First, they were the main interrogators through their mental techniques, while on the other hand, they began to see the psychological patterns and knowledge with which some of the criminals the military police pursued acted. The Aburam and the Inyazuka were pure trackers, however, while the Aburam were to considerably weaken those they pursued, the Inyazuka served more to study all the shipments that were in the criminals' possession. The Akamichi were the muscle of the military police teams and were responsible for ensuring that any fight that took place was immediately crushed with their jutsus. The Kurama dedicated themselves to capture and torture through their illusions, which allowed them to achieve their goals at all times, as well as to make them talk in case it was too risky for a Yamanaka to enter their mind. A psychopath, a torture lover, a pedophile, and a rapist could mean a great deal of stress and pain for the Yamanaka. It was better to scare them to death with an illusion and make them sing like birds. The only ones who were not part of the military police were the Sarutobi, but on the positive side, the Sarutobi provided the weapons and some other means to make the work of the new great military police in Konoha easier. While the Uchiha were dedicated to helping the different clans as much as they could since they were somewhat low on members after the massacre, because the majority of the clan's ninjas were from the main branch. The image of the new military police was something that had led many ninjas to have great respect for the Sandaime Hokage, since he had been able to fix a big problem in the way it was previously the whole issue with the Uchiha, which only made his popularity increase, and many saw him as one if not the greatest leader of all time in Konoha, and Naruto would always laugh at the face Danzo made when he found out that Hiruzen was once again rising as if he were a savior. Unfortunately, not everything could be good in this world. Hiruzen still had a few thorns in his side at every turn. The elderly counselors. Those who were once his companions and friends opposed many of the changes that the Sandaime wanted to introduce, since in their opinions, these were changes that would only serve to weaken Konoha, or at least that was their excuse, since they really did not want to change the system, because for them the system should remain as it was in their selfish opinions. It wasn't until Sandaime himself explained to them in a kind and appropriate manner how this new system would be wonderful for them all in many ways, he told them that either they accepted it or they were screwed. First was that Hiruzen wanted to add a very special task to the academy, and that is that the 2nd and 3rd grade students would have to carry out a D-rank mission each week, together with 2 classmates. The elders were reluctant at first, especially Danzo, until Hiruzen explained to them what the benefit would be for Konoha, since a large and considerable amount of work would be taken away from the genin teams. It would also begin to show children the theme of teamwork, which was the greatest and strongest pillar of the Konoha ninjas. Well, Hiruzen had made many changes in the village, and in fact in these 7 years, he had managed to re-establish his grandfather-grandson relationship. He was currently taking stock of his skills. Naruto trained en route in various branches of ninja, from ninjutsu to kenjutsu. His kenjutsu, he had left route at the age of 10, because Danzo told him that he had to go to the ninja academy now, mostly because there were certain issues that prevented him from keeping Naruto under his hand, even so he continued his training and everything. Since he left he began to train his taijutsu with high-level gravity seals. His taijutsu was in fact one that was formerly practiced by the Utsitsuki Clan, and that he knew thanks to the Shinju, the Kamaken, God Striker Divine Fist. This was possibly the most powerful taijutsu style that existed. It mixed incredible speed, impenetrable defense, endless resistance and brutal and massive strength to make attacks that no normal human could, and although he did not fully master it, he assumed that he was missing about 3 or 2 years to perfect it. During this time she had learned to use her elements with some help from Kurama. She had a great command of the 5 elemental natures. Starting with Futen, Kaiten, Raiten, Suiton and Doten, she had begun very early to master her sub-elements being the Ranten, Storm Release, the Shakuten, Burn Release, and Hyuten, Ice Release, the one she had the best command of although she had perfected the Shakuten, thanks to the fact that Kurama also knew it. In fact, it was she who taught him how to master the Kaiten, although the sub-element that had given Naruto the most trouble learning was the Mokuten, Wood Release. Kurama had explained and told him what some jutsus of that element were like. He knew a few, but the problem was that most of them were either too powerful or only served for stealth or defense. The jutsus he knew were Yukai Koten, Birth of a World of Trees, Hajukai Korin, Birth of a World of Flowering Trees, Bakuryu no Jutsu, Wooden Dragon Jutsu, Mokubunshi Wood, Clone, Shishiki no Jutsu, Ranma's Cut Jutsu, Bakuja Heki, Wooden Spherical Wall, Makujin no Jutsu, Wooden Man Jutsu, Izuchi, Wooden Mallet, Ephemeral, Ate no Jutsu, Jutsu of the God of Good Fortune. As for his Dojutsus, he controlled the Sharingan perfectly, being this already completely mature and with the characteristic crimson-red color, and his Byakugan was able to see 600 meters and had no blind spot as the Shinju said. However, it was with the following levels that Naruto had very big problems. But the Manjikyu Sharingan he could barely use the Amaterasu, Sun Goddess, correctly, but he still had not mastered it enough to obtain the Enten, Hell Release. His Tsukiyomi, Moon Goddess, was of a very low level for one of the most powerful genjutsu that existed, and he had only been able to get the purple ribs of his Susanoo, Storm God. But the Tensagen he hadn't even awakened it, but according to the information the Shinju gave him, the Tensagen doesn't awaken but is born and flourishes, so the moment he obtained it couldn't be rushed. With the Rinnegan he barely mastered the Tendo, Way of the Gods, since when he used the Shinra Tensei, Divine Judgment, or the Bansho Tenon, Universal Attraction, he had to wait 30 minutes to use it again, the Ninjendo, Human Way, and the Naraka, Petra Way, at a low level, not to mention the special abilities of this one, the only ones he mastered somewhat well, were the Aim no Tejikara and the Rimbo. Hengoku could only make a shadow, and had to return it in 30 seconds. The Rin Sharingan hadn't even been able to wake him up. Although his greatest achievement was having achieved great mastery over the elements Inten and Yoten, having a slight and subtle control of Omnuten. In fact Naruto had made many things with the help of Omnuten, in fact the apartment that Danzo gave him to live in looked like new, when before it was the opposite with some walls and furniture broken or rotten. He had even created his bed and some furniture with Omnuten, but without a doubt his greatest achievements were the special clothes he had made and his sword. He had made special clothes made not only with the Omnuten, but also with Chakra microfiber. These clothes were very, very special. Not only did they allow for trouble-free mobility because of how flexible they were, but they were also very, very hard as much as steel, but soft and light as silk, also due to the influence of his chakra, and thanks to the different seals he had put on it, they helped him resist various jutsus of different elemental natures. Fireproof seals that prevented the clothes from burning except if the jutsu was of immeasurable heat. With water he could change the design of the clothes so that they would allow him to go as fast as a torpedo in the water, he could withstand great amounts of cold, etc. His sword, on the other hand, was practically his greatest pride. It was harder than a diamond itself, thanks to the metal of the sword being from Omnuten, and its design was not short. It was a long-handled red katana covered by a black cloth also made of chakra microfiber. It had a golden circular tsuba, along with a 90cm long completely straight blade, with the edge of the sword on the right side in red, while the left side of the sword was black with several kanji that formed the name of said sword. Muramus. Muramus was a sword that practically worked as a Gudadama, truth-seeking ball. Thanks to the fact that it was a sword made of pure Omnuten, the sword was not only capable of taking other forms, but could also be affected by some element in a different way than the chakra-conducting metal does, and thanks to the fact that the sword was a work of art and power, and through arduous training, it was able to unite its elements with the sword. His techniques consisted of the metal of the sword transforming, depending on what element he used. For example in Suiton the metal turns into water, which, when hitting this hurts like a whip. If it is Futen this can form gales and tornadoes, just by moving the stay, and that have impressive speeds, as well as cutting anything just by being hit by the cutting waves that it produced. With the Doten the metal became a mace of pure rock, and with it was easy to knock out anyone. But the Kaiten achieves with a simple movement from side to side with his sword produce a fire. With the Raiten managed to be able to make a lightning bolt of inconceivable voltage. With the Ranten could literally call a storm and concentrate the energy of the lightning on the blade of the sword. The Mokuton was the same as the earth, with the difference that it could throw small pins that contain poison to paralyze the targets. The Hyutin serves to cut and freeze anything by maintaining contact for 5 seconds. Sure, he was a master at mastering 4 elements with the sword, the Futen, Kaiten, Raiten, Ranten and the Hyutin. With the other elements he had good control, but it was not similar to the others. The sword also has other special powers, but these will be obtained when he has a higher level of fighting. It must be said that the silver-haired man had not trained Kenjutsu much while he was en route, since if he used it, and Danzo looked at his style not only of fighting, but how to use the sword, he would try to force him to give it to him to teach them to his other recruits. It's not like he was going to do it, but he didn't want to have to see Danzo every day to teach a bunch of machines how to fight. Besides Naruto didn't use the sword much, he was very good with it, but if he used it in a fight it would end very quickly, and although he didn't show it, he liked to fight a lot, so he promised himself that he would only use his sword if he was a great and skilled Kenjutsu user. Not only that, the seals that Muramus had made it practically an untouchable sword except for Naruto, said seals were. Lengthening and expansion seals they practically do the same thing that Orochimaru's Kusanagi does, it lengthens a lot, special gravity seals, so that when anyone other than him increases the sword's weight in such a way that it would be impossible to lift it. Not even people with monster strength like Tsunade Senju and her grandfather Hashirama will be able to move it, something like Thor's hammer XD, location seals, protection seals, chakra draining seals, among many others. Naruto was so cautious because he did not want to lose his precious sword. Naruto's genjutsus were half as good as Shisui Uchiha's, thanks to the fact that Inton allowed him to make illusions of various types and that he had good chakra control. He was able to create illusions that only someone with a minimum level of elite jounin in genjutsu could do. His taijutsu was at a similar level to that of Guy, the taijutsu specialist in the village, and one of the few who did not hate him. That was due not only to the physical characteristics that the Shinju gave him and that the Kamiken was a devastating style. The ninjutsu of the former blonde was at a very, very high level. With some help from Kurama, he managed to learn how to do the Rasengan, although it was somewhat difficult since it was only a memory of Kushina seeing Minato explaining how to do the Rasengan. In addition to that, Kurama in these years told Naruto who his parents were, not to mention how angry he was for several months, and that in fact, he almost reached the point of hating his own parents. But Kurama explained to him that they wanted him to be seen as a hero by the village. It was not because they abandoned him, and that if his current situation happened, they had a contingency plan in case that did not happen, that Minato had to do it right in the middle of the attack, and that he did not have time to tell Hiruzen was not his fault, but continuing with the skills of the Blue Oji, in addition to mastering the Rasengan. He had managed to make a great variety of versions or variants of the Rasengan. Idama Rasengan and Cho Idama Rasengan, although it was very difficult for him to keep them stable, Rasengan, Bomber Rasengan, Bijuu Rasengan, Tailed Beast Rasengan, Vermilion Rasengan, Planetary Vermilion Rasengan, Idama Vermilion Rasengan, Cho Idama Vermilion Rasengan, Cho Dai Vermilion Rasengan, Super Great Vermilion Rasengan. However, what he really struggled with was imbuing the Rasengan with a certain element. Although he had in fact managed to create a variant of the Bijuidama and Rasengan version, he used a gigantic amount of yin and yang chakra, compacting it into a sphere and keeping it in a super compressed way. Thus was born one of his most powerful techniques so far. The Dai Rasengan, Great Spiral Ring, however he did not use it too much. If he did, he could destroy an entire village. It was more like a last resort. He managed to learn a large number of ninjutsus, kinjutsus and fuinjutsus, and he did not need hand seals in most of his ninjutsus, because thanks to using yin chakra to do each technique, most of them did not need hand seals, making him a master ninja in ninjutsu. Putting aside everything that had happened, he focused on the present and tried to sleep. But he couldn't. Tomorrow was the last day of the academy he, according to Danzo, had to attend, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. He would finally be able to stop going to that boring school. Hell, he'd been sending Kajubunshians all bucking year and they hadn't noticed. So since he couldn't sleep, he thought it best to pay Kurama a visit. Naruto's mental escape. Naruto's mental escape had hardly changed in those 7 years, being the same valley with green meadows, mountains and rivers as always, with the only difference that now the house was bigger but retained its traditional style. Before Naruto could react, he had fallen to the ground along with a blur of red. Naruto looked at the one who had made him fall, looking at Kurama's playful smile. It had not changed in the least. In fact, the only difference that there was in her, compared to when he met her, were some very particular fox ears and 9 long and fluffy tails that came out of her waist, right where her back ended, in addition to a very different clothing than before. She wore long black notes that ended just above her knees. She wore a short light gray dress that reached her thighs, and over it, she wore a long red coat with 4 black buttons that were closed at the 2 middle buttons. However, before he could continue admiring the beauty of the Bijuu, she was already kissing him. He wasn't surprised in the least, he simply returned the kiss. In these years, they had in fact become very good friends and, well, let's just say that a certain event gave them a little push in their relationship. Flashback. 3 years ago. Naruto had spent 4 years training in the route. He was currently 10 years old, and his previously spiky hair had begun to straighten, although Kurama suggested that he change the color of his hair with a henge transformation, so they would believe that he had returned to normal, and in these years, he had given a small growth spurt. Going from being 1.30 centimeters tall at 6 years old to being 1.52 at 10 years old, being smaller than Kurama by 20 centimeters, and thanks to physical training, that although they were not exaggerated because they could cause him to have some malformations when growing. If they were thorough enough to mark his abs and that his muscles stood out, thanks to the fact that Naruto had a thin build that made him look more muscular. Although it was not exaggerated or that it looked like a mass of muscles, they were more than stand out to the sight of anyone and attractive to the sight of any girl. His stay en route was somewhat hard, despite the fact that he had completed many missions as one of the most skilled Anbu of Danzo. He had not killed anyone who did not deserve it. Those he had killed without the slightest compassion were rapists, pedophiles, murderers, land thieves. Swindlers and people who in fact rather than doing a benefit to the country only caused more problems. He had gone with the Anbus of route to kill one or another innocent, but instead of doing so, he put the Anbu in a genjutsu that erased their memories and told the person to leave. Her relationship with Kurama had been very good, she taught him many things, and he taught her others, among them, that she could no longer be captured in a Sharingan Genjutsu. In short, they learned from each other, as teacher and student, they were very good friends. Little did Naruto know that from being friends they would become something more. All of this was due to a particular quality that her former Jinchuriki suffered from, and now she suffered from as well. Kurama had a particular physiological quality. When his Jinchurikis reached a certain age they had a very special period every month. This period is what in the animal kingdom is known as heat. That was why both Mito and Kushina were women very sexually active and very dominant in bed. Kurama had always made fun of them too, since they looked like tomatoes even more than necessary, because of how red they were every time they came out of heat and realized everything they had done. However, what Kurama did not know was that there is a certain saying, which instead is a universal truth. Karma is a bitch. It turns out that since she had this body, every month Kurama had felt the same as her Jinchurikis, and if she hadn't done anything with Naruto, yet it was because when she met him the boy was only 6 years old, she couldn't simply drag him into having sex when they barely knew each other and the boy was practically an infant, they would call her a pedophile, she had to wait. But the problem was, Kurama was already tired of waiting so much. That's why she brought Naruto to her mental space unexpectedly and went crazy taking off her clothes like a madman and unknowingly scaring a poor and innocent child. Poor and innocent my balls, only Kurama was looking at him as if he were a steak. Kurama-chan, calm down, whatever I did is sorry. A very scared little Utsitsuki whimpered, receiving a somewhat lascivious look from his friend. Oh don't worry, Naru-kun you haven't done anything wrong, and I'm very calm, Kurama said with a somewhat hoarse voice that detonated a great lust. Lemon skipped. Tonight, he would see if Naruto's infinite stamina was really true. Present. After that Kurama and Naruto began to advance their relationship, going from best friends to an official couple, although nobody knew about their relationship of course. Although for Naruto it was a little difficult to remember everything they did. He came in Kurama's vagina 6 times, 3 on her breasts, 4 on her face, 5 in her mouth. He remembered how she screamed when he started to put his hennis in her anus, coming 4 times in it, not to mention all the positions and things they did. Several shadow clones for Bukik, Creampy, Anal Hex, Cowboy, Pizuri, etc. Damn, that day she found out that her stamina was that of a bucking bull, although for all the times Kurama came and in her opinion, he was a bull in every sense. Naru-kun, is something wrong? The Redeed's voice brought the silver-haired boy out of his memories, she gave her now boyfriend a questioning and curious look. No, nothing, Kura-chan, I just couldn't sleep and wanted to come visit you was the sincere response of the blue Oji, earning his girlfriend to simply raise her eyebrow. Are you sure you didn't come for something else, Naruto pervert-kun? Was Kurama's question in a somewhat playful tone, and saying Naruto's name slowly, softly and sensually, who simply blushed slightly, understanding the double meaning of the phrase. Of course not. Do you think I'm a pervert? Naruto asked, falsely indignant and angry as he looked away, although not truly angry, he could never get mad at her, although she pretended quite well. To which Kurama simply approached his face and slightly stuck out his tongue. Licking Naruto's lips affectionately, almost lustfully and giving him a sweet smile. Maybe you are, Naru-kun, but whether you were or not, you'll always be my pervert. Kurama couldn't help but want to hug his boyfriend when he saw him blush like a ripe apple and look away, extremely embarrassed. At 13 years old and all, Naruto was very handsome in every sense of the word, but when he got embarrassed and blushed, instead of handsome he looked bucking adorable. Giving him a little kiss on the lips he began to walk towards the cabin. Provocatively moving his hips and when he was in the doorframe he just nodded for Naruto to come. In less than a second he was already inside the cabin. Time skip. Next day. Ninja Academy. Naruto was currently chatting with the class instructor, Iruka. Iruka was scolding him about being late again. Truthfully, Naruto had nothing against Iruka. In fact, he wasn't one of those who hated him. However, the man was a natural distractor. Every time Iruka spoke, it was as if a part of his brain shut down and he simply nodded at what was being said. Internally, though, he was talking to Kurama about the night before and trying not to blush at the things Kurama was saying and his descriptive opinions. He saw all his classmates, nothing he didn't already know, all of them were civilian children or from some ninja clan such as Taiji Akimichi. A boy who was, like all Akimichi, someone good-natured and kind, Naruto and he had met, ironically, in the cafeteria. Some bullies were bothering Choji and Naruto was not exactly someone who would put up with that kind of behavior, so after hitting the fools very hard, he proceeded to talk to the Akimichi, as he understood from his talk with him. He didn't like being told something about his weight, but he didn't like violence either, and there were some civilians who took advantage of it. Naruto helped him with his problem. explaining to him that it wasn't violence when it was in self-defense. Since that day they had become very good friends. He even helped him master some techniques from his clan so that he could defend himself and no one would ever bother him again. Kiba Inyazuka. Although Naruto and he had had one or another clash did not mean that he hated Kiba, being that he knew that in fact the personality of most of the Inyazuka was even more aggressive. Both were particularly quarrelsome between them, but they did not hate each other. Since although Kiba would never admit it, he felt some respect for Naruto since he told him a little about his life. At first he was very skeptical whether or not he was telling the truth. But he knew how to distinguish when someone was lying from when they were not, and he got to see what the old house of the Blue OG looked like. It ended up convincing him, the blonde was someone to be respected. Shino Aburam. Naruto and Shino were actually very good friends, Naruto being very direct with his opinions, never lying, and that was why he always told Shino that he thought he was a bucking robot, although Shino knew it was more of a joke than an insult. Also, Naruto was one of the few who approached him when most avoided him because of the insects he harbored in his body. Naruto didn't care about such childishness, he knew that Shino wasn't a bad person and that he was in fact a good friend. Shikamaru Nara. Naruto could only describe Shikamaru or the nickname he had given him once. Bad girl Nara, in a word, lazy, not that he had a problem with it, he was actually even lazier than Shikamaru himself, although Naruto had made his mark on Shikamaru's personality, warning him that he didn't have to be lazy all the time, he had to know when it was time to get his act together, an expression from my home country P. Hyuga Hinata. Or the names Kurama called her. Blind girl, wide eyes, sheep face and monk Sita, possibly Naruto's best friend. If we count that Kurama was his girlfriend, the first time they saw each other was in the middle of the first school year. She was watching him train after seeing him be alone and go every day to his ramshackle home alone and without company. He still did not make friends with anyone, however. Because the Hyuga elders and those of the main branch had made sure that she was a shy girl, and that she would never have the courage to realize her silly dream of making both branches of the clan one, now she lacked the courage to go talk to him, having a great fear of not knowing what to say to him, fear that increased in proportions when she saw Naruto on the rock in which she was hidden, and they came face to face. 3 seconds later she became clumsy, and when she woke up she stuttered a lot every time she spoke to Naruto. As time passed, the silver-haired man and she began to chat, slowly but surely increasing the blue-haired woman's confidence. In fact Naruto helped Hinata in her training, since she was now one of the few who could compete against him. Her elemental affinities were Raiten and Kaiten, or those were until Naruto transferred a little of his chakra to her. It turns out that Naruto's chakra, unlike that of the Bijuas, was transferable, in addition to not being harmful, and also enhanced the abilities of whoever was the recipient of the chakra in such a way that few could fight against whoever received Naruto's powerful chakra. Now she was able to use not only the 5 basic elements, and Naruto had taught her how to use the yin and yang elements, and also made with the help of the Omnuten, a very special weapon for her. A bow, but not just any bow, it was a bow as big as Hinata's entire torso, with a dark purple handle with a hole that allowed her to hold the arrow and aim more precisely, the handle connected to the other ends of the bow, that were black and the string to prepare the arrow. Although she didn't need any since this bow used the user's chakra to generate different types of arrows, such as the Kaiten that could generate an explosion where the arrow collided, the Raiten that generated arrows that went as fast as lightning, and when they hit, they electrocuted the target with a powerful electric shock. With the Suiton it served mostly to use some jutsus without the need for hand seals, she still hadn't fully mastered the yin element. But the Futon she was able of concentrating air without oxygen that allowed to pass through everything, even fire, and when they collided with the target it produced a large shock wave. With the Doton it was practically the same as the Suiton, the bow being made of Omnuten. Hinata was able to mold it at will, always having it kept on her wrist like a bracelet. The sub-elements that she obtained when the Utsitsuki transferred his chakra to her were Ranten, Hyuten, Shakutan and Futon, steam release, being that she dominated all of them in a very good way, and with her bow she could make with the Ranten her arrows were of a much higher voltage, and being able to launch them at a speed twice as fast as with the Raiten. With the Hyuten she was able to generate ice arrows, that when they hit their target, they froze it, not quickly, but slowly freezing, making it increasingly difficult for the affected person to move, working as if it were a poison. With the Shakutan it was practically the same as the Kaiten except of course because the explosion that produced was much greater. With the Futon she launched arrows that camouflaged themselves in the air, and when they collided with the opponent, they slowly ran to the target, as if it were acid. But what stood out the most was her chakra control. If Naruto had to compare Hinata's chakra control with someone, it would be with the famous Anin of the slugs. Tsunade Senju. The trust he had in the Pearl-Eyed was such that he had told her his entire life, even about the Shinju fruit. But leaving aside Naruto's good friends, or at least those who didn't hate him, now came the thorns in Naruto's shoe. Sakura Banshee Haruno, let it be said, Sakura Haruno. This girl in Naruto's sacred opinion, if she didn't hurry up she wouldn't have a future as a ninja. Her taijutsu was at a lower level than the academy's, she knew practically no ninjutsu, other than the 3 bucking easiest jutsus to do in the entire village. Kawarami no Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu, Henge no Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, and Bunshin no Jutsu, Clone Jutsu. To begin with, the difference between her and him was that he was first training to master the Aim no Tejikara, a space-time jutsu hundreds of times more complicated than the Kawarami no Jutsu, but also much more useful, and he was at least 2 months away from perfecting it. He could transform into anyone without the smoke bowl characteristic of the Henge, no jutsu being that he had it active almost every moment of the day, and he mastered the Kage Bunshin in such a way that he could do millions of clones and withstand all the mental pressure they gave when dissipating and endured it as if nothing. The information the Shinju gave him had made Naruto's brain process the information more quickly and efficiently. The only thing he could stand out in was chakra control and ninjutsu, medical ninja art and jinjutsu, but it was nothing compared to Hinata, who was very good at medical ninjutsu, having mastered the 3 most essential jutsus to be a medical ninja. The Chakuramesu, chakra scalpel, she mastered it in such a way that she could use it to attack. The Banseki no Jutsu, detection jutsu, it was very easy for her to detect any symptom or wound, and she was a great user of the Shoin no Jutsu, recovery palm, not to mention her jinjutsus that were at a level close to hers, and while Hinata had great chakra control, she also had chakra reserves twice as large as what a mid-level jounin, while she had good chakra control, because she had very little of it. She was also so loud and had such a shrill voice that Kurama and he had gone deaf for a long time. Ino Yamanaka. In fact, he had nothing against Ino, at least she knew how to use her clan's jutsus correctly. The problem was her spoiled child attitude, since in the ninja world, an attitude like that could cost her dearly, although for some reason she would occasionally give him a strange look, almost as if she were analyzing him with her eyes and testing him. And finally, the person who had given Naruto the most headaches. Sayori Uchiha, scream Sasuke fem fans, this girl, like all Uchiha, had pale skin, without reaching exaggeration of course. She had long black spiky hair that reached the end of her back with 2 strands of hair that framed her face and reached her neck, the characteristic black eyes that all Uchiha had. There were some Uchiha in Naruto's class, along with a face with fine and delicate features that were always in a serious expression. She had blue ninja sandals with the soles of her feet uncovered, she wore white shorts that revealed her long and shapely legs, her ninja equipment was tied with bandages on her right leg, giving it a somewhat sensual touch, that along with a long-sleeved shirt that revealed her shapely belly with a V-shaped mark on her belly, that in the shirt had a neckline that showed a bit of her breasts, being one of the most developed girls of all, having C-cup breasts at just 13 years old. All in all, she was a goddess in beauty, however her attitude only gave Naruto gray hair, if not for the fact that her hair was practically white, she was arrogant as only she knew how, always with that cold attitude and belief of superiority. She and he had not had the best encounters, being that she could feel that he was powerful, and that she had seen the Hyuga train with him, she assumed that he was strong. He would not have had a problem training her if she at least asked him nicely, she on the contrary only told him to teach her everything he could teach her. He simply ignored her, and she didn't take it very well. She tried to make him look at her directly, she couldn't dare ignore her, but as soon as she put her hand on the silver-haired man's shoulder, she felt a pressure all over her body and a great difficulty in breathing. Naruto in fact wasn't doing anything. It was Kurama who barely felt the contact that Sulapanta on her Naruto, understand well his Naruto. She let her murderous instinct flood in such a way that even Naruto, who was safe from her wrath, was truly terrified, so she simply left there without saying anything. Since then there hadn't been many incidents with her, except for the occasional small fight they had had. But the attitude Naruto had, he couldn't help but feel sorry for the poor unfortunate man who ended up being her husband. If you only knew, unfortunate man, if you only knew XD. Although from what he knew before the massacre of the main branch she was a sweet and tender girl, he wondered what had happened to make her change so drastically. He stopped reminiscing about the past and went to sit right next to Hinata, who was wearing dark blue Anbu pants, ninja sandals of the same color, a fishnet shirt that showed off her toned and sensual torso, along with her B-cup breasts and a dark lilac jacket over it, in addition to sporting a Harem-style haircut, along with her wide eyes, that gave her a beautiful appearance. "Hello," Naruto-kun said to Hyuga in her usual soft and calm tone of voice, but without stuttering or whispering anything, thanking Naruto infinitely for having helped her in what concerned trust. Maybe that way she would have a chance with him. "Hello, Hina-chan, today the academy finally ends, aren't you happy?" asked the blue OG with a big smile. "That's true, Naruto-kun. Do you think we're on the same team?" She started playing with her fingers, thinking about the possibility of seeing him at all times. She really loved that idea, so much so that without realizing it, she started stuttering again. "Honestly, Sai, I don't think we're on the same team," said the serious blonde with a serious face. "Why do you say that, Naruto-kun?" said the pearl OG a little sadly. The blonde noticed it and allowed himself to explain the reason for his opinion. Hinata-chan, don't be sad, I promise you that we will always be together no matter what happens, I promise you that Databeo it hurt me, and since you have no idea how to write that phrase, every time the canon Naruto said it my balls swelled, said the blonde smiling making a blush cover the blue-haired girl's entire face. Are you serious, Naruto-kun? The blue-haired girl said in a hopeful tone. Naruto nodded and just said to her. Of course Hina-chan, it's a promise and I never break my promises. It was true, no matter what happened he always kept his promises, mostly because for him promises were a sign of honor and loyalty, and breaking them is like breaking your friendship with someone. And Hinata knew it, that's why she simply took his hand under the seat while Iruka began to explain what the exam was about. Thank you for being with me, Naruto-kun. The Pearl Oji thanked the Blue Oji, lightly squeezing the Blue Oji's hand, both ending up with red cheeks like the best friends that they were. Hinata-chan, the reason I don't think we're on the same team is because there are teammates who adapt better with other teammates who have skills that serve the same purpose. I don't understand, Naruto-kun. For example, you are a ninja who serves to explore terrain, search and even espionage. And in our class we have companions who also serve in that field, such as Kiba and Shino. Most likely you will be with them. Another of the teams that I think will be formed would be Ino, Shikamaru and Chaoji. They are members of the Yamanaka clan, the Nara clan and the Akimichi clan. They are clans that get along quite well, most likely with them the Ino Shikacho formation will be made, the same as happened with their parents. Reason the blonde, not being far from reality. I think you're right, said the Pearl Oji while looking at the blonde. Naruto, Hinata, pay attention. Iruka exclaimed, seeing that the two named were not paying attention, to which the two apologized with a simple sorry, a little red-faced, because Iruka had caught them. Well, as I was saying, as you all know, today is the day of the graduation exam. The first phase will be the written exam, followed by weapons, taijutsu and finally ninjutsu. Now let's begin, said Iruka and began to give the exams. As he approached Naruto, a discreet smile appeared on Mizuki's face. Mizuki was Iruka's assistant and like many others he hated the demon boy and tried everything to make him fail and have his revenge, but while others did it because their families had died the day of the attack, Mizuki did it because he knew that Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and he didn't like that a brat had so much power that he didn't deserve, so that's why he put a Jinjutsu on Naruto's exam. Naruto felt something strange about the exam and discreetly activated his Sharingan and discovered a Jinjutsu placed on him. More than offended by the fact that he put a Jinjutsu on him, he was offended because he used a low level one. So, making a half tiger sign and thinking, Kai, the Jinjutsu dissipated, revealing the real exam he'd begun to fill out. After 20 minutes, he was done, along with Hinata and the rest of the class. Mizuki was enraged when she saw the Jinjutsu she'd set wasn't there, wondering how the brat had found it. After that, the class moved to the training grounds for the weapons exam. Okay, class, you have 10 kunai and 10 shurikens that you must throw to hit the marks, Iruka explained and began calling names, and each student went to be evaluated. Uchiha Sayuri, Iruka called, and the Uchiha walked to where the instructor indicated. Sayuri took the weapons and threw them skillfully like the elite she was. Each kunai hit the center of the dummies, as did most of the shuriken, except for one that missed the highest scoring area. Well done, Sayuri, you have 19 out of 20. Iruka congratulated the brunette. Sayuri for her part went to her seat and bumped into Naruto, to which she smiled with some arrogance. Beat that, dope loser, well who doesn't know it after Sasuke always told it to Naruto. To which Naruto simply smiled friendly and said somewhat mockingly, it will be a pleasure, Haim-chan, little princess. It was lucky that he said it in a whisper and that they were back to back, otherwise, someone would have seen Sayuri's slightly red face, maybe from anger or embarrassment, who knows. Uzumaki, Naruto, Iruka called the Uzumaki. The blonde simply took the weapons and realized that they were blunt, to which he raised his shoulders and simply threw them all at the same time, hitting each target in the center and making them pass through the target until they reached the wall and made a large crack in it, only with mere force, without chakra or anything. Iruka's eyes widened. Gee, good work, Naruto, you got a perfect grade, 20 out of 20, Iruka said, congratulating him. Some fangirls and civilian kids of course started shouting that Naruto had cheated and Sayuri just frowned at the blonde. Hyuga, Hinata called Iruka. Hinata, like the Utsitsuki, walked, picked up the weapons and without hesitation threw them, hitting each target just like Naruto, although they did not pass through. Iruka's jaw dropped. What's going on today? Hinata and Naruto were never that good with weapons, thought the instructor, not knowing what to think. What he didn't know is that both Naruto and Hinata had not only hidden their abilities from everyone, but even their personalities were nothing more than a cover. The dumb and mocking boy of the school, Naruto, and the shy girl, Hinata. That's true, Naruto never had bad grades, it's just that the classes were very boring for him. So congratulating the blue-haired girl, the brown-haired boy finished the class exam and moved to the taijutsu section. Okay, class, for the next exam, you must face Mizuki for 2 minutes. Mizuki won't go on the offensive much, but be prepared, explained Iruka, and one by one the children began to go. Some like Choji, Kiba, Hinata and Sayuri, thanks to being very skilled in taijutsu, were able to resist and put Mizuki in some trouble, although Hinata held back because she didn't want to hurt her sensei. Others like Shikamaru, Shino, Ino and Sakura barely lasted the 2 minutes. Some of them not being good fighters when it comes to taijutsu, or because they knew almost nothing about taijutsu. Kuf Sakura, Kuf. Uzumaki Naruto, the instructor, called Naruto, who stood in front of Mizuki. Finally I can get my hands on the demon, the white blue-haired boy thought evilly towards the Uzumaki, who raised an eyebrow at the twisted smile on Mizuki's face, so he decided to make him suffer a little. He took the taijutsu stance used to use Kamaken, left knee forward, right knee just back, both bent, and with the right fist closed and at chest height, the left hand forward with the pinky and ring fingers semi-closed, and the thumb, index and middle fingers open. Hajime, said Iruka, and Mizuki immediately launched himself with a closed fist, trying to hit Naruto in the face, who simply deflected his face to the side to dodge it. The white blue-haired man tried to hit him again, but the Utsitsuki took his fist and deflected it to the left with his right hand. He turned slightly to dodge. Seeing that Mizuki was off balance, Naruto lightly hit him in the shoulder with his left hand, having his hand completely open affecting him even more, and without anyone who didn't have a taijutsu seeing, Hinata and Uchiha children, Sayuri already has the Sharigan from the beginning. He closed several tenketsus and disabled his left arm. "What did you do to me?" Mizuki asked the blue-eyed man, enraged at not being able to feel his arm or move it in the slightest. "I closed all the main chakra points on your left arm, completely disabling it. It's over, you can't win," Blue-Eyed replied calmly, but this information raised a question in Instructor Chestnut's mind. But how? "You don't have the Byakugan," said Iruka. How was it possible that Naruto was able to close tenketsus if according to him Naruto didn't have the Byakugan? True. However, the chakra points are fixed in the enemy's network, so I can remember where they are and estimate their locations by seeing my enemy. After that, I send a small burst of chakra towards the area, that way instead of closing a single chakra point, I disable them all at once, explained the Utsutsuki. He received surprised looks from everyone, except Hinata, to think that it is possible to use the closing of someone's chakra points without a taijutsu, Iruka thought, along with almost the entire class. Mizuki for his part was angry, not wanting to accept that a damn demon humiliated him in this way. "Damn brat, you'll pay for this," said a furious Mizuki, and threw a blind punch. As he approached Naruto, he just smiled and clenched his right fist, dodging the assistant's blow again and stabbing him in the stomach, which he didn't even know what happened when he was already on the ground unconscious. Naruto exited the ring with everyone looking at him with their eyes imitating fish, except Hinata, who was laughing slightly at how Naruto was. After the taijutsu exam was over, everyone went inside the classroom, while Iruka called students individually for the ninjutsu portion. "Uzumaki Naruto," Iruka called, and Naruto stood up and walked down the stairs to stand in front of Iruka. Not before passing by Sayuri, who addressed him with a few kind words. "Good luck, dope, you're going to need it," said the Uchiha, smiling mockingly. Silly, Naruto thought, laughing lightly, he was a master at ninjutsu. "Okay, Naruto, please use the Hinge no Jutsu," said Iruka, and after a burst of smoke in front of Iruka was a man. Iruka did not know what or who it was, but the man he had become detonated an air of respect. He had extremely pale skin of such a white color that for some reason he looked a lot like that of the Sennin Orochimaru. He wore a white haori with 6 magatama around his neck as a necklace. He had a necklace of 6 magatama around his neck. His face was the most impressive of all. He had dull red spiky hair with 2 horn-shaped strands, and a sideburn that was tied in bandages, along with a long beard of the same color, several wrinkles on his face that gave him a certain air of experience. His eyes were the strangest, a purple pattern with several concentric rings around the small dot that symbolized the pupil. He didn't seem to have eyebrows. He had 2 horn-shaped protuberances just above his non-existent eyebrows, and in the middle, he had a kind of red mole with the same shape as his eyes, but with a vertical line in the middle of it. Interesting choice," Iruka said, dismissing the tremors and continuing with the exam. "Now prepare for the Kawarami," Iruka said as he took a blunt kunai and threw it at Naruto, who switched with a nearby chair. "Good job, Naruto, finally make 2 bunshin," said Iruka, although Naruto looked a bit uncomfortable when he said it, a bit embarrassed. Making a normal bunshin was practically impossible for him, so he asked his sensei. "Iruka-sensei, is it okay if I use another type of clone?" Naruto asked Iruka, who just raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Sure, no problem," Iruka replied kindly, wondering what kind of clone dumb student number 1 was going to use. "Page Bunshin no Jutsu," Naruto said, and after the usual smoke in front of Iruka, there were 10 perfect clones of Naruto. The blonde simply smiled at his master's reaction. Iruka's jaw dropped as he watched Naruto use a B rank Genjutsu. Wow Naruto, Cage Bunshin is a Jounin level technique, congratulations, you pass said Iruka, really happy and proud that the blonde passed. Naruto smiled and picked up his black hideate and tied it around his forehead. Hinata followed shortly after him and easily passed the exam, however, she could make perfect Bunshins unlike poor Naruto. Okay class. The exam is over and everyone passes. The rookie of the year is Uzumaki Naruto, and the best Kunoichi is Hyuga Hinata said Iruka happy that Naruto passed and not only that, but was the rookie of the year. What? Sakura shouted incredulously how can Baka and the shy girl in the class be the rookies of the year? She asked angrily, more than sure that those two had cheated. Very simple. Both Naruto and Hinata aced the written exam, they had perfect scores in the weapon section, and in the Taijutsu and Ninjutsu sections Iruka explained simply, silencing Sakura instead, after that everyone went home, but Naruto decided that today he wouldn't train with Hinata. He had something to do. On Hagakure no Sado, Hokage Mountain. Dusk. Naruto stood on Hashirama Senju's head carved into the stone, looking down upon the Leaf Village with his powerful and unique eyes, his loose silver hair swaying in the wind. Hagakure no Sado is a beautiful village, you know. With a warm and very bright climate, it is a great place to live. It is also one of the most powerful villages in existence, responsible for producing many of the greatest ninjas in history, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and although it pains me to admit it, Minato Namikaze is one of them he said, while crossing his arms and leaning back on the rock, while looking at the moon shining in the night sky. But however, this village is not perfect, it also has dark stories, it is also responsible for creating powerful rebel ninjas, don't you think? That's right. Madara Uchiha, Orochimaru, Tobi, and Itachi Uchiha were leaf ninjas before they became criminals, a voice answered his question. Naruto turned towards a strange mutant creature. Both his figure and his features resembled those of a human. Short green hair, yellow eyes without pupils, as well as rounded teeth. You're right white Zetsu, but the last one was a victim of one of the darkest secrets of the leaf said the Utsutsuki looking at the white Zetsu that he created, unlike what many would believe. Turning a person into a Zetsu was not very difficult, it was one of the few things he could do with a Rinnegan, but according to what Kurama told him, to use the Mugen Tsukiyomi, infinite Tsukiyomi, on a planetary scale, it was necessary to have the Rin Sharingan. Aha, Danzo and his root Anbu, of which you were a part, right? Said the plant man receiving a simple snort from the silver-haired man. Anyway, Naruto turned around and focused his eyes around the leaf village. Anything interesting I should know, Zetsu? Yes, Zetsu said in a slightly cheerful tone. It's about your academy instructor, Mizuki. Konoha forests. Deep in the forest, Iruka and Mizuki were fighting each other, but the way things were going, it seemed that the latter would prevail. Mizuki, give me the scroll. Iruka exclaimed to his former friend and colleague who just laughed and said. But this scroll, Orochimaru-sama will give me all the power I want, then he took out a poison kunai, making a cut on Yumino's shoulder. The poison was acting rapidly on the Chunin's body. Suddenly, he began to feel tired and dizzy and collapsed to the ground. His vision blurred, he looked up and saw Mizuki bringing the kunai toward him to end his life. So this is where it ends, is this how I'm going to die? The instructor thought, closing his eyes and waiting for the inevitable. He had had a good life, so he wasn't afraid of death. He just lamented the fact that he couldn't stop Mizuki. The sound of kunai colliding with each other brought him out of his reverie. He saw a figure block the weapon, then throw it away from him. An Anbu, thank goodness. But he was wrong. You. Damn demon. Mizuki's scream brought him out of his stupefaction, seeing more clearly the figure in front of him. Naruto. The Chunin stammered and just as Iruka said, the one in front of him was none other than the Utsutsuki, who had been informed by his personal white Zetsu of Mizuki's plans, who, seeing it on his face, formed a crooked smile. Oh, but it's none other than our dear Naruto-kun, tell me child, have you never wondered why the whole village hates you, was the malicious question of the renegade Chunin, stupidly believing that he will be able to psychologically break the child and finally kill him, who simply raised an eyebrow at the question, but before he could continue Iruka shouted at him. Don't do it Mizuki, it's forbidden Yumino shouted at the top of his lungs, desperate because Mizuki could open a psychological opening for the Kyuubi to possess Naruto, greatly worried about his student. 13 years ago, on the day of the Kyuubi attack, the Yondaime did not kill the fox, no, what he did was seal it into a newborn baby, guess Naruto, who was that newborn? Iruka tried in vain to stand up and stop Mizuki from continuing to talk. You are the nine-tailed fox, Naruto. Iruka stopped his attempts to stand, the poison was already taking effect, the last thing he could see before falling unconscious was a Naruto with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Have they hated me all my life for being the nine tails? They've lied to me my whole life, I can't believe it. Who am I fooling? I already knew that, Jiji told me as soon as I turned 4, do you really think they were going to hide from me that I'm a Jinchuriki? Naruto said in a sarcastic and mocking tone that baffled Mizuki, and the blonde, taking advantage of that, gave Mizuki a powerful kick who let out the big roll he had. When he got up he didn't see Naruto anywhere until surprised Naruto appeared behind his opponent, placing a hand on the traitor's back, right where his heart should be. After that, 3 chakra chains with sharp purple tips came out of the man's chest, killing him instantly. The boy retracted the chains back into his hand, letting his former sensei's body fall to the ground. He turned to his other teacher to see him lying on the floor, completely motionless. She walked over to him and checked the pulse in his wrist. He's alive, unconscious but alive. I need to heal him. I can't let him die or else I'd have to explain a lot later, and Hinata would kill me if I let him die. She sighed and created a shadow clone, which set about copying the scroll of forbidden seals. Meanwhile, the real Naruto's hand began to glow green, using a diagnostic jutsu on Iruka to check his condition. Poison. With that, she began to remove the substance from the Chunin, using the medical knowledge she had acquired during her training, which wasn't much, just the basics to properly heal other people. After he finished, he put Iruka's body on his shoulder and disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Chapter 5. 2 Anbus leaped from the trees and landed on the ground near the unconscious man. The first was a woman, judging by her body shape. She wore a cat mask with red markings, and her male companion wore a bear mask with red and green patterns over his face. Both wore the standard Anbu uniform, consisting of black-gray armor, metallic arm guards, and swords slung over their backs. These 2 Anbus were Nico and Karasu. It's not Itachi, he just has a mask of the same animal. What happened here? Karasu asked, puzzled, though the question was more for himself, since there was no one there to answer him, or so he thought. The teacher from the academy, Mizuki Tauji, surprisingly turned out to be a traitor, was what a voice said behind them, surprising them unexpectedly. So, drawing their swords, the Anbu quickly turned around. But they sheathed them again as soon as they realized it was Uzumaki Naruto, the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. They didn't want to admit it, but the sudden appearance of the blonde boy had taken them by surprise. Naruto was smiling internally. Even if their masks hid their emotions, he could tell they were both shocked by his little display of stealth. Nico realized the boy had referred to the traitor in the past tense. Was he? She asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion beneath her mask. The boy pointed with his thumb at Mizuki's inert body, which had a large hole in his chest, a product of his chakra chains. I killed him, the Utsitsuki said in a tone that sent chills down the spines of both Anbus. It wasn't a tone that triggered guilt or remorse, nor did it show happiness or fun for having killed. It didn't trigger anything, as if killing meant nothing to him, something common in adult shinobi, but in a 13-year-old boy it was disturbing. He was working for Orochimaru. He stole the forbidden scroll and tried to kill a fellow ninja. When he was fighting Iruka-sensei, he told him everything. Naruto lied, although everything about Mizuki was true. The part that he told Iruka everything wasn't entirely true, he knew it thanks to Zetsu. Very well, Nico said, impressed by the skills of the young man in front of her. By the way, the Hokage has called you. They say there is a very important meeting that concerns you. The purple-haired Anbu informed the blonde, who told them about one last thing. Another thing, take Iruka-sensei to the hospital. He's injured. I've removed most of the poison from his system, as well as healed most of his wounds with what I know of medical jutsu. Just after finishing informing them of Iruka's condition, the blue Oji disappeared in a Shunshin no Jutsu, flickering body jutsu. This time with lightning instead of the traditional whirlwind of leaves. While heading to the Hokage Tower, more specifically to the council room. Wow, that boy reminds me a lot of Itachi. Uchiha, Karasu muttered, feeling several chills. Someone who could become as powerful as Itachi was, along with so many reasons to hate the village as a Jinchuriki, was not a good sign. He doesn't show any emotion and he's very good for his age, just like him. He compared both brothers, finding several similarities between them. Nico nodded, unable to help but do the same as her teammate and finding the same similarities, but leaving that aside. She looked down and saw an unconscious Iruka and a dead Mizuki. Let's go, the purple-haired girl ordered the bare-masked Anbu. She took the body of an unconscious Iruka and the forbidden scroll, not noticing that it was a copy that Naruto himself had made and with which he had replaced the original scroll, while his partner, Karasu, raised the inert body of Mizuki and then disappeared using the Shunshin no Jutsu. Council chamber. 2 hours later. Naruto had taken his time to get to the council room, as he had learned from Zetsu at age 4 when he began training en route. The daimyo began to get sick and after a while he finally died. Naruto asked him what was so important about that. He, like everyone in the country, knew an undeniable truth. The daimyo of fire was a bucking idiot who only cared about himself. He was a playboy, not caring about anything other than going from brothel to brothel getting drunk. In fact, thanks to his small spy network made of white zetsus, Naruto had created several zetsus, although most of the zetsus were formerly people that Naruto captured and transformed into zetsu, such as rapists, murderers, pedophiles, etc. The main one is the one he first turned into Zetsu. That daimyo had made deals with slavers and pimps for white slavery for his personal purposes. Zetsu explained that if the current daimyo died, logically someone had to succeed him, however it could only be someone from the previous daimyo's family. The plant man could not find out who the daimyo's heir would be, he only knew that it was someone young, since they had to start with a period to teach him everything appropriate to be a good daimyo, a period that the previous daimyo refused to wait and ordered that he be given the title now. That was why Danzo could no longer keep him en route, since he did not know what the new daimyo could be like and that he could cancel the permission of the old daimyo. Naruto wondered what the current daimyo would be like or look like, although he put that aside when he saw that he had already arrived at the council room. When the blue OG opened the room he could see the different reactions of those in the room, although he noticed that the civilians were not there, he was not surprised at all since, after eating the fruit of the Shinju, Hiruzen changed the way the council was divided when it came to military matters, and because this meeting was about the loss of the Forbidden Scroll, and therefore it was a military matter. In military matters civilians could not interfere because in military matters, it was only a matter of the ninja clans that were present, along with the Hokage's advisors. He saw that one of the elders, Hamura if he remembered correctly, asked why he was here. Hiruzen explained that in the report given an hour ago by the Anbus Nico and Karasu, the blue OG was the one who recovered the scroll. Although Hiruzen had ulterior motive, Naruto was concerned about the meeting because he planned to bring Naruto's legacy to public light. He tried to do it before, but the entire council opposed, some because they hated Kushina Uzumaki, Danzo, Fugaku and the civil council, others because they knew that it would give more power to the child they abandoned, and he could use it for revenge. The heads of the Nara, Inuzuka, Yamanaka and Akimichi clans, and the fire demon, who tried to take away Kushina's properties on Yuzu Island, she refused and reacted as she would with anyone who messed with her legacy and her home. In the end daimyo only ended up more than pissed off, so he gave his vote against to rejoice in seeing the son of the bitch, who said no to him, rolling in the mud as it should be. The elders voted against because they did not want to see their weapon with more power than it needed. In fact the only ones who actually voted in favor were the Kurama clan and the Hyuga clan, none of them had anything to find out about the boy. Moreover, Hiashi Hyuga in his childhood was a great friend of Minato and Kushina. He had not been able to help him because the elders of his clan had not only not allowed him to, and if he said who the Uzumaki boy really was or supported him in some way the entire main branch would turn against him for seeing their slaves lost, something that angered Hiashi greatly. His brother who sacrificed himself for him was one of those elders called slaves, so seeing his opportunity he tried to help end to the legacy of two great comrades, and of course, he was not going to abandon the son of his two great friends, something that made some bosses ashamed of their cowardice. But now the Sandaime actually had more possibilities than before. An example would be for example, the change of leader not only of the Uchiha clan, but also of the Inuzuka, which had previously been carried by Koga Inuzuka, the ex-husband of Tsume Inuzuka, who had left the position of clan leader to raise his children, who barely found out what the idiot Koga had done. The next thing they knew was that their father was no longer among them. It's not like they cared that much, they spent more time with their mother than with him, plus Koga was always someone too macho and perverted even for Kiba. It was lucky that neither of them turned out like him. Tsume actually married him through an arranged marriage and would have divorced him sooner if it weren't for the fact that her children needed a father, or at least that's how the son of a bitch used her to become the new leader of the clan. But after finding out that some of her former companions did nothing to help Naruto, she beat them like they were pinatas, although she couldn't help but blame herself for not helping the son of her great friend and felt like he had betrayed her. The next thing was that some clan chiefs who, after Tsume helped by Mikoto beat them with sticks, had started to think differently about the things they had done. Inoichi Yamanaka was never a great friend of either Minato or Kushina, however that did not mean that he hated them, but his son was another thing. Although he did not hate Naruto, he saw him as a potential and great threat because a member of any clan with a considerable amount of physical strength was highly regarded by potential clients, and that could be the beginning of a large number of missions destined for the young Uzumaki and therefore exceed his capabilities. As if that were not enough, it should also be added that the boy was technically impossible to be affected by the mental techniques of the Yamanaka clan, because if they got into his mind, it was more than likely that the Kyuubi would devour them, and that displeased him greatly. However, he realized that he made a great and terrible mistake by leaving a child alone in pain. I leave a child alone in pain, don't tell me. He understood that if the child is alone and surrounded by pain for the rest of his childhood, and even the period of time that passes until he begins to become part of the ninjas in circulation, then very possibly the child could become a bloodthirsty madman and become a young man with nothing and no one, something very dangerous. A ninja without ties is someone who is not tied to anything. There were not many ninjas like that, they were not like the renegades who cut ties with their villages. They were people who had no ties with absolutely anything, neither objects nor people nor anything. There were not many like that, but those that there were simple machines that they didn't even think about killing. They didn't think about anything, they had nothing to lose, nothing to gain, nothing to fight for. A flat, meaningless existence, someone without any limitations, and someone as powerful as a Jinchuriki without any limitations was danger personified. He understood that instead of doing something good, he only created a time bomb that would explode in his face, along with everyone else who had made him suffer. Shibi Aburam was one of the most thoughtful. When it came to dealing with the boy, he thought only of the self-preservation of his clan. The Aburam were already one of the most reviled clans in the village. If they were associated with the boy, then they would be treated even worse. So he thought that would justify leaving him alone, but nevertheless he understood something. He had been no different from those who criticized them for their insects, only Naruto had had the opportunity to prevent it from being like that. He could only hope that when Naruto got even with them it wouldn't affect them too much. Shikaku Nara found the situation too problematic in every way, but he understood that everyone had screwed up thoroughly. His wife tried to convince him again and again, hitting him with her frying pan every time he was stubborn and refused to help the boy. They found the situation very problematic and therefore wanted to avoid associating as much as, however, he did not help him for one reason. Which would be that he would have earned not only the wrath of the entire village for defending the Jinchuriki, but also the wrath of the Yamanaka clan, since said clan did not esteem the child very much. He largely regretted not listening to his wife. Shikaku was not stupid, he knew that his actions would have very serious consequences, he could only pray not to come out too badly damaged. Well, at least the clan leaders understood that in order to stop Naruto from hitting them too much, they had to earn it somehow, so they wouldn't vote against him. The next factor would be that now the civil council had no say in the matter, something that worried Danzo because they were his greatest support, so his vote was already ruled out this time. And finally, if he managed to win over him, the new daimyo, then he practically had the matter of Naruto Uzumaki's legacy in the bag, he just had to figure out how to convince the new daimyo. And speaking of the devil. The doors suddenly opened some time after Naruto entered, time in which a deadly silence had reigned in the room. Through the door several daimyo samurai entered through the door and formed two lines, one on each side of the door welcoming a person. The footsteps of said person could be heard coming, almost as if it were slow motion. Everyone looked at things in slow motion. There were different reactions, some were scared, others with neutral expressions, but internally they were very nervous, and others could not hide their curiosity to meet the new daimyo. Koof koof Naruto koof koof. Many gasped at the sight of the new daimyo, without being able to hide their surprise. It was a woman, there was no doubt about it, between 19 and 22 years old. She wore loose black pants with a hem. In my country, that's what the final part of a pair of pants is called, that is, the part that goes around the ankles. Inside high-heeled ninja sandals of the same color, a black shirt also black, and over it, she wore a blood-red shinobi battle armor with short black gloves. The armor perfectly outlined her slender figure, and hergless figure with D-cup breasts that the armor held, so they wouldn't bother her when fighting. She had straight night black hair that reached her lower back, her dark blue eyes were firm and serious, as was the expression on her face, with subtle makeup that gave her a sensual and terrifying look at the same time. Her lips were painted dark blue, as well as a slight shadow on her eyelids of the same color. No one knew what to say. This woman had an air that honestly evoked only one thing. Respect. It wasn't as if she gave off an air of petulance or a belief in superiority. On the contrary, she emanated an air of royalty, as if she were a princess or queen. Everyone, even Danzo, the elders and Naruto himself along with Kurama, could not help but automatically feel some fear and respect for the woman in front of them. Kurama herself could not help but feel impressed. She could feel the power and chakra of the female in front of her boyfriend, and Kami, may you be in heaven, if she had to put her on the level of someone it would be that of Jayuki. The Hachibi, 8 Tails, not only because of her huge amount of chakra comparable to that of the bull Bijuu, she could also feel that said woman not only had a great chakra, but had great control of it because of how calm her chakra network was, and although she did not feel that she possessed any sub-element, Kurama and Naruto were great sensors and had many sensory abilities. Including knowing what type of elements or sub-elements a person had, and that she also mastered them, she could safely say that she had great mastery of the 5 main chakra natures. The black-haired woman walked over to sit in a large chair in the middle of the large table, and everyone who had stood up as soon as they saw her arrive, sat down at the same time as her, although some wondered what she was doing there, not who she was. You didn't have to be a genius to know who she was. Daimyo began to look one by one at the different members who were in the room, making a grimace imperceptible to everyone except for Naruto when she saw the elderly counselors, and when she saw the Utsutsuki, she stared at him closely for a few brief moments in which they exchanged glances, but at that same instant the Takeda quickly looked away, without noticing a small red tint on the noble's cheeks, but barely looked away, she placed it on the different clans and the elders. And she gave both of them a withering look, especially the elders. Very well, since most of you don't know me, I think it would be appropriate to introduce myself. My name is Natsumi Takeda, current daimyo of Hai no Kuni. I am here because the Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi informed me of a matter of great importance. The woman's voice was a somewhat hoarse and deep voice, not enough to sound like a male voice. In fact, it was a very beautiful voice, but it also sounded like someone imposing some kind of punishment. Imagine the voice of Oliver Mira Armstrong from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, the Latin version, but it was her words that made everyone except Natsumi and Naruto turn their gazes to the elder Sarutobi. The clan heads with questioning looks and the elders with withering glares. However, it was Danzo who spoke. Excuse me, Takeda-san, but it seems that Hiruzen has exaggerated. It was only the theft of the Forbidden Scroll. Nothing you have to worry about. In fact, it has already been recovered, Danzo said, not wanting the woman to investigate the matter further, although internally he wondered, was there no male in the daimyo family? For him it was ridiculous that a woman was a noble of such a high rank as daimyos. It's not about this whole deal that I'm here, Shimura the black-haired girl said, and if she weren't fiercely polite, she would have spat at the mention of Shimura's name. And to you, that's Daimyo-sama, if you don't address me with due respect, I'll rip your tongue out myself. It didn't sound like a threat, but rather a declaration. Danzo was going to retort but thought about it for a bit and held his tongue, wanting to save his tongue. The reason I'm here is very simple, to talk about Uzumaki Naruto-san's legacy. Everyone turned their gaze towards the person in question, who was upset. For a second, he saw a small smile on the noblewoman's face when she mentioned him and wondered what the owner of a country could want with him. The truth was that the two of them didn't actually know each other at all, but Natsumi knew her parents very well. More specifically her mother. Kushina Uzumaki. When the former daimyo went to tell Kushina to give him the Uzu land since according to him, she could manage them better than an 18-year-old girl. Just as her father ignored her the entire time, that's how it had been her entire life. Even at her mother's funeral her father didn't attend because for him it was a matter of no importance, and then he married that fat cat-loving witch. Her father stayed a few more days to try to convince Kushina to give him the Uzu lands. At that time she was able to meet Kushina, and unlike other people, she was neither a sycophant wanting to gain some political favor with her in the future, nor someone who seemed to have a half-meter stick stuck up her ass because of how constipated her face was. No, Kushina was friendly, somewhat rude, but kind, and she didn't care in the least about a person's social status, and she was never very good at etiquette, despite being the princess of Uzu. During that time, Natsumi truly learned what a true ruler should be. Someone who looked out not only for himself but also for his subjects, but if any of them thought they were above her, even her, then she would get rid of them. And when she saw the son of her great friend she couldn't help but think that he was very cute. She was a woman after all, and she wasn't made of ice. But according to the message that Hiruzen had sent her, the son of her best friend had suffered all his life, and without knowing who his parents were, not only because of the stupid decision of his father, but because of the decision of those who were watching. I have been informed that you voted to hide Naruto Uzumaki's legacy. Even from himself. I can understand that it was hidden from the village, but not telling a member of a clan annexed not only to Konoha, but also to all of Hai no Kuni can be taken as an act of high treason, and I can have you executed for it, were the harsh words that came out of the noble's lips. Some were about to retort that she couldn't do that, Danzo and the elders, but a simple look from daimyo was more than enough to silence them. However, I believe that the one affected in this whole matter is the one who should choose the punishments for you, and if he wants his legacy to be known, said the Takeda with a small smile looking at Naruto. The different clan heads who abandoned him understood something when they saw a smile on Naruto. It was small and subtle, but there was also a great thirst for blood and malice behind said smile. Even Hiruzen, Tsume, Mikoto and Hiashi who were safe from his wrath felt intimidated. But the other clan heads understood something. Instead of locking Naruto in a bubble of fear so that he would never do anything to them, they had locked him in a bubble that right now was the only thing he felt for them. Hate. Well, this is ironic, don't you think? Now that Daimyo-sama has given me the honor of choosing the punishments I will impose, I think I'll begin. Number 1. The first punishment goes to the civilians who are not present. The civilians of the council have businesses in several properties that are my property and have not paid any rent or anything to me, and yet they have tried to make me pay in triplicate for the different foods from these establishments. Therefore the punishments are that they must pay me the money owed and also the interest, also they cannot charge me triple as they have always done. If the civilians had been present more than one would have screamed and protested, not for not having done that. In fact the small pension that Hiruzen had given him the first 6 years of his life always ended before in less than a month, since the civilians either sold him food at ridiculous prices or sold him rotten food, as if it were a delicacy, and the remuneration for always having done it in 6 years until he entered Root, plus the 3 he was in the academy, and that they continued with his stupid hatred was at least 100 million ryos. Hiruzen could feel the headache he would get from telling the civilians. Number 2. This is for the clans, the punishment is due to their conspiracy and betrayal. If I meet any girl from their clans, and she and I have chemistry, the clans that betrayed mine will not get any benefit if said girl, and I were to get married also that I will not accept arranged marriages or anything like that. Now it was the clan chief's turn to have their thoughts turned to a sea of suffering. The reason was that Naruto had robbed the clans of the opportunity should he marry a woman from their clan, or should he date one. On one hand, it took away the prestige they would have gained by contributing to the resurrection of the clan, it also took away their ability to demand favors or sell a woman, as some of their advice would have surely done, and finally, in case the leader of said clan had seen that he was not going to get the benefits he expected from the relationships. Then he would try to extract those benefits by threatening arranged marriages that would negatively affect that relationship unless he gave in to what said clan had wanted. That simply was not a 13-year-old boy, or at least it was the thought of most of the people in that room, and even if no one saw it, it was funny for the daimyo. And third and final punishment. Danzo Shimura, remove the bandages from your right eye. I Court. Chapter 6. Danzo Shimura could be many things. A traitor, arrogant, cynical, and self-serving, with the excuse that it's what's best for the village. And when he finally achieved something he'd always wanted, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he couldn't help but laugh at the boy's dead parents. The first time he tried with Kushina, it hadn't ended well, and he gave up when he learned that she would marry Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, and therefore, would become practically untouchable. However, he saw a new opportunity when he learned that the Uzumaki was pregnant. His Anbus informed him that someone wanted to see him to discuss a matter and offer him a deal that would benefit them both. That person was none other than the masked man who would later attack the village, using the power of the most powerful of the Biju. The masked man offered him a deal. He would keep the Nine Tails and get rid of Minato so that he could keep the position of Hokage that he so wanted. He would also get rid of a future threat. Kushina Uzumaki, the only woman who stood up to him. All he had to do was give him the information of the exact location where the birth would take place. The Shadow Shinobi was reluctant at first to accept, not because he did not want to get rid of them too, but because he could not completely trust the masked man, but nevertheless he ended up accepting, believing that after the attack, he could snatch the Biju from the man and seal it into some child he captured. However, he did not expect Minato to manage to seal the Nine Tails inside his son by sacrificing his life. As soon as the child was born, he already wanted to get his claws on him. But Hiruzen, being the hero he always had to be for everyone, had to get in the way of his plans, snatching away his opportunity to obtain the supreme weapon, but he did not give up. He whispered in the ear of every civilian in the village, saying the similarities that the child possessed with the fox. He fostered and harvested the hatred of the civilians for years and years by doing the same with the clans. Making it easy for some who hated the boy's parents to torture him, and when he turned 6, he sent the most violent members who hated the Jinchuriki the most to beat him in such a way that if they didn't cause psychological consequences, they would make him hate the village, thus having an excuse to take the boy under his thumb. He really never knew what they did to the boy, just knowing that he was still alive was more than enough. He planned everything for years and it came out perfectly. He had to say it. The boy was a perfect shinobi in every sense. In less than 1 year he abandoned his emotions. He always wondered if it was due to his arduous training, since he never made friends with anyone from Root, so they could never break him mentally. His teammates always said that he did the missions perfectly and without errors, like the weapon he was supposed to be from the beginning. However, he found out that the old daimyo had died, which meant that he had a great foothold lost until he managed to win over the new daimyo. However, he had no idea what kind of personality the new daimyo had, so he chose to be safe than sorry and sent his personal weapon to that foolish academy. For 3 years she saw him completely different from how he was en route, almost as if he were someone friendly when in his personal Anbu organization, he was always someone cold and without emotions. She dismissed him immediately. He knew that many of his Anbus behaved that way in infiltration jobs. But as soon as she saw him cross that door and say each punishment he would give to each of those who had made him suffer with a tone that detonated an insane pleasure for doing something he had planned since he was 6 years old, and when he told him to take off the bandages from his eye, he understood something very well. He never abandoned his emotions. Hiruzen, daimyo-sama, I think it would be best if we stopped listening to this child, although it is true that no woman can force you to give all the clans credit for helping you bring your clan back, and you would also have to discuss the matter of remuneration with the civilians, Danzo said, feeling truly nervous. Years and years of planning had gone to hell in less than half an hour, and if they found out what he had under the bandages, he could say he was more than screwed. So he tried to change the subject, hoping that those present would swallow it. Unfortunately, no one believed it, and those who had previously wondered what could be so important about what was under the bandages on old man Shimura's right eye were now very curious as to why Danzo was avoiding the subject, but Natsumi, instead of being curious, was starting to get angry. "Shimura, do what Naruto said. Take off the bandages on your eye," said the black-haired daimyo in a tone that said only one thing. It wasn't a request, it was an order. "Daimyo-sama, you must understand," Danzo replied before he was silenced by the noble. "Do it," the noblewoman exclaimed, raising her voice for the first time since she arrived, tired of a simple counselor disobeying her. He felt between a rock and a hard place and didn't know what to do. Neither Koharu nor Hamura could help him, not even they knew what was under his bandages. He was still wondering how the boy knew when something clicked in Danzo's mind. While he was en route, he must have found out everything he had done. The boy had his hands tied, but something occurred to him when he saw Naruto looking at him and looking him in the eyes. He began to remove the bandages, one by one, as slowly as he could. Before removing the last bandage, he gave Naruto one last look, which was surrounded by infinite darkness. Naruto mindscape. Danzo was inside Naruto's mindscape, which, knowing Danzo's intentions, had changed it to a very different place. Now it was a completely dark space, with nothing but that darkness. An absolute and impenetrable darkness. There was no sound or anything, not even the sound of his footsteps, as if it were an anechoical chamber. Danzo was frantically moving his head from side to side to see something that wasn't the greatest darkness he had ever seen. If it weren't for the fact that he could see his hands, Danzo could almost say that he was asleep or even dead. The reason Naruto had so suddenly changed the place was because he wanted to play with Danzo a little. And that was exactly what he was doing right now. Being in an environment without light or sound, sensory deprivation causes the mind to start playing tricks on you. Something that Danzo was experiencing right now. "Who's there?" Danzo asked, feeling a gust of wind pass through his head, but as soon as he spoke, he brought his hand to his throat and spoke again, hearing absolutely nothing. "What happened to my voice?" Shimura said, hearing nothing again and swallowing hard. He shook his head and tried to think of possible solutions to his predicament. He remembered trapping the Jinchuriki child in the Kodomatsukami, and now he was in his mental space. How long had he been here? From one moment to another, 4 torches appeared around him and magically lit up. Under his feet, a kind of whirlpool with red flames had appeared, and before he could do anything, several purple chains with sharp spikes with barbs in each square that joined the chains coiled around his entire body from feet, legs, arms and torso. The barbs pierced his flesh in each place where they coiled. Danzo grunted in pain, but still heard nothing. He looked up and Naruto had appeared in front of him. He gave him a disdainful yet emotionless look, not as if he hated or despised him, but rather as if he felt disgust for him and didn't care in the least, seeing him as if he were garbage. "Well, look what I caught, a mummy from the previous century with I have a stick up my ass syndrome," was the mocking name that Naruto gave to Danzo, although his face still did not change its expression. Danzo for his part was about to return the insult to the brat in front of him, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a chain was inserted inside it, and since it had spikes, it hurt Danzo's sharp tongue and his manipulative mouth. "You know, Danzo, I have to be genuinely grateful to you. Not only did you allow me to develop my skills faster, but you also allowed me access to a lot of confidential information of yours. I should be grateful. But nevertheless, you helped get my parents killed, and let's just say that has me a little absolutely furious," said the Utsutsuki, frowning slightly at the Shimura who still couldn't speak, so he just continued, "And on top of that, you use a part of one of the people I cared about as if it were a trophy," said the Utsutsuki, even more angrily thinking about his great friend Shisui, but from one moment to the next, his gaze softened slightly, disconcerting and slightly scaring the Shimura. "But don't worry, I'll only take back what belonged to my friend," said Naruto with great and feigned kindness. Before raising his hand to Danzo's face, he began to bring his thumb, index and middle fingers closer to Shisui's right eye socket before putting them under Danzo's eyelid, putting his fingers deeper and deeper into the eye, watching as it bled more and more as Danzo's screams increased. "And when I get to the bottom of the basin, I just pull." Outside Naruto's mindscape. Council chamber. Root. Was the agonized scream that came out of Danzo Shimura's mouth. Not even a second had passed due to the time difference between the mindscape and the real world. Naruto, at the moment of removing Shisui's eye from Danzo, had used a special genjutsu from his Maguekio Sharingan. This particular genjutsu was one of the most powerful he had. The genjutsu deceived the brain to such an extent that it made it believe that the wounds produced by the genjutsu were real, and made the brain itself inflict them on the body. The name of this technique was Shinko Tsukiyomi, True Tsukiyomi. It consumed much more chakra than the normal Tsukiyomi, and he could not maintain it for long, but it served its purpose. In his now bloody right hand was the eye of the deceased Shisui. In less than a second, the room had been filled with Danzo's root ambus. The samurai of the daimyo were on guard, as well as the noble herself and the clan heads, the only one who remained relaxed, as if nothing was Naruto, who continued as if nothing. Any last words, brat? Roared an angry Danzo towards the blue-eyed for having taken away one of his greatest tools. The blue-eyed only gave him a slight glance, before keeping his former friend's eye in a seal that was on his wrists, and answered his murder. In fact, I have some look at your men. With that said, Danzo focused on his Anbus, but Naruto spoke again. Now look at me. With that said, even the others turned to look at the blue OG. Now at your men. Now everyone saw the confused Anbus, who were as lost in this as the others. Back to me, I'm not your man. I'll give you the finger. And with that said, he raised his middle finger, obscenely mocking the Shimura. With that said, I just have one more thing to tell you. Danzo's Anbus, who were already fed up with so much talk, were going to attack to give their master time to escape, but before they attacked, Naruto spoke, saying 3 simple words. An INPO ninja, art. Sukureto SENBON Scarlet Needle, and he disappeared in a silver flash. He reappeared in less than 1 second with his arm extended upwards and behind all the rude Anbus, and ended up in front of a bewildered Danzo, who did not know what had happened. Like everyone in the room, Naruto slowly lowered his arm, and his hand, more specifically his index finger, had a red nail and was elongated with the tip of it forming a kind of needle. The disconcerting thing was that Danzo's Anbus did not even move when they saw the blonde in front of Danzo. The Utsutsuki only had to say one last word before his nail returned to normal Antares, and from the body of all of Danzo's Anbus 15 red dots appeared at different points on each one's body. The curious thing was that the dots formed a kind of pattern that formed a scorpion, and from those dots, blood began to drip in piles before all the Anbus fell to the floor completely dead. Before Danzo or anyone could ask what happened, the former received a powerful kick from Naruto that caused him to break the wall and reach an abandoned training field due to the force of the impact. What Naruto had just used was the Ninpo Sukureto Senbon. This was one of Naruto's most powerful techniques. The technique consists of concentrating yin and yang chakra on the tip of the user's finger. The nail is enveloped by the user's powerful chakra. The yin chakra was because of the yin and yang natures. It was the most poisonous and harmful to everyone, so it was the one that most affected the one who received it, and the yang chakra was to affect the body so that the nail would lengthen. In itself, it was not an ommutant technique, since it did not create anything, it only affected his body. The only thing it created was a small red sphere that shoots out from the tip of the nail, with which it pierces its opponent, leaving a small wound on the body of this similar to that caused by an authentic scorpion sting. The user will continue attacking with this movement until he has hit the rival's body 15 times, completing the Sukureto Senbon. Each of the wounds that the rival receives symbolizes the 15 main stars in the constellation of Scorpio. The 15th and last needle is called Antares, the center of the constellation of Scorpio, and in the center of the victim's torso, completing with this last movement. The victim, upon receiving the needles, feels an intense pain that spreads rapidly throughout his body and little by little begins to weaken, gradually losing his 5 senses due to the yin chakra that affected the senses. As if it were a jinjutsu, the symptoms are amplified while the adversary receives more needles in his body. Naruto is able to use this movement in 2 different ways, firing one by one the 15 needles that make up this movement against his rival, or using the first 14 needles at the same time, without any interval between the needles, as he did with Danzo's Anbus, against his opponent, and finishing him off with the 15th needle, the Antares. From stings 1 to 13, the technique causes excruciating pain by attacking the central nervous system. Upon receiving the 14th strike, blood begins to flow in torrents from all the needle marks, adding to the previous damage and pain. If the opponent has survived up to this point, they have no choice but to receive Antares' blow and die. Antares is the final blow of the Sukureto Senbon. With it, the technique is executed, causing imminent death, even if the person had survived a blood loss from the other 14 blows. It is not an independent technique and is not fatal on its own, but is the climax of the Sukureto Senbon. Naruto began to walk slowly, kicking Fuyamanaka's face in the process, but doing it on purpose and disappearing again in a flash and appearing in front of Danzo and creating 4 cage bunshin that went to different ends to create a barrier. Ninpo Shishi Engine, Ninja Art. 4 flame formation, the 4 clones exclaimed at the same time, and when they finished, a purple barrier appeared interconnecting each other at each end where there was a clone, enclosing Danzo and the original Naruto in it. Naruto vs Danzo. Danzo didn't give him much time to talk. He knew that as soon as he tried to use his tongue to persuade Naruto, he would cut it off, so instead of speaking, he began to remove the clothes that would bother him while fighting. To the surprise of the spectators, they saw that his arm seemed to be sealed for some reason. Naruto didn't even flinch in the slightest. He knew even Danzo's smallest secret and knew what was under those locks. So he simply turned his neck from right to left, satisfied when he heard them snap, doing the same with his fingers. Danzo proceeded to remove the bandages and locks from his right arm, and to the surprise and disgust of those present, his arm was a sickly white color with several wrinkles, but what most disgusted and terrified those present was that said arm had 10 Sharigan implanted that moved and focused on his adversary, that is, Naruto. Of the spectators, both Natsumi and Mikoto were the most outraged with what they were seeing, and if it weren't for the barrier, they would have already gone in to kill Danzo. Naruto was not very happy either and wanted to give his humble opinion. Wow, it seems that being the coward that you are, you had to steal what belongs to others. Typical of a Shimura, taking what belongs to others because they want it like the spoiled children they are, said the blue-eyed man with total contempt, hatred, disgust, and some mockery towards Danzo, who didn't take it very well. Which began to perform hand positions and was running at Jounin speed, something surprising for his age, but from the hand positions that Mikoto did, she recognized them very well and wanted to warn her friend's son, but she couldn't because of how far away Naruto was. He couldn't hear her. When Danzo got to Naruto he tried to hit him, only to see how he went through him as if he were a ghost, and when he got to the other side, Naruto turned around and kicked Danzo's neck with such force that it broke, and he ended up crashed on one side of the wall. Naruto felt the danger nearby, so he activated his Kamui, authority of the gods, to become intangible and save himself from the kunai with Chakra Futon that Danzo almost stuck in his chest, and taking Danzo by the hand that held the kunai and then throwing him to the side so that he ended up falling on the ground. Naruto continued to look at him with contempt and disgust. "Can't you see? You're just a worthless relic. Someone weak and pathetic who has to steal from others to get what he wants. Your entire rotten clan has always been like this." Naruto, who had begun to walk while speaking, arrived at Danzo who was trying to stand up, and when he was in front of him, he knelt down and spoke into his ear, telling him a harsh truth. "All your life, you have always been nothing more than useless, even to those of your own clan. Even now you are. Just look at you, you're nowhere near your best, and even if you were it wouldn't change anything. You're just a waste of air and space, and instead of proudly abandoning your position, you clung to it tooth and nail to tell the world that you were someone. Lying to the world and yourself when you're just garbage." When Naruto finished telling his truths to Danzo, he stood up and put a foot on Shimura's back, forcing him to fall again, and when he was on the ground, he put his foot on Danzo's head. "I want you to be clear about something, Danzo. This is for Shisui." He slowly began to apply more force until boom, it exploded, splashing blood on the ground that didn't take long to disappear, and feeling Danzo's chakra a few meters away, Naruto turned his face slightly to see an old man Shimura, very pissed off by what he said, and therefore began to make several hand seals, while Naruto began to walk towards him. Gyuden. Shinrenpa. Wind Release. Vacuum Wave Series. The next thing that came was what could only be described as a large amount of wind blades that were directed at Naruto, who continued walking as if nothing happened, and when they reached him, they raised a thick cloud of dust. Danzo smiled, thinking that he got rid of the disrespectful brat who had managed to fool him for years, although he was slightly discouraged because he had lost the Kyuubi. Although his smile did not last long when he saw Naruto, who continued walking towards him and who had used Kamui again to become intangible to avoid the jutsu. "Nice breeze," said the blue Oji with some mockery before putting his hand in a position as if imitating a sword, while his hand was covered in wind chakra. "This is for Itachi. Kei's no Yaiba, Wind Blade." The Utsitsuki made a linear cut from top to bottom on Danzo's torso, starting from the right shoulder and ending on the left side, splitting it in half before disappearing again. When he did, Naruto was already behind him with his hand covered by Reiten chakra, and he put his hand into the Shimura's back, coming out through his chest, with a very important thing for Danzo. His heart still beating, or that was until Naruto crushed it and it exploded in blood. "This is for everything you did to my parents," and he disappeared again, moving away again. This time Naruto didn't follow him, he just turned his head to the side and expelled a large amount of pressurized water from his mouth that kept flowing quickly. Suidanha, decapitating water wave. The cut reached Danzo, splitting him again, and he became worried when the cut reappeared. Of the 10 eyes he had, Naruto had killed 5, and he only had 5 more eyes left. Tired of just dying, Danzo began to make hand seals again for a very particular jutsu, Mokuton. Jukai Koten, Wood Release. Birth of a World of Trees. This jutsu created an immense and dense forest from Hashirama's cells in his arm, trapping both Naruto and himself in the forest. However, he managed to get out by using Izanagi again. He began to approach where a trapped Naruto was, who for some reason didn't seem desperate to get free, although he didn't care. "I have to admit it, you tricked me for years and years, believing I could break you. You are, or rather, were, my best Anbu. I always found it strange that you would just give up your emotions. And I have to give it to you, you managed to fool me for years. You're smarter than your stupid mother and father, but now this is over. Goodbye, Oni," Danzo said, calling him by his root name before taking out a kunai and plunging it into his former subordinate's chest. But before he could expect it, the blue Oji began to glow until it would explode because at the last moment Naruto had replaced himself with a Bunshin Daibahuka, explosive clone. When the clone exploded it took a large part of the forest with it because Naruto had made it with much more chakra than a normal one. Danzo, who had died from the explosion, reappeared thanks to Izanagi and fell to the ground, tired from the great waste of chakra that he used by having used the jutsu 7 times. Everywhere he looked he was surrounded by nothing but burnt trees and smoke, however he felt a presence behind him and slowly turned his neck. He was very tall, reaching 1.90 or maybe 2.10. I couldn't see his appearance because of the smoke that covered him, but I could tell he was muscular and a lot. He had what appeared to be protuberances in the shape of demonic horns on his forehead, his hair was very long, reaching his ankles and swaying in the wind. His eyes were the strangest thing, his right eye was red with a pattern of 9 concentric rings around the pupil that seemed to have shrunk, plus he had 9 tomos that were divided into 3 in each of the first 3 rings of the eye. His left eye didn't seem so strange, his pupil was white with a sky blue iris that took the shape of a kind of flower, and outside of said flower the rest of the eye was a darker blue, but still sky blue. When he thought things couldn't get any stranger he saw what appeared to be a slit in the middle of the being's forehead open up showing the same flower-patterned eye with 4 tomos around it, while outside the eye was red with other rings around it, and in the first ring, another 4 tomos were divided into it, while in the second ring, there were only 2 tomos. All the tomos of the eye were opposite from the others. The smoke cleared and the figure had disappeared, now revealing a Naruto walking slowly towards him. Danzo tried for a second to make sense of what he saw, but when he saw the Jinchuriki in front of him, he only did what a coward like her would do in this situation. Wait. Don't do it, Oni. I was the only one who helped you, I was the one who saved you. You'll be alone if you kill me. The Shimura exclaimed in despair, trying to get up, but as soon as he tried, Naruto put his foot back on his back with monstrous force. Breaking his spine in a way that wouldn't kill him, but he wouldn't be able to walk again, it wasn't painless, the screams that came out of his mouth when his spine broke were proof of that, besides the fact that he couldn't use the Izanagi because of how tired he was. Well, you know. I have several friends in the village, not to mention several friends of my parents and people I value, among them are Jiji and Makoto-san. Besides, you told me yourself, a true shinobi has no connections with anyone, and I think that, after all, I am not a good shinobi, Naruto said maliciously, really enjoying seeing Danzo squirming and trying to escape. What the hell are you trying to get at with this, Naruto? Revenge for what happened to your parents? After so many years. They got in my way, they deserved what they got. You want those friends of yours? It doesn't make sense. They'll use you like we used you, they'll all use you like we did. Naruto allowed himself one last look and witnessed, not without gloating, how the man who boasted so much about not having emotions was scared as if he were a defenseless child. He raised his hands to chest level and placed them a considerable distance apart. Suddenly, what appeared to be a kind of atom made of light formed in the space between his hands. Look at you, broken and breathing heavily. But you're not going to leave yet. When you turn to ashes. Then, you'll have my permission to die, said the Utsitsuki with the last in a deeper voice. It's a phrase that Veen or whatever it's called uses in The Dark Knight Rises. When he finished speaking he pointed directly at Danzo, being careful not to point anywhere else. This was along with the Dai Rasenringun and the Sukuredo Senbon, one of his most powerful techniques. Affecting the enemy like the Sukuredo Senbon, but as destructive as the Dai Rasenringun, and when the technique was complete its name was revealed, and this is for me. Heighten, light release. Saturo Akusatankishin, starlight extinction. The only thing that the spectators could see was how a blinding light devoured Danzo, and after that the barrier opened revealing a somewhat disappointed Naruto. He had waited for this fight for years and had planned it so well that he even created a technique like the Saturo Akusatankishin that not only went at the speed of light but also destroyed at the atomic level. Not even the Izanagi could bring to life what did not exist. But nevertheless it consumed so much chakra that he had to use a large part of Kurama's. Although on the good side he had created a sub-element, the combination of Reiten and Yoten, Yang release, to give life to Heighten, light release, however that did not prevent him from feeling as if he had overtrained for this. Outside the barrier. Everyone looked with a certain respect and fear at the blue-eyed man, who was starting to arrive after such a fight, acting as if nothing had happened. He didn't have a scratch or anything like that. In fact, he even looked relaxed. Well, with the pests cleaned up I think we can continue our chat. Don't you think so, Daimyo-sama? The blue-eyed man asked amicably with a smile to the black-haired noblewoman who was coming out of her stupor and looked slightly at the son of her great friend and almost sister. He was very, very handsome, yep. He was friendly and he wasn't vain, yep. And he was powerful to the point of being intimidating, yep. Daimyo could only think of one thing when she saw such a huge man. Kushina, old friend who is in heaven. Don't worry about your son, I'll take good care of him, Daimyo thought with a friendly smile that hid her very perverted thoughts. She was about to say yes and also ask if they could have a more private conversation, don't be dirty, it's to get to know each other and talk v. But before she could speak, Hamura got there first. Uzumaki. Do you have proof of what you said about Danzo? Was what the old man with glasses asked the Uzumaki. He hoped the boy would say no, so that at least the image of his friend would not end up as that of a traitor, something a little difficult when everyone saw his arm without bandages. Also with this he wanted to try to control the Jinchuriki and tie him as much as possible to the village. In fact yes, I have them. The blue Oji was already expecting something like that. He took a scroll out from under his jacket, opened it and put Chakra on the surface to take out what was inside the scroll, which was a folder with several pages in it that Naruto took and began to read. Let's see, a contract signed by Danzo and Hattori Hanzo of the Salamander for their mutual goals. The history of all of Orochimaru's experiments in which Danzo participated, such as creating some Kekkei Genkai from neighboring countries, in addition to attempts to recreate the Mokuton, not to mention the deal he made with a certain Tobi to inform him where he was going to be born. Yep. Here's all the proof you want. He explained each of the things that Danzo had done, and when he finished reading them, he threw them to the middle of the table so that everyone could see them. Well, he put his feet on the table and put his arms behind his neck in a somewhat haughty attitude. But no one noticed that. They were too focused on reading what was on those sheets, and there it was, with Danzo's signature as the cherry on top. How, a bewildered Hamura asked, not knowing how such documents even existed. Easy. I wasn't en route for 4 years for nothing. In all those years, he was able to get a history of all the deals Danzo had made over the years, and the history was to make sure he remembered the deals or used them to extort someone. It was lucky he had it, don't you think? Naruto asked, remembering that he got said history when he was 9 years old and Danzo almost discovered him, but in the end, he managed to get out without any major problems. Hiruzen rubbed his temples, somewhat stressed by all the events that had happened. He sighed and remembered something of great importance, and that was one of the reasons why he brought Naruto. Well, now that we have clarified this, there is a matter of utmost importance that we must address. Which team to put you on due to your characteristics? But now with the abilities that we have seen that you have, we have a small problem choosing which team we should put you on, explained the Sandaime, and it was true. Naruto easily fit the Jounin rank, and that they had not seen all his abilities, someone like that was a great advantage for any team. The aforementioned gave his answer after having thought it over and reflected deeply on it. I don't care, you can put me on whatever team you want with whatever sensei you want, I'll get along with them, Naruto said, simply knowing that he wasn't going to regret his decision. If you only knew, idiot, if you only knew. Hiruzen was about to protest, but he knew how stubborn Naruto was, so he put him aside. I can go now, it's a bit late and I'm hungry. Everyone had a drop in their necks when they heard Naruto's stomach growl. Hiruzen just nodded and told him he could go. Naruto disappeared in a flash and the entire room fell silent. Chapter 7. Naruto jumped from roof to roof in the village. He went somewhat quickly, but it was because he hadn't eaten absolutely anything, and despite the fact that by eating the fruit he became immortal in every sense, and by doing so he didn't need anything to continue living. He didn't need food, water or breathe. Although he ate mostly because he wanted to, after all he was eternal, what problem did he have if he wasted a little time eating, even though his stomach growled every time he thought about eating? So he went to the middle neighborhood of Konoha and came to a very curious store that sold something that Naruto could almost swear Hagoromo left the world to make it brighter. Ramen. His favorite food in the world was the ramen they prepared at Ichiraku's Ramen, which was the best, and the owner and his daughter treated him very well when he was little. Flashback. Naruto was currently 5 years old, and the previous year wasn't much different from the ones before. He endured another year of loneliness and sadness, another year of uncertainty and bewilderment. He had been so scared the last few days because the civilians were becoming more and more aggressive towards him. They were tough days, days in which he survived thanks to a certain supernatural creature that lived inside him, although the little boy had ignored such a peculiarity. That power, however, would be unable to keep him alive forever, and he was both lucky and unlucky that the manager of the orphanage where he lived had decided to fire him when he was only 4 years old. He hadn't cared about his condition. He'd just thrown him out onto the street and left him there to his fate. There, he'd been picked up by one of the Anbu who would abandon him a year later when he was massacred. He had to make sure, by Hiruzen's orders, that he would take care of the boy and that no one like Danzo would come near him. So he took him to a safer place and left some food and water for when he woke up, just enough to give him a little energy. There was confusion and fear when he woke up. He ran and asked for help, but all he got in response were looks of contempt or dirty and harsh words, not to mention blows from the most intolerant people. He then set out to find his Jiji, the only one who didn't seem to hate him, but he had no idea how to get home, so very soon he got lost in the vast expanse of the village. Everywhere he looked, he could only see looks of hatred and malice, so he had hidden until his Jiji found him. Surely something had happened to him, and that was why he hadn't been able to return. Although he didn't know that the council had the Sandame's hands tied, saying that he couldn't get involved with the boy because if he did, it could affect the Jinchuriki. From that point on, his life had become a true odyssey. There was no one to help him in any way. At the orphanage, although he had a hard time, at least he had something to eat 3 times a week, or if he was lucky, up to 6. But now, for the first time in his life, he found himself completely alone. He felt like a little mouse surrounded by felines. He had learned to move around at night when traffic was almost non-existent and therefore took advantage of the opportunity to look for leftover food near food stalls or even among the residents' garbage. Going out on the streets on sunny days had been inevitable as the village authorities, specifically the Uchiha military police, were on guard and avoiding them was nearly impossible. And he didn't like being caught by these people. While they didn't cause him physical harm, they enjoyed making him suffer in ways he couldn't conceive. They mocked his appearance, his situation, and even his lack of food. These people enjoyed making him cry, and even more so, making him beg for some of the food they devoured in front of him. Obviously, they didn't give him any food, but he didn't ask for it either. He wasn't going to degrade himself in front of those people. And if they told him they would give him food, they said they would do so after he had to submit to great humiliation. Humiliations he didn't do and only angered the Uchiha even more. But he endured them. He was proud by nature due to being an Uzumaki. In that village he found no one to help him like his Jiji. Here he was surrounded by a pack of wolves that weren't waiting for the moment to have their fangs on his neck. It was a hard life, but the infant was more than determined to change others' opinions, for the better. He just needed a chance to show them he wasn't what they thought he was. Naruto wanted to show them that he was just like everyone else, a human being. But it was a wish that seemed impossible. He was just a child, ignorant and with no idea how to achieve that crazy goal. However, he didn't lose hope. He knew that his Jiji would return one day and he would help him achieve his most cherished goal. He himself had told him a year ago before disappearing, he just had to wait like he had been doing all this time. At this very moment, he found himself in an alley, rummaging through the garbage of a food stand that gave off a blessed aroma, an aroma that made his stomach roar like a lion. He tried not to make too much noise, since people for some reason seemed to value his waste enough to become enraged when they discovered it. He had to be careful not to attract attention. He found almost nothing that looked good, much less anything that tasted great. He only found some crumbs of stale bread and some banana peels. He devoured them quickly before anyone could notice him. His stomach growled again. This hadn't been enough and it tasted disgusting, so he continued rummaging in the hope of finding something else. Pushed against a wall, he found a white polyethylene cup with some wooden chopsticks. He didn't know what it was, but he assumed there was something to eat inside. He quickly approached and saw something wide and elongated that was surrounded by a pleasant liquid that had several spices. He put his hand in and poured some of the liquid along with what came with it, directing it towards his lips. A multitude of flavors invaded his palate, an incredible array of fragrances and aromas that clouded his being. He remained in a state of suspension, moving what he had just placed in his mouth from side to side, wanting to experience this flavor forever. Eventually, he swallowed it, and from a suspended state, he went into a burst of rage, a wild and ferocious burst. Before he knew it, he'd devoured its entire contents, almost bringing tears of despair to his eyes. It had been his first tasty meal since that wonderful day, and he didn't want it to end so soon. More, a little more, he whispered as he licked the edges, desperate to taste more of that extraordinary flavor. He was so focused on his task that he didn't notice a person who had slowly approached him from behind, kneeling down and placing his right hand on his shoulder. He felt the touch, and his survival senses went into overdrive. He turned sharply, falling to the ground and recoiling with a look of horror. Don't hurt me, please. I won't do it again. The terrified infant exclaimed, watching the dark figure rise to its feet. He turned around again to run in that direction, but had the misfortune of seeing the end of the hallway just a few meters away from him. He looked ahead, seeing the figure approaching the light source while reciting, "Calm down, little one, I won't hurt you." It was a soft, sweet voice, one he had never heard in his short life, the voice of a young, gentle woman. She was a slender girl with beautiful, long brown hair and black eyes, and fair skin. She wore a white dress with rolled-up sleeves, a sort of dark blue apron with ribbons tied in a bow at the top, and a white scarf on her head. "Are you really not going to hurt me?" she asked nervously, a hint of doubt in her voice. The young man, for his part, looked at the small infant with great doubt, wondering why he thought the child was going to hurt him. He was just a child. But upon seeing his appearance, he understood why. He was in a filthy state, beaten, with bruises all over his body. His clothes were tattered and bloody. The girl's eyes watered at the mere sight of the unfortunate infant, but before she started crying, she wiped her eyes with her apron. She then knelt down, level with the little boy to give him some confidence. Naruto followed her with his gaze, looking for openings to escape in case something bad happened. He saw her slowly raise her right hand and bring it toward him, so he closed his eyes tightly, imagining the worst. He hadn't felt what he usually felt. He felt something that brought back good memories. He was no longer on the floor, but in a pair of soft, warm arms around his body, lifting him up. He opened his eyes, unsure of whether he really should or wanted to, but he wanted to observe the place they were headed. They entered a small establishment through the exit door in the alley. Once there, Am carried him to a room and placed him on the floor, smiling as she looked at the nervous Cricky. "Now wait here, little one. Don't move, I'll be back in a moment," was the young woman's soft request that Naruto reluctantly nodded. He waited patiently until he got far enough away, and when he did, he ran to the door to escape. He tried to reach the knob, but he was too small and too high up to do so. He walked over to a nearby chair and was about to grab it, but stopped when the door Am had come out of opened. She walked in, this time carrying a towel. She looked at the little boy with a raised eyebrow and knelt down in front of him, opening her arms for him to come closer. The blonde hesitated at first, but slowly approached the opening, and once he was close, Am wrapped him in a soft hug. He felt the tremors that sent stabs to his heart. What kind of monster could do this to an innocent little boy? Am tightened her embrace with gentle careful slowness, caressing the little boy's tired back. The girl felt the boy trembling against her chest, nervous, distressed. Her heart had broken. Only someone so unaccustomed to affectionate gestures would react this way. "Calm down, little one. I won't hurt you." Her words, though sincere, didn't entirely convince him. The infant had already suffered enough in recent months, and the thought of being subjected to more pain, not only physical but also emotional, terrified him. He didn't want to get attached to someone and have that person leave him. He didn't want to relive those nights wondering what had happened to his Gigi. He preferred to live alone, without being a bother to anyone, until he was old enough to fend for himself and fulfill his crazy goal. He now felt the young lady's soft hands caressing his cheek, specifically the place where his tears were falling. He didn't know why he was doing it. He had convinced himself not to cry again, but the affection of one person had overwhelmed him. It was inevitable, he was unable to. He snuggled up timidly against the young woman's chest, enjoying her warm affection as much as he could before it became a distant memory. The brown-haired lady, smiling, placed Naruto in her arms and whispered to him before he could say anything. "See? I won't hurt you. Now, let me give you a bath. It seems you haven't taken one in a while," was the woman's somewhat amused question, although her mood was different at seeing the child completely dirty. It's not unnecessary. I don't want to bother you." Her eyes reflected deep shame. Not because of the fact that she had offered to bathe him, but because, as those shinobi had repeated to her countless times, he was a dirty and stinking child who drove others away with his putrid presence. Am smiled and pulled him in to nuzzle her cheek against his. "Don't say things like that. It doesn't bother me." She paused, standing right in front of the bathroom entrance. "We're here. By the way, I didn't ask your name, did I?" The aforementioned looked towards the door before looking back at her smiling expression, doubting whether or not he should tell her his name. My name is Naruto," the boy said shyly, to which the brunette simply smiled kindly. "Well, Naruto-kun, my name is Am," the now known Am introduced herself to the blue OG. The cook put him on the floor and they went in together. Once inside, Am told him to put his clothes in the basket and get in the bathtub while she returned with something that fit him. He slowly made the brunette's request, self-conscious as this experience still felt strange to him. He looked toward the bathtub, watching the warm water release a pleasant steam that spread throughout the room. He walked over and submerged himself once he was close. The sensation of the warm water sent a pleasant current around his body, making him shiver. He enjoyed that pleasant sensation, absorbing it as much as he could to have a pleasant memory that would help him continue to resist, and above all, to hope. He heard a laugh of amusement, so he turned his head in that direction and saw Am wearing clothes that seemed to be his exact size. He didn't know where she got them, but he didn't think anything of it. The young lady placed them on a chair and knelt in front of the tub. "How's the water, Naruto-kun?" she asked with a smile that faded when she saw the expression on his face. "Am-san, why are you doing this?" He ducked his head, realizing he was giving her an ungrateful expression. Although he was curious and found the doubt about her kindness incredible, he didn't want the fantasy to end so soon. She looked at him with a questioning expression. "What kind of question is that, Naruto-kun? I'm asking because you're an innocent child whom I can't see like this. Besides, you're too cute not to help me." She brought her right hand up to his cheek and gave him a gentle caress. Her eyes and lips trembled and Am, knowing what was coming, continued. "Is that enough?" Seeing her disinterested smile, the blonde-haired boy rubbed his eyes before nodding. Very well. Now let's move on to what we came for. The little boy nodded again, just as he felt the warm water falling over his head and the brunette's hands rubbing his golden hair. Grateful and feeling happy again after a long time. When Am finished washing his hair, she asked him to stand up, even though it would have been better if he didn't. The reason? Just when he thought he had nothing else to worry about, nothing to grieve over, nothing that could affect him, he saw Naruto stripping naked, revealing a horrifying sight to him. The vision that made him cover his mouth to hide his expression of surprise, while he felt a very unpleasant lump in his throat, along with an enormous desire to cry. It had been a long time since Ichiraku had wondered about the evil of humans, perhaps she had never even considered it. Before her lay a sight she wished she hadn't seen, no, she wished hadn't existed. Scars of all kinds, from bites to burns. His body was completely ruined, and although the boy showed no sign of pain or sadness, knowing what he had to go through to get those scars only made her feel miserable within herself. I hide all of that with a fake smile and finish off an innocent child who had to see the cruelest thing in the world and hadn't even turned 10 years old. Naruto didn't know why, but after finishing bathing him, Am gave him a soft warm hug that comforted him. There were no words that could compensate for the suffering he had gone through, so he could only offer her a hug. However, Naruto could hear the sobs of the young woman, who had shown him something that only Hiruzen Sarutobi had ever done. Compassion. Then flashback. He met Am's father shortly afterward. Tucci, if he remembered correctly, treated him the same way he did his daughter. While Naruto had no plans to destroy Konoha, he had in the past. But if he did, he wasn't going to touch or hurt either of the two people who had brought the most relief to his life. Remembering everything with a fleeting smile, Naruto entered the establishment and inhaled the aroma of its heavenly food, although he remembered that Kurama had forbidden him to eat ramen while training, leaving it only for the weekend. She was evil. Hey, old Tucci. How are you? The aforementioned man, who was cooking some noodles, turned to see the blue OG who until 3 years ago had completely disappeared. Both Am and he threw themselves at him when they saw him safe and sound, although his daughter almost killed him for having worried her for 7 long and anguishing years. Oh, Naruto. I'm fine, it's good to see you. Tell me, what do you want? The older man asked his #1 customer kindly. A pork ramen please. Make that 5, in fact, said the blue OG, smiling foxily until he realized something. Hey man, what about Am-chan? Naruto asked with the suffix he always used when referring to Am. He loved her and therefore cared about her a lot. Oh, Am's out shopping, so it takes her a while to get here. But in the meantime, here you go. And as if by magic, the 5 dishes he'd ordered were already in front of him. Naruto always wondered how she made them so quickly, but he dismissed it. God's works couldn't be questioned. After eating the 5 plates of ramen, Naruto paid for his meal, leaving some extra money he had earned because Danzo paid him in cash for all the missions he did, which were not few. In fact, he had completed 345 missions as an Anbu of Root in total. 0 rank D, 65 rank C, 165 rank B, 85 rank A, and 30 rank S. So the money he had was not little, and he did not have to worry about it running out, but he was not thinking about it at the moment. He was thinking about visiting a certain place very important to him, and that is why he disappeared in a shunshin of lightning. Namika's mansion. Naruto entered the mansion that belonged to his father. The first time he entered here, at first he could not do it because of the blood barrier that prevented anyone who was not related to Minato and Kushina from entering. Kurama explained to him that due to eating the fruit of the Shinju and becoming an Utsutsuki, their blood ties were cut. However, he was able to enter when he managed to master the Kamui and was able to pass through the barrier. Although he decided later and changed it for a more powerful barrier that would not only accept any relative of his parents, but would also accept any Utsutsuki with their blood, along with putting a large number of seals of different types on the barrier, such as electric field seals, acid trap seals, dispersion seals, fire seals, dispersion seals, among others. When he arrived at the mansion, he saw that it was large, much larger than the Uchiha or Hyuga mansion. Looking inside and outside the mansion, he realized that it had 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 4 living rooms with a couple of storage rooms. But the largest room was undoubtedly the library, which had hundreds of different types of taijutsus, ninjutsus and jinjutsus, some few ninjutsu books written by his father and many more written by the Uzumaki clan, of which there was also a kinjutsu section. What surprised Naruto the most was the large amount of logs and diaries of the Uzumaki clan. His mother and father must have collected everything they found from the Uzumaki clan and collected it here. Leaving that aside, he went to one of the bedrooms he had converted into his personal room. When he arrived, he collapsed onto the bed, completely relaxed after having killed Danzo Shimura. He looked to the side and saw the large scroll of forbidden seals. He sighed, having completely forgotten about it, pulled it towards him, and opened it, seeing what was inside. His jaw nearly broke when he read the various jutsus on the scroll. Uchiha, summoning. Rashomon, gate to the afterlife. Uchiha. Sanju Rashomon, triple gate to the afterlife. Uchiha. Gojo Rashomon, fivefold gate to the afterlife. Uchiha. Ito Tensei, summoning. Resurrection of the impure world. Ninpo. Shisakijin, ninja art. Formation of 4 red suns. Senpo. Myojinmon, sage art. Gate of the great god. Okage Shiki Jijin Jutsu Kakuin Nitten, Hokage sealing style. Kakuin return to human state. Duration no Jutsu, flying thunder god Jutsu. Shiki Fuin, death demon consuming seal. Amagain no Jutsu, crystal ball technique. Bunshin Daiba Hyuka, explosive clone. Meijin. Kakuanjo no Jutsu, demonic illusion. Blinding of darkness. Page Bunshin. Shuriken Kunai, Cage Bunshin. Naruto read the different jutsus, their functions, and how to perform them. He couldn't help but shudder when he saw how they worked and what Ito Tensei did, wondering what Tobirama had in mind when he created such an abominable jutsu. However, he left the scroll on the floor and lay down. He had plenty of time to learn them, but tomorrow the team selection would begin, and he didn't want to miss out. He lay back further in his bed and fell asleep. Naruto's mind space. Naruto entered his mindscape looking everywhere, searching for Kurama, and saw her sitting on the shore of the lake looking at her own reflection. He walked up behind her, approaching silently and gave her a surprise hug from behind. Before the aforementioned could scream in fright, Naruto kissed her, and when she saw who it was, she could only react one way. Slap. 5 minutes later you could see an angry Kurama with his back turned and a red-cheeked Naruto asking for forgiveness. "Forgive me Kura-chan, I just wanted to surprise you," whipped a repentant Naruto, not because Kurama hit him, but because he didn't want her to get mad at him. HMMP the Redeed snorted, not that she was really angry with the silver-haired man. But she didn't like being surprised or scared at all, however she opened one eye and saw an image that took away all kinds of anger. Naruto was with his head down, and his hair covering part of his face of which his right cheek was red, but it was his eyes. Those cute and beautiful sapphires that had taken away his sleep more than once, now looked like those of a wolf puppy with sad eyes. Kurama felt guilty seeing him like that, and the only thing he could do was caress the silver-haired man's bruised cheek and kiss it. "Forgive me, I didn't mean to hit you, but you know that I don't like being scared," said the queen of the Bijuas, and then gave her boyfriend a small kiss and hugged him. Gestures that Naruto reciprocated and apologized again. "Let's leave that aside. You were amazing against that mummy," the blue-green OG praised her boyfriend, who smiled with some pride and happiness for having killed his friend Shisui's murderer, and because Kurama had forgiven him. "Hey, Kurama-chan. What were you looking at in the lake?" the silver-haired boy asked, curious about what his girlfriend was seeing in a simple lake. The aforementioned simply shook her head. "I wasn't seeing anything, I was just thinking about something," the Redeed explained with melancholy and sadness that Naruto noticed and worried him so much that he couldn't help but ask her what it was. "Sigh, Naru-kun, how old do you think I am?" the Biju asked her boyfriend, who thought for a moment. As far as he knew, no woman liked to talk about her age, and that's why he never asked Kurama his age and had never thought about it. "I don't know, a couple of thousand years." the blue-eyed man reasoned, receiving a simple laugh from the Redeed, an empty laugh. "It was over 19,000 years ago that our father created me, my brothers and sisters." The other Bijuas at that revelation. Naruto opened his eyes in disbelief. If that was true, the Shinobis had a good time of existence since the time of Hagoromo, but however he did not continue thinking about it when Kurama continued, "The first millennia of my existence were not so bad. I still remember how I spent time playing with the old man and playing pranks on the fools Indra and Asura." He laughed at the end, remembering how on one occasion he scared Indra so much that he made him use his Susanoo in his room and ended up destroying his and Asura's. "But when Gigi died, we were left alone," Naruto saw with surprise as Kurama began to do something he never saw her do. Cry. "At first. At least we had each other," but sob. "That didn't change the fact that sob that no matter where we went, they always hated us." Kurama shouted angrily as he remembered that wherever they went and where the humans always treated them with contempt or tried to attack them and catch them as if they were pets. "At least sob, at least we weren't alone and they couldn't do anything to us while we were together." With each word Kurama said, his voice broke more and more from the hatred and sadness he felt. "But over time, I became arrogant for being the strongest. The others got fed up after centuries and centuries of me bragging about having more tails." She said the last part with shame, remembering that she had acted as if she didn't care about the opinion of her brothers when she always called them weak and pathetic. Even Jayuki and Matatabi, the closest to her, eventually grew tired of her attitude, and that was why we separated. For many centuries I was tormented by the harshest loneliness, knowing that the only true culprit of that was me. And so I was alone for millennia. This time Kurama seemed to calm down, as her sobs had stopped completely, but he saw her clench her teeth in fists, while her breathing began to become more and more violent. Until those damn Madara and Hashirama appeared. The first one using me like a bucking puppet. Kurama looked up now, showing blood-red eyes with a pupil in a vertical and slanted shape, while his nails grew sharp as well as his teeth and especially his fangs. The most disheartening thing was that he kept crying. Kurama's tears looked gigantic even on a face as beautiful as his, and said tears shone with pure anger and sadness. It was hard to see the most powerful Biju crying, because the tears were more of sadness than anger, and the second one. As bucking hypocrite as Asura. Roared the Biju with total and absolute anger and unbridled rage. A blood-red chakra mantle began to envelop her and began to bubble to the boiling point, proclaiming peace and love to the four winds. What did he give us? A damn cage to lock us up and make them hate us. The Nine Tails Biju shouted with such force that it hurt her vocal cords, and she almost became hoarse. A tail of chakra began to form on the back of the now red OG. The Redeed would have continued screaming when she felt it, a pair of arms that surrounded her from the back and brought her closer to Naruto's chest. All her anger, hatred as well as her chakra mantle disappeared to give way to uncertainty. Calm down, Kurama, Naruto said with a broken voice. He had no idea that Kurama had suffered so much, but he had to find some words that would at least comfort her. I can't even imagine the pain you must have gone through. But I promise you no. I swear that I will never abandon you, I will never leave you alone again. The Utsutsuki swore without a hint of doubt or lie in his voice. Kurama stopped crying and looked up and saw in Naruto's eyes three simple things that didn't allow her to speak or say anything. Love, concern and total devotion. So she simply buried her face in the Utsutsuki's chest, without any strength to continue doing anything and too mentally exhausted to say anything, feeling Naruto's hand caress her back, and when she stopped crying, she almost wanted to start purring at the great affection and love Naruto gave her. Shall we bathe together? The blue-eyed man murmured hoarsely. Well, they didn't need to enclose themselves in each other's mental space, they did so because it was a moment of closeness and relaxation for them. Kurama rubbed his forehead against his chest and shook his head. If you let me go now, I'll never forgive you, Naruto, the Redeed murmured so low that Naruto could almost not hear it, but he knew she meant it, so he just held her tighter against him, although he could hear the next thing she said perfectly. I was thinking about how for almost 100 years my family has been locked up because of me. The silver-haired man felt a lump in his throat. Not believing that his girlfriend would blame herself, believing that he had failed her family, although after thinking about it for a second the Utsutsuki came up with something. Kurama-chan. What if I help the other Bijus? Kurama looked up, incredulous at what she had heard from her boyfriend. What thing? The Redeed said in a tone between disbelief and hope. If I help the other Bijus and give them part of my power so they can be free, will you stop crying? I don't like seeing you do it at all, the blue OG said sweetly and gently to Kurama, who saw him with glassy eyes and asked him a question. Why you would really do that for me? I asked with great doubt and hope, hoping that he wasn't lying to her cruelly. Kurama, telling you that I love you or that I care for you. It's not enough. You were the one who saved me on more than one occasion. If it weren't for you, I would be dead, or I would be nothing more than a simple tool that they would throw away when they no longer needed it. I don't love you or that I care for you, nor can I tell you that you are my princess or my queen. I adore you with all my being, and because you are my goddess, and I would do anything for you. After finishing saying all that, the silver-haired man pressed his hands against his girlfriend's back and kissed her hair. Let's go to bed. Kurama just nodded, whimpering like a little girl, because of the sincere words that Naruto had given him. There was no more tender image than that of Naruto pulling her hand towards the room inside the cabin, while she rubbed her arm over her eyes and sobbed softly, but now after thousands of years of loneliness, finally. I would never be alone again. Time skip. The next day. A ray of light managed to sneak through the window and wake up our favorite blonde by hitting him directly in the eyes. The sun, millions of kilometers away, managed to blind Naruto with great precision. He had been talking to Kurama about how he would help him with his brothers. Naruto grunted as he tried to avert his eyes from the sun. He began to wake up and slowly get up from his nap, seeing blurry, but he began to see better. Putting his hands in a cross pose, he created a cage buncheon for him to make breakfast. Then the original began to walk, throwing away several things in the process, until he reached the bathroom and began to take off his clothes one by one, and took a good shower with cold water to wake up completely. He left after a while, and put a towel tight around his waist. When he finished, he went down to one of the kitchens of the mansion, and felt the information of the clone finishing preparing breakfast reaching his brain. He had been walking for a long time, so he was not surprised to see the large amount of food on the table. After all, he did not eat very often, but when he did it was in large quantities, and because of this, he began to eat the different foods that were there. Wheat cereal with slices of strawberries, blackberries and yogurt, steamed vegetables, fish, beef and pork cutlets, french fries, a few rice bowls, some dangos, sushi, cinnamon rolls, a bowl with a lot of cut fruit. Waffle with blackberries and strawberries, hotcakes with honey and strawberries, some coffee, apple pie and other things. If you reader do not feel hungry at this moment, it is because you have already eaten. He ate without hurrying or anything. Kurama had taught him manners when eating and to be polite. It was curious, before he would spend nights and nights without eating to the point of rummaging through the garbage, and now he practically ate like a king. After finishing eating he put on the same clothes as every day. Black Anbu pants that were inside his high ninja sandals. He wore a silver jacket the same shade as his hair, and said jacket behind his back had the Rinnegan symbol which was split in half, along with an insignia on the right side of it, and underneath it had 9 magatomas divided 3 in each of the 3 rows. Under the jacket he had a tight fishnet shirt, enough to show his firm and marked abdomen. Black fingerless gloves that reached his elbow, and he wore his black ninja band tied on his right arm. After that he left the mansion without anyone noticing and ran towards the Ninja Academy. Ninja Academy. Minutes later. Naruto arrived at the academy minutes before Iruka came and sat down like every day next to Hinata, who was stunned when she saw him. "Naruto-kun. What happened to your hair?" the blue-haired girl exclaimed in surprise, attracting the attention of the entire classroom, including a bandaged Iruka who had just arrived and was shocked to see Naruto. What's wrong with my hair?" said a scared Naruto who thought he had lice or something else. "It's silver," exclaimed a completely stunned Chaoji to the point that he dropped his bag of chips on the floor. "Is that all?" Naruto asked, believing they were being too dramatic. Even the always serious Sayuri was looking at him with wide eyes. "As if that's all. Since when do you have hair like that, Baka?" Kiba exclaimed, between angry and surprised. Angry because Naruto's Baka said it as if it were nothing, and surprised because he didn't imagine that Naruto had hair that color. "I've always had it this color, I just always used a hinge to hide it," Naruto explained, shrugging his shoulders and downplaying the matter. After a while and a long speech by Iruka that was interrupted in the middle when Sakura noticed something. "Iruka-sensei." Haruno Iruka interrupted, raising his hand. "Yes, Sakura?" the Chunin asked the pink-haired girl kindly. The aforementioned stood up and asked, "Where is Mizuki-sensei?" Fine, Iruka said, giving the blue-eyed boy a brief glance. After she woke up and was interrogated, the Hokage had come up with an excuse to cover up what happened during the incident. "He's on a long-term, high-ranking mission, which means I can't tell you anything about it. Because if I did I'd have to kill you." It was a truly pathetic excuse, but it served its purpose. It had scared Sakura to the point that she nodded, avoiding another question, and took her place at the desk. Now, class. Iruka continued with another of his boring speeches about the life of a ninja. Ignoring everything the Chunin was saying, Sayuri glanced at the silver-haired boy out of the corner of her eyes. She knew that everything Yumino had told the stupid Haruno girl was a lie, since she had accidentally overheard her mother talking about the incident involving Mizuki. The blue-white-haired sensei of the academy was not on a long-term, high-ranking mission. He was dead. Naruto had killed him for his betrayal. Sayuri didn't know why, but knowing that the guy she considered a daub had the nerve to kill someone was interesting, but she stopped thinking about it and turned to Iruka, who was about to announce the new teams. "I trust that you will fulfill your duties with the utmost diligence and that you will not dishonor the village. From now on, you will be grouped into teams under the command of a Jounin." Team 1. Iruka began while Naruto understood that he should have thought better about what he said to Hiruzen about what team he should put him on. The possibilities were many, although he relaxed a little after. As long as he didn't end up on a team with the Uchiha or Haruno it was fine, however the teams and members were beginning to run out. Team 7 will be composed of Sakura. Haruno. Naruto was just repeating the same word over and over again in his lens. "No, no, 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 Sayuri Uchiha no, 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 no." Naruto was thinking so fast that he couldn't be understood, and Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto took a deep breath. He entered his mindscape seeing a Kurama who looked at him bewildered and wondering what he was doing there. The blue OG walked until he was in the middle of the huge meadow. He inhaled again and shouted until he was hoarse. "Butai. Kurigakure no Sato." In the ruins of a mansion in Kurigakure, a full-body-headed man walked slowly through the ruins of the place where the symbol could be seen on the wall, a 3-pointed green leaf, which belonged to the Hyuga clan, the clan that had the ability to use the chakra of nature, but it was a bastard form of senjutsu because it used the energy as its own, that is, it replaced it with its chakra, which made the use of that energy deficient. In addition to the clan was very weak in taijutsu and jinjutsu, but in ninjutsu they were great carriers, since they had a relationship with the Terumi clan and the Hazuki clan, but that did not help them when they were exterminating the Kiri purge that had occurred years ago. The hooded man adjusted his cloak to show under it an orange spiral mask, showing in reality it was Tobi, the true leader of Akatsuki and the control of the war in Kiri. The three known paths are Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki. History always tells of Rikido Sennin, but not his sons, Indra and Asura. The progenitors of the Uchiha clan are Senju and Uzumaki. However, there are other clans that come from him. The Uchiha, being descendants of Indra, received the Sharigan, a degraded version of the Rinnegan, in addition to being great users of the Yin release. The Senju, even though they did not obtain any Kekkei Genkai, were always born with strong bodies and great mastery of the Yang element. The Uzumaki were also given the status of being great users of both elements, and also great vitality and imagination that helped them to also be masters of Fuinjutsu like Hagoromo. The Jiugo obtained a degraded version of the form Hagoromo used in Senjutsu. Tobi had already found 4 paths and made sure that the last survivors fell under his puppet, Yugura. And thus be able to steal enough DNA for his plans. Now at that moment he was in the ruins of the mansion of the now extinct clan in search of techniques or other secrets, also thinking about what the other 2 paths would be. Until now he had his theories such as the Utsitsuki Clan, that could be called the path of form and change, for being able to become water and transform their body, or the Kagaya clan of the path of bones, for being able to alter their interior, more precisely their bones. But he was not sure, and it is that his plan in the purge of the clans in Kiri something had gone wrong, and it is that ninjas had begun to change, and instead of taking the remains to the Mizukage for study as was the rule, the ninjas massacred the members of the clans with Kekkei Genkai, and their remains could not be recovered for possible use. That annoyed Tobi but did not prevent his plans, although he also thought of considering the clans of the entire elemental continent. Perhaps the other 2 clans descended from the sons of the Rikido Sennin's brother, the Hyuga, for having one of the 3 great Dojutsus, they would be the path of location, and the Terumi clan, as the path of the elements. It took me more than a decade to search for the other paths, perhaps it is time to look for something a little different, the Uchiha thought maliciously, as he entered what would be the Jiugo clan library, and Tobi, using his space-time jutsu, managed to send the contents to his pocket dimension, and nodded to himself. He was about to leave when something caught his attention. It was some kind of paper lying on the floor, and thanks to his Sharigan, he read a word that caught his attention, and that was dimensional. Carefully I take it to study it carefully, they were simple scribbles of some young ninja about creating a jutsu capable of traveling to the past or going to another world, something that made the mysterious Uchiha laugh a lot, but he didn't let go of the sheet or never stopped continuing. The writing claimed to create a wormhole to pass through time-space to go to another world where there was no civil war in Kiri, or travel to a time when said war had started to avoid it, and also that it could be great to meet another me in some other universe. Of course, for many that would be ridiculous science fiction, but for Tobi, the only user of an extraordinary space-time jutsu, and if we add pure evil and the desire to destroy everything, that would be like an epiphany. Travel to other alternate universes. Who knows what I could do? I could get stronger allies, get more Bijuas for myself. No. The possibilities are more than that. I might even be able to dominate space-time itself. If I do things right I would even be able to dominate everything. Ha 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 ha. Whoever did this is a damn genius. Laughing like a madman, the masked man couldn't believe that he had just found something that could be of great help, and that it was done for the mere leisure of a brat, mortified by the war. Still laughing like a madman, Tobi returned to Yugura's office to continue using it, in addition to using Kiri's money for his new entertainment. The possibility of contact with other universes. Just thinking about it made him smile with the purest evil. And cut. Chapter 8. Naruto could say with extreme and insane certainty that he had a blacklist completely filled with the names of all the most evil, cruel, bloodthirsty, and torturous people that could exist in the ninja world. Among them were the late Danzo Shimura, Orochimaru, Fugaku Uchiha, Black Zetsu, Kurama while he was training him, Hinata when she once ate one of his cinnamon rolls without his permission, among other cruel and evil beings that Naruto was afraid to remember. But right now the number 1 spot was held by a being so warmongering, cruel and evil that Naruto could say with complete and absolute certainty that he was a heartless monster who rejoiced in his suffering. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Well, he couldn't blame the old monkey for everything. He should have made it clear that he didn't want to be with his current teammates, but the old man knew those 2 weren't on his list of friends. The aforementioned women, like him, were currently sitting waiting for their sensei. Kakashi Haddock, the person who would be late to wherever he was going. All the other teams had already left, and it was just them waiting for their sensei to arrive. Ino, Shikamaru and Choji ended up together on the same team led by Asuma Sarutobi, an adult man who had brown eyes, short black hair, a beard and long sideburns. His attire consisted of the standard Konoha ninja uniform, with bandages on his arms below the shoulders, and his tactical vest is apparently darker than other Jounin and Chunin. He wears a sash around his waist with the kanji for fire engraved on it. He also wore a bracelet on both wrists. The old custom of Asuratobi training the trio Inoshikacho thought Naruto, and as he guessed Hinata, Kiba and Shino ended up on the same team, although he didn't know their sensei he had heard of it. Kurana Yuhi, if he remembered correctly, a woman with white skin and black hair. The most notable thing were her beautiful blood-red eyes along with a curious outfit that consisted of white bandages embroidered in half in thorns and with a red sleeve that covered her right arm. Underneath she wore a mesh shirt, in addition to having bandages on her thighs and hands, along with her ninja band on her forehead. According to what was known, she was the Genjutsu master of the village. Ah. That slowpoke Kakashi is always late to everything. The bastard would even be late to his own funeral, thought an angry silver-haired man who was already tired of waiting. So he got up from his seat and took out a cake. Not even I, who am writing this, know where the hell I got it from, which he left in the middle of the desk and then put an eraser on top of the door, then tied a very thin, almost invisible, steel ninja thread to the foot area and then took out a bottle of a strange liquid and poured it on the floor until he was on the desk. Naruto Baka, what do you think you're doing? You're only going to cause us problems. The pink-haired girl exclaimed angrily in a tone that only made both Sayori and Naruto cover their ears. The blue-eyed girl ignored her and continued with what he was doing, making Haruno even angrier until she deigned to answer him. Our sensei is someone who is always late to everything. Believe me, he would even be late for the Christmas bonus, said the silver-haired man, leaving his two listeners with a tear in their eye at such a peculiar response, until the Uchiha refuted him. He's also one of the best jounin in the village, and an elite ninja, it's impossible for him to fall for that, Dobe Sayori said in an indifferent and disinterested manner, while crossing her arms and closing one eye, leaving the other to see everything. Sayori-san is right, stop that already Baka. Sakura exclaimed again, making Naruto and Sayori grimace at how annoying the little banshee's voice was. The pink-haired girl was about to hit the silver-haired boy to make him listen to her, but just at that moment a hand was seen through the door opening it. The person was none other than Kakashi Haddock, who was wearing the regular attire of the Konoha forces. Silver metal gloves on his hands and a navy blue forehead protector tilted to the left to cover his left eye. Part of his face was covered by a blue mask, leaving almost nothing of his face visible. The Haddock saw the eraser, and although he was able to dodge it, as if it were nothing, he could only think of one thing, a simple eraser. A joke too simple for someone like Naruto, thought the Haddock, believing that Naruto was beginning to lose his touch with jokes, a relief to some in the village, especially the civilians who were the biggest victims of his jokes in the 3 years he had been at the academy, and so he stood still letting the eraser fall on his head. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Kakashi decided to speak. How do I put it, my first impression of this group is that Kakashi couldn't finish, since as soon as he took a step forward, he ended up tripping over the thread that Naruto had put before. Kakashi tried to keep his balance only to step on the liquid that the blue OG had put, who at this moment looked at his creation with amusement and great pride, ending up slipping. Kakashi ended up with his face in the cake that the younger silver-haired boy had put on the desk. A few seconds passed before some outrageous and loud laughter was heard that was none other than Naruto's. So you're not late next time, Kakashi, Naruto said as he indelicately threw him a towel he had taken from the bathrooms so he could clean himself up. As I was saying, the first impression I have of you is that I hate you all, although the cake trap was good. I'll be waiting for you in 10 minutes on the roof, said Kakashi, before disappearing in a shuncheon of leaves, leaving his students behind. Naruto also disappeared in a flash of silver. The females simply ran to the roof. When they arrived, they saw Naruto sitting on a bench and Kakashi reading a book with an orange cover, which he put away when he saw the girls arrived. The only one he could teach this kind of things to was Naruto. He didn't want to imagine what those two girls would do if they knew what it was. The trauma that Kushina left in him when he started reading it stuck to him. Well, I think we should get to know each other first. Let's start with your names, then what you like, what you don't like, your dreams for the future and your hobbies, Kakashi said, looking at those who would be his future apprentices, paying special attention to Naruto and Sayori. How about you start first, sensei, so we know how to do it. The pink-haired woman suggested to her new sensei, who, like his classmates, could only think of one thing. Is she stupid? Was the unified thought that appeared in the others' minds. Okay, my name is Kakashi Haddock. I have no interest in telling you what I like and what I don't. My dreams for the future, my hobbies. I have many hobbies, Kakashi said, as if the subject didn't matter to him, or as if he was talking to nothing. Said answer only caused a reaction in all his students. The only thing we learned from him was his name, Sakura, and Sayori thought with a drop in their necks, although in Naruto's case it was something different. Hey, Kakashi, you and your mysterious attitude, the blue OG thought, shaking his head and putting a hand on his forehead. He knew that Kakashi didn't like people to know too much about him, but this was going too far. Okay, you're next, Chewie, he said, causing Sakura to frown in irritation, and both Sayori and Naruto to hold back their urge to laugh at the nickname. My name is Sakura Haruno. I have varied tastes, and my hobbies are having fun with trivial games. I don't like Ino Pig, nor Naruto Baka my dreams for the future Kaya. She shouted the last part, thinking about what could happen between her and some lucky Uchiha from Sayori's clan in the future. Kakashi cursed his poor luck 1,001 times, and even more times at the Sandaime, for getting him into this situation, but knowing exactly what he had to do to make the girl stop being a silly fangirl, even though it would probably take a while, Kakashi turned his gaze to the Uchiha and continued. Well, Gotham, you're next. Now it was Naruto who suppressed a laugh at the name Kakashi had given the Uchiha, who only frowned slightly at the nickname her new sensei had given her, but she didn't grumble, she simply continued, my name is Sayori Uchiha. I hate many things, among them Naruto's dope, in particular the only thing I like are tomatoes, spending time with my mother, my clan and training. I don't have any dreams, because the goal I have is something that I will make a reality. I am going to bring back a very important person to me and lead my clan to glory, said the Uchiha in her usual serious tone, with her hands clasped in front of her face. Which generated 3 different reactions. It is just as Mikoto-sama said, she is completely focused on bringing Itachi back, sigh, if only she knew the truth. Kakashi, who was one of the few who knew the truth of the Uchiha massacre, and because he was a close friend of Itachi the Sandaime, entrusted him with the secret, although he and anyone who knew the truth were forbidden to say it, that one of the most important clans in Konoha ended up being a traitor clan would not be good for the village. He sighed again, knowing that he had a long job ahead of him to make the Uchiha leave the path she was walking. Naruto just laughed at her attitude. HMPH, that fool, if what she plans is to bring Itachi back, she should at least know why he left, not go directly into the lion's den. Naruto thought who knew why Itachi left, it was not only to protect him from Akatsuki, but also her, that was why he only killed the adults and elders of the main branch. Kurama had in fact shown it to him, because that memory had been engraved in his subconscious, and it was not difficult for the Biju to show it to him. He knew so well that the Uchiha and Itachi were brothers, the blue OG reason that maybe because Itachi left made Sayori the way she was now. There was only one person whose thoughts differed from the other two, and that was Sakura. She had a look of utter admiration on her face. Sayori-san is so cool. I wish I could be like her. Thought the pink-haired girl, who, like most of the civilian girls and boys, was an absolute fan of the Uchiha. Last but not least, the Rookie of the Year. Snow White, said Kakashi, looking directly at the blue-eyed boy. This time neither Sakura nor Sayori could hold back their enormous laughter at the name he had given Naruto. Kakashi was laughing lightly at his own joke, and the blue-eyed boy, in fact, could hear the laughter of his red-haired girlfriend who had joined in. The boy inhaled deeply, wanting to get rid of the red color that had invaded his cheeks, and only said a few words. My name is Naruto, and since you didn't say anything about yourself, I don't have to either, said the younger silver-haired boy, crossing his arms and looking away, although the real reason he didn't say anything was because he was somewhat angry with the talkative little name his new sensei gave him. After laughing for a while at the Blue OG's new name, Kakashi spoke again, although he was still laughing. Well, I think it's time to tell you about the exam, said the Haddock between laughs, surprising everyone except the Blue OG and making them stop laughing. Kakashi-sensei, what test? We already had our exam, said the Jade OG with doubt about this test that they hadn't been told anything about. Kakashi chuckled before continuing. Well, if I say what I'm about to say I'm sure you 3 will be surprised, said Haddock, closing his only visible eye and making it take a U shape, making one of his classic eye smiles. Of all the graduates this year, only a few are going to become true genin and remain in a team, while the rest will return to the academy. In other words, this exam is going to be so difficult that the chances of failing are 66%. Kakashi continued, seeing Sakura's stupefied and scared face, Sayori's interested look and the boredom on Naruto's face, knowing that this would not be a big problem for him. Kakashi knew it, since this test was more to see the potential of the Uchiha heiress and Sakura, which had a great future in Genjutsu and Ryoninjutsu, if she tried hard of course. Kakashi was about to leave when he remembered something of great importance and let his students know tomorrow we will meet at training camp 3 at 9 AM sharp. Oh, a word of advice. Don't eat breakfast or you'll throw up, Kakashi finished saying before disappearing again in a shunshin of leaves. Then Naruto stood up and started walking. Although she decided to warn her teammates about something and so she stopped and turned her head towards her teammates. If I were you, I wouldn't take Kakashi's advice very seriously. Before either of them could ask him what that meant, he had already disappeared from there in a heightened shunshin. Whenever I say that he disappears in a flash, it's because he uses that type of shunshin. What do you think the baka meant? Sakura asked. Sayori shrugged and stood up too. No idea, goodbye, Sayori said, and then started walking to the Uchiha district and to her house. Then the pink-haired girl also stood up and walked to her house. But Naruto. The Blue OG was arriving at his parents' mansion. The first thing he did when he arrived was go to his room, and when he arrived he saw the forbidden scroll next to his bed. He sighed tiredly and grabbed it and then opened it. The many jutsus that were in the scroll were all interesting to learn, jutsus that anyone would kill to learn, but Naruto was only interested in one jutsu of all those that were in the scroll. The Shiki Fuin, Death Demon Consuming Seal. Naruto was interested in that jutsu, not because he wanted to use it, but because said jutsu was in itself a jutsu that summoned the being, that had made the seal that was in his stomach, that also retained Kurama inside him. The god of death. The Shinigami. Naruto knew that as long as the seal existed, Kurama would never be free, and he would never be able to use his full power, because the Shinju used the seal to also seal all of his power, and some of the Kekkei Genkai that he had. He and Kurama had investigated and knew that the more Kurama's chakra circulated through the seal, the more it would break. However, for it to break, the amount of Kurama's chakra that had to circulate through Naruto was such that it would alert everyone in the village, therefore if he wanted to open the seal, he would have to leave the village first. Naruto stopped reading the scroll when Kurama suddenly called him into his mind space. Naruto's mind space. Naruto looked everywhere in his mental space searching for his red-haired girlfriend, but he couldn't find her anywhere. Until he saw a small red thread. It was very thin, so much so that if it weren't for the fact that it was a bright color he wouldn't have seen it. He began to follow the thread and saw that it reached the cabin. When he entered he realized that the whole place was dark. Kurama-chan. He called the blue-eyed Biju without getting any response. Kurama. He called again, this time louder, so that the red-haired girl could hear him. After calling her a lot, he realized that there were more bright red threads, and they reached the stairs to end on the second floor, more specifically, to Kurama's room. When the silver-haired boy arrived, all he did was knock on the door. Kurama-chan, are you there? Naruto asked. He didn't want to enter his girlfriend's room without asking permission, he didn't want to invade her privacy, but when he didn't get an answer, the only thing left to do was open the door, and so he did. Naruto saw that like the rest of the group, Kurama's room was in great darkness, but when he looked around he could see two bright blue-green eyes that looked at him in such a way that the blue-eyed man almost felt naked before that look so affectionate. Who Kurama? The silver-haired boy stammered, feeling a bit nervous due to the red-haired girl's insistent gaze. Hello Naruto was what the blue OG heard coming out of his girlfriend's mouth, although her tone was quite playful. Do you know why I brought you here? The blue-green OG asked, still in her playful tone. Then no, the aforementioned responded, even more nervous when he saw how Kurama's silhouette stood up from one moment to the next. He was a little relieved when he saw that she sat back down on what would become the bed in which she was resting. Well, I'm going to reward you, was the Bijuu's explanation in a mysterious way, unable to help but smile, for having managed to pique her boyfriend's curiosity, seeing his face between confused and interested. Reward me? Why? The Utsitsuki asked. As far as he knew he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary or anything to deserve a reward, although the red-haired girl, sensing his doubt, answered him. Yep. You said you were going to help me rescue my brothers, and that deserves a reward. And there was light. Naruto brought his right hand up to his nose, squeezing it as much as possible to prevent the imminent blood leak from coming out through the heavenly vision his girlfriend was giving him. Kurama, the always beautiful girl with blue-green eyes and crimson red hair along with her 9 long and fluffy tails accompanied by those cute little fox ears, was gone. In her place was a Kurama, who, while she looked the same in appearance, except that she didn't have her tails or her ears, it was what she was wearing that almost caused Naruto to faint. His girlfriend was wearing light blue stockings that reached above her knees and tights that showed off her long and sensual legs, along with her thighs and part of her fleshy butt, but a small part of black fabric like a bikini covered the rest, along with a small and pompous bunny tail. She also wore a short light blue vest with a large neckline that showed off a good part of her breasts, with her shoulders bare, and also light blue gloves. Instead of her usual fox ears, Kurama wore 2 light blue bunny ears on his head that only made her look like a goddess. Is something wrong, Naruto-kun? The red-haired girl purred sensually, watching her boyfriend cover his nose this time with both hands. Kurama, why are you dressed like that? Naruto said slowly and haltingly, since seeing Kurama in that outfit kept giving him and her very creative ideas of things doing. The Bijuu just raised an eyebrow, still smiling at Naruto's state. What? Can't I reward you properly? The Bijuu asked in a somewhat lustful way, only to see how the blue OG turned red as a tomato. Before he could protest, Kurama stood up and began to walk until he reached his boyfriend to put his hands around his neck and kiss him, first in a sweet and soft way that slowly increased, and began to put his tongue in the other's mouth, enjoying intertwining them over and over again until they separated with a thread of saliva joining their tongues. Kurama licked his lips along with the thread that united them. You can do whatever you want to me, Naruto-kun, from now on and forever, so why don't we start? Lemon skipped. Second round, Kurama-chan, Naruto whispered into her ear just before he started thrusting into her again. The next day. Training camp number 3. 9 a.m. Sayori, Sakura and Naruto were walking to the center of the training field, although there were some small differences. While the Uchiha and the Haruno came with a listless and hungry face, the Ootsutsuki looked as if nothing had happened, although he had a wide and satisfied smile on his face. As soon as the three of them arrived, Naruto greeted the two women, although they didn't return his greeting. After they arrived, they waited for 15 minutes for their sensei to arrive. Naruto had nothing to use to play a joke on the older silver-haired boy, so he just waited for him. After 15 minutes a whirlwind of leaves appeared, and there was Kakashi Haddock in all his splendor. He was reading the new edition of Ichigo Paradise. The Black OG lowered his book to see his students and greeted them in his own way. He said, greeting them and leaving everyone with a tear in their eye due to the peculiar greeting from their new sensei. Well, leaving that aside, let's start the test, Kakashi explained, getting everyone's attention. Kakashi walked towards 3 wooden posts that were in the middle of the training field and placed a clock on the one in the middle of them. Your mission is to obtain one of these bells before noon, said the Jounin, and then took out 2 bells from his ninja case. Whoever fails to get one will be tied to one of the wooden posts, he explained, and then pointed a finger at the posts, and the others will eat their lunches in front of him or her, and he or she will also be sent back to the academy. Sayori practically shot 1,000 blades with her gaze at where the haddock was. So the real reason for telling us not to eat breakfast, a very annoyed Uchiha thought as she felt her empty stomach growling with hunger. That's why, Sakura thought, and then held her stomach that was also growling with hunger, but then she realized something. Wait, why are there only 2 bells if there are 3 of us? Asked Haruno. Well, Sakura, this way we can at least send one of you back to the academy, said Kakashi with a pleased smile, seeing the astonished faces of the 2 women on his team. So if you want to get one of these, he pointed a hand at the bells, come at me like you're trying to kill me. Start. 2 figures disappeared from Kakashi's sight, while a lone genin remained there, standing almost indifferently. Kakashi could feel a drop of sweat run down the back of his neck as he saw the blue-eyed boy still standing there. Naruto, the exam has already started, the black-eyed boy informed, then sent a curious look to the young boy. The girls are good. But they could do better. Sayori is standing on the branches of the trees and Sakura is hidden among the foliage. But even if I'm standing in front of Naruto, I can barely feel her presence. It's good. The older silver-haired boy thought, impressed by the skills of his sensei's son. I know, the blue-eyed man replied, his voice as calm as a stream. Although I have to admit, this is an interesting method for evaluating teamwork. Kakashi was greatly surprised by those words. This was the first time someone had discovered the true meaning of the exam. So he figured out the purpose of my exam. Impressive, Kakashi thought, his eyes never leaving the only boy on his team. So, what are you going to do, Naruto? He asked, genuinely curious about what the interesting boy he had been assigned to do next. The blue OG just smiled, absolutely nothing. Suddenly, Haddock felt something strange in the air, a genjutsu. He thought with great surprise, impressed that Naruto was able to use genjutsu with his gigantic and monumental chakra reserves, but he put that aside and made half a tiger seal to disperse the genjutsu kai. The black OG thought and then watched as the boy in front of him disappeared from his sight, revealing that it had been nothing more than an illusion. Minato-sensei, Kushina-sama, your son is good, Kakashi thought between happy and scared, happy that his master's son was so good and a little scared by imagining how powerful the blue OG could become when he reached his full potential, but he stopped thinking about that and then disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. The Utsitsuki who was hiding using his Mokuton technique. Ephemera smiled at his goal achieved. Unnerving Kakashi, but suddenly, a high-pitched, annoying squeal similar to that of an animal in pain caught his attention. Reacting quickly, he got out of the ground where he was hiding and jumped up to a tree, then began repeating the action with the other trees. When he arrived, the first thing he did was run towards the bushes, in the direction from which the wailing had come. Upon arriving there, the blue-eyed boy saw an unconscious Sakura lying on the ground. He instantly ran over to her, knelt down beside her, and checked her condition. A genjutsu, typical of Kakashi, the silver-haired boy told himself, placing a finger on Haruno's forehead and then slightly altering her chakra so that she would come out of the genjutsu. After a few seconds, the pink-haired girl's eyes suddenly opened. Kai OG Jade shouted or rather shrieked before Naruto silenced her. Shut your mouth, Haruno, said the silver-haired man, not loud enough to alert anyone, to quickly cover Sakura's mouth to prevent her from revealing his position to Kakashi. Whatever you saw before, it wasn't real. It was just a genjutsu. Now, for the love of Kami or any deity existing in this universe, for once in your life, don't make noise, the silver-haired man ordered, very angry with the girl, but upon receiving an affirmative response from the pink-haired woman, he took his hand away from her mouth. Okay Haruno, I think I've discovered the true meaning behind the exam, and it is, he began to say, only to be interrupted by the girl. Why should I help you? Sakura asked in a low voice. Well. Oh. If I need anyone's help, it's Sayori-san. She's better than you, Haruno said, interrupting him again. She stood up and left in search of her heroine. The blue OG began to inhale and exhale slowly, counting to 10 to calm down. It was no use, it only pissed him off more. I have a kunai and enough chakra to bathe it in Raiden. Why don't I use it? Naruto thought, seeing the direction where the OG Jade was going, really tempted to just stick the kunai with Raiden in her neck and thus do the world an auditory favor, but after she left Naruto only had one option, and now, where is that emo? The silver-haired boy asked himself and then stood up, looked for the Uchiha and found her facing Kakashi. Let's see how good you really are, Sayori-chan. Naruto said to nothing, curious about the Uchiha girl's abilities and somewhat mockingly calling the black-haired girl Sayori-chan. He was more than sure that any man would have to be crazy to call her that way, more than anything because he remembered how some civilians tried to be smart with her and called her the same way they never returned to the academy. Sayori versus Kakashi. The Uchiha ducked to throw several kunes at Haddock, who jumped to the side to evade them. Using normal attacks won't do you any good, Kakashi said lazily. The Uchiha smiled in pleasure as she watched one of her kunai cut a rope, triggering a trap. This caused several shurikens to fly in the direction of the black Oji. The trap? The man said, amazed at the dark-haired woman's cleverness as he rolled on the ground, causing the weapons to hit a tree near him. Then he jumped up and stood up. Sayori went behind Kakashi and tried to kick him with her left foot. However, the Haddock simply raised his arm, blocking the impact and easily pinning the girl's leg at the same time. The Uchiha launched a punch with her right arm, only to have it blocked as well. With nothing else to do, the young woman raised her other leg in the air and brought it down to kick him. Haddock blocked the blow with his forearm, freeing the black-eyed girl's arm, who took advantage of the moment to try to grab a bell. However, Kakashi jumped back to prevent this. I have to admit it. You're good, the Jounin praised his student, who smiled between pleased and arrogant and then began to make hand seals. She ended in the tiger position and inhaled deeply until her chest swelled. Kaiten. Kankakik no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu, said the Uchiha, naming the jutsu. Kakashi's single eye widened. What? A genin level Uchiha shouldn't have enough chakra to do that. The silver-haired boy thought with great disbelief. An Uchiha who barely left the academy shouldn't have enough chakra to use that jutsu. The Uchiha brought her right hand to her mouth and exhaled, causing a ball of fire to hit the spot where the Jounin was standing. Half a minute later the girl stopped her attack and noticed that the only thing left of her attack was simply burnt grass. Looking around, she tried in vain to find the Haddock. Where did he go? Behind me? Up above? Where is he? She thought to herself, frustrated at having lost sight of Kakashi. Under you, the Jounin's voice replied, sounding slow for some reason. But that was when Sasuke felt someone grab his ankles. What? Oten? Shink Sanju no Jutsu, Earth Release. Double decapitation technique, said Kakashi, burying the Uchiha in the ground as she screamed. He got out of the ground and bent down to see Sayori's head sticking out of the ground. Nice try. Your skills are exceptional, but not enough to defeat me. After saying that, he stood up and began to walk away, knowing beforehand that Naruto had been following him. After being defeated by Kakashi, a humiliated Sayori Uchiha could be seen making a supreme effort to get out of the ground. The blue OG came out from behind one of the trees that surrounded the area. Hey Sayori, how are you down there? He asked with some mockery, seeing the Uchiha buried in the ground. The Uchiha looked at him very angry and irritated while she tried with more energy to get out from under the ground. If you want, I can help you, offered the Utsutsuki, receiving a very sweetened response. Get out of here, idiot. An Uchiha like me doesn't need your help, the black-haired girl responded in an arrogant tone that only made Naruto raise his hands to his chest and act as if he was hurt. Oh, what a character, but hey, enjoy tanning your face, Sayuri-chan, said the younger silver-haired girl, slowly saying the Uchiha's name with a tone between affectionate and mocking, and then ruffling the girl's hair and leaving laughing. The Uchiha, for her part, barely heard the blue-eyed girl name her, and her face turned so red that it seemed like someone had thrown paint of that color on it, maybe from anger, maybe from embarrassment, or both. But as soon as Naruto ruffled her hair, she tried to bite his hand as best she could, and when he began to walk away, she began to curse him over and over and over and again. But Naruto? Well, I guess I'll have to improvise, said Naruto, then used the ephemera and got into the ground until he found his target and came out of a tree that was over there, and that was right behind the Haddock. He used his jutsu again to appear behind Kakashi, and when he was behind him, he only did one thing. Hello, Kakashi, said Naruto, scaring Kakashi, who took a long step to get away from him. Kakashi couldn't finish when Naruto kicked him powerfully. The blue OG disappeared again and then reappeared behind where the black OG was heading and hit him hard in the back, or so he would have done if it weren't for Kakashi turning around and trying to stick a kunai in his elbow, not to kill him, but to immobilize him. He knew he couldn't trust Naruto, but as soon as the kunai pierced his shoulder, Naruto began to shine and then… boom. The Naruto in front of him suddenly exploded and all he could think of was one thing, damn it. He knows Bunshin Daibahuka. He thought as he stepped out of the smoke surrounding him. Unfortunately for him, two Narutos were waiting for him, who began attacking him with a flurry of punches and kicks. The Jounin continued to dodge the attacks, but when he felt something touch his belt, he jumped back. However, he soon noticed another Naruto holding the 3 bells in his hand, much to his surprise. The blue-eyed clone smirked, but couldn't hold the bells for long when another Kakashi sneaked up behind him, made him disappear with a punch to the back of the head, and caught the bells before they could hit the ground. Realizing this, all the clones moved away from Haddock, adopting an instance of Taijutsu. They were all ready to fight him once more. But the alarm clock just started ringing, signaling the end of the exam. Time's up, Naruto, you failed to get a bell, Kakashi informed, somewhat relieved of not having to continue fighting with the blue-eyed boy. He wasn't sure if he could beat him in Taijutsu. The boy could almost pass for a guy without so many eyebrows and without constantly saying about the flames of youth. HMPH, Naruto muttered and then dispelled his clones, and without Kakashi noticing, he smiled maliciously. Come with me, said the Haddock, making his clone disappear. Then, he took his famous orange book out of his pocket. They walked in silence until they reached a place where the 3 wooden posts were perfectly aligned. They saw a Kakashi clone who had tied both Sayori and Sakura to the 2 posts on either side. Naruto took his place on the middle post, sitting on top of it, while Kakashi remained standing. The Jounin had already put his book back in his pocket, knowing beforehand that any woman would rip his skin off if she saw him with that novel, and having 2 of them in front of him wasn't helping. I've observed all of you and I believe there is no reason for any of you to return to the academy, said the Jounin, carefully looking at each genin. Sayori looked at this in confusion. They had done almost nothing, and she approved them as if it were nothing. Sakura cheered in victory, happy, considering she had done an excellent job, although she couldn't move much because she was tied up. Meanwhile, Naruto showed no visible reaction. Instead, I think you should give up trying to become ninjas, added the Jounin in a cold tone, surprising 2 of his 3 students. The confusion on Sayori's face was replaced by disbelief, while Sakura's joy soon turned to disbelief as well. Naruto still showed no reaction. The Haddock asked, do you know what the meaning of this exam was? What? What meaning? I thought we only had to get a bell, Haruno said, confused. Teamwork, said the Utsitsuki, so that both Sayori and Sakura looked at him. He's right, Kakashi admitted individual skills are important for a shinobi, but teamwork is much more important than that. Sakura, he pointed a finger at the pink-haired girl, instead of accepting Naruto's offer, you focused on thinking about how Sayori was, who was quite far from your position, said the Haddock, and then turned to the Uchiha, and you, Sayori. Rejected Naruto's help and ignored his advice without even listening to him, explained the Haddock, and then turned to the only boy on his team and said, Naruto, you knew the true meaning behind my exam from the beginning. However, when you saw that it didn't work out, you decided to do it on your own. Why? Because I did it to prove a point. I don't believe or trust either of them, and I have every reason to, Kakashi. Their existence is of no importance to me. It makes you weak, it forces you to make stupid decisions. I won't be weak, Naruto said with complete indifference. The Jounin looked at his sensei's son. The mask he wore hid his surprise quite well, he's colder than Sayori, he even looks more like Itachi than Sayori herself, Kakashi thought with some sadness. The fact that a boy whose age wasn't even 14 could say something like that only underscored how much he had suffered. However, I am aware of the benefits of a team and collective work, Naruto concluded. However, it is good to know that unlike Sayori, he is willing to work with others. After thinking, the Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. And Kakashi, Naruto called, getting the Jounin's attention again, I think these are yours. Taking something out of his pocket, he threw it to the man. The Haddock quickly caught it with his hand. To his surprise, it wasn't one object but 2, they were bells. What? When the black-eyed man asked with great disbelief, to which Naruto replied, when did you think my clone didn't take them? Was because I switched them with 2 other clones, which made the older silver-haired man turn pale. If the other Jounin find out about this, they'll never let me live in peace. Kakashi felt a chill just thinking about it. But how? I saw you the whole time and you never changed them, Kakashi asked his student. What you saw was nothing more than an illusion, a genjutsu that I cast on you, the blue Oji replied. Well, that was a great plan, but now that you have both bells, what are you going to do with it? Haddock asked, looking at the blue Oji. Taking the bells from Kakashi's hand, Naruto threw one to Sasuke and one to Sakura. I'll give it to them, they're the ones who truly need ninja training. I can wait 1 more year, said the Utsutsuki, receiving unkind looks from his 2 companions who began to protest, saying that the only one who needed that was him, not them. The black Oji, seeing this, could only do one thing. Well then, I guess I only have one last thing to say, said the Haddock, looking directly at his 3 students, while taking a dramatic pause. You are approved. Exclaimed Kakashi. Hearing him speak, a small smile appeared on Naruto and Sayori's faces. Sakura began to jump for joy, but it ended quickly when Kakashi spoke in a serious tone. "I don't know why you're happy, Sakura. You didn't do anything during the entire exam," said the older silver-haired boy, somewhat disgusted by his student's attitude. Haruno lowered her gaze in embarrassment, knowing that the statement was true. This isn't some kind of game, and death is something quite common in the ninja world. "Do you understand me?" she asked again in a serious tone, so that the pink-haired girl would nod. "Good," said Kakashi, calming down a bit. "It's official. Starting today, all of you will form Team 7, Kakashi declared with joy and enthusiasm, but he didn't expect what came next. "Looks like I didn't need to use my plan B," Naruto muttered, but Sayori clearly heard him from her position next to the blue Oji and having better hearing than the other two remaining on her team. "Plan B?" asked the black-eyed girl with intrigue. "Did you have a plan B?" The remaining two gazes slowly focused in the boy's direction. Upon hearing that question, "Well, yes," admitted the only boy on Kakashi's team, holding up a piece of paper with a neatly written seal on it. "This was my plan B." Interesting," Kakashi said as he began to examine the paper. He was, after all, a person, although not an expert in Fuinjutsu. He had known two great masters of set art and was taught by one of them and knew the basics. It's a simple activating seal that is used to detonate one or more explosive seals. Sakura's face turned ashen-wide as a thought crossed her mind. "Please tell me you didn't plant explosive seals all over the training grounds," the pink-haired girl asked fearfully, looking around to try and find them. At the same time, she focused on her feet. She didn't want to accidentally activate any. His statement took the others by surprise. Explosive seals were dangerous ninja tools. "Don't worry, I haven't planted any seals in this place," said Naruto, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. "In fact, I've placed them in Kakashi's house, especially on his favorite books." "What did you do, what?" the Haddock shouted with the greatest fear when he finally understood the gravity of the Blue Oji's words. "What did you think I was doing while you were so busy examining the girls? I went to your house and planted explosives everywhere, especially in your books. Everyone knows they're your weakness," Naruto said with a more than malicious smile. "If my original plan failed, then I would have used those seals as a guarantee for us to pass the exam." Absolute silence reigned in the room as the others absorbed the information the blonde had just revealed. But Kakashi quickly made the hand seals necessary for the Shunshin no Jutsu and disappeared in a swirl of smoke. "What the hell is wrong with him?" the Uchiha asked. "He didn't even say goodbye." Naruto shook his head in resignation. "He went home to save his precious novels," said the blue-eyed man with a small imperceptible smile, but then Haruno turned to him and asked, "Was your plan B really necessary?" "Sakura, not everything always goes as planned," said the boy seriously. "That's why having a secondary plan before something bad happens is one of the most important tasks to do." After saying that, Naruto got down from the post he was sitting on and untied his two companions. Minutes later, a sweaty Kakashi was back looking threateningly at Naruto. "Okay, Team 7, pay attention. We'll meet here at the same time tomorrow." "You're dismissed," Kakashi said loudly to get his students' attention. Tomorrow they start as Team 7. Why, court. Chapter 9. "This is Black Raven in north position. I have the target 3 meters away," said a definitely feminine voice with a tone that detonated total seriousness. "This is Sakura Leaf in east position. I have the target 2 meters away," said another voice, higher pitched than the previous one, but with the same serious tone as the first. "Here Naruto in south position. I have him 3 meters away," said a male voice that, indeed, belonged to our favorite protagonist. Who, like his teammates, were on a mission that could easily go from category D to category SSS, a mission so difficult that there was no being that could get away with it, not the 3 Sannin, nor all the cages of all the villages in all of history, Madara, nor an army of 500 million wider Black Zetsus, nor Hagoromo, Hamura or Kagaya herself, the Shinju. The 9 Bijuas, nor even the Jubi with all of the above together, could complete this arduous task without getting hurt. You're probably wondering, what kind of mission is Team 7 on? What bloodthirsty, vile, and terrifying monster are the young members of Kakashi's team facing? This being was one whose mere mention of name would strike fear into the bravest, sending armies into despair. A being that even the gods feared and respected for his power, someone who brought pain and anguish wherever he walked. This being has many names. The Divine Torment. The creature from the abyss. He who must never be named. Lol, believe it or not, he's not Voldemort from Harry Potter, he's someone even worse, among many other names, but there's one name he's been called since the beginning of time, a name that made every ninja in Konoha and the other villages beg for mercy. Or Elgato, Chan. Kurama herself came to the point of believing that the animal was some kind of byproduct that came out of the Jubi or some Biju even stronger than she was, and that Ujiji forgot to tell them of its existence. She still wondered how a cat could do so much damage. What's more, Naruto and his team had to do this mission at least 10 times in the 2 months that had passed since they started as Team 7, and in all of them the same thing happened, the blue-eyed and his companions ended up scratched all over their faces. On one hand, having only D-rank missions had a positive side since they did 10 missions every day. All the missions, except Tora's, were completed in less than hours because Naruto's clones helped do the missions. The rest of the time they used to train. An example of their improvements would be Sakura. She was no longer a useless fangirl, not entirely. Kakashi made sure to remove as much of her fan attitude as possible, and so when he achieved it the real training began. Kakashi asked two Takebetsu Jounin specialized in both Genjutsu and Ninjutsu which helped Sakura in those two areas. Although she was not a master in either area, she was an acceptable ninja in both branches. Sayuri, although she was still someone rough socially, her mother convinced her to try to open up with others, although she did not tell them about her life or what plans she had. At least a relationship could be established that was not unilateral for more than 10 minutes, although her relationship with Naruto was strange. The only person who seemed to really want to get to know her was the Blue Oji. However, she was still somewhat resentful with him because he kept calling her Sayuri-chan, and if it weren't because she understood that Naruto was stronger than her, she would have skinned him a long time ago. On the other hand, her mother and some ninjas from her clan had helped her master her Sharingan, which now has 2 tomos each eye. Kakashi had taught her several jutsus, and during this time he had been trying to teach the Uchiha his signature jutsu. The Chidori, 1000 birds, although she was close to mastering it, 1 or 2 months maximum. Finally. Naruto. Kakashi knew absolutely nothing about how he could help Naruto. He would leave during training, saying that he didn't want to train with them because they would slow him down. He had tried to teach him the Chidori, but the blue-eyed man also refused, saying that it wasn't necessary. In fact, Naruto was more powerful than Kakashi himself. His mastery of Kamakin, Kakashi doesn't know his fighting style, it is simply a description of his abilities, had improved greatly to the point that he could fight Guy. His Genjutsu had also improved thanks to his improved chakra control. Currently it was at least 60% as powerful as Shisui's Genjutsu, reaching a level a little lower than Itachi's. His Fuinjutsu was another aspect. He was a level 9 seal master, 9 out of 10, and therefore had improved his training with different seals such as seals that restricted their movements, gravity seals, chakra limiters, resistance seals, strength limiters, etc. His Kenjutsu had improved greatly as well as his other areas. He was possibly better with a sword than a swordsman from the Mist of Kurigakure, and he had also created several new techniques. There was one in particular that was one of the most effective combat techniques in his arsenal. The blue-eyed man had created a technique that would protect him from the evil Tora. Yuzushoku Haki, armor color. Haki, ambition, is a mysterious force that was found in every living being, something that the Blue Oji discovered when trying to teach it to Kurama, but that is another story. There are 2 types of Haki common to all people, they could be awakened with proper training, however there was a type of Haki that only Naruto was able to use. Yuzushoku Haki was a technique that allowed the user to create a force similar to an invisible armor around themselves. He discovered it when Kurama threw a powerful Biju Udama at him, and he endured it effortlessly. This invisible armor could be used as a weapon to attack others. It can be used to enhance the user's attacks, projecting it into their attacks or impregnating it into their weapons. Not even a sword would be able to pierce it when using this technique. That's why he trusted Tora and stood in front of him with his Yuzushoku Haki active, with a feeling that ranged from arrogance, superiority, pride and happiness when he stood in front of the cat, and that it couldn't do anything to it, only for when it approached it, it ended up with its entire face scratched. How did that damn animal pierce his most powerful defensive technique? Frankly, Naruto had no idea. But back to the present. Excuse me, who are you? Because unless you say your codename, we won't know who you are, said a third voice that could easily be said to be that of an adult, in other words. Kakashi. Who spoke in a tone that the blue-eyed man could translate as, "This is for my bucking books, bitch." To which Naruto simply sighed while looking at the ground, and his teammates remained silent, waiting for him to say his codename. Kakashi, if you make me say it, I swear by every existing deity that I will punch you in the balls, said the Utsutsuki between frustrated, annoyed and embarrassed. Despite the great and explicit threat, Kakashi gathered the necessary courage after inhaling deeply and said, "I'll ask again. Who are you?" Kakashi asked in a tone between curious and mocking. The blue-eyed girl's companions began to laugh slightly, barely holding back their laughter, but what followed made them burst out laughing. "Sigh, this is Snow Izo's in south position, I have the target 3 meters away." Silence. That was what reigned in the place after Naruto said his codename. The blue-eyed man didn't understand why they were silent, but he understood why they did it when he heard it. Ha 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 ha, the shrill laughter of his companions and sensei, but after hearing them laugh for about 10 minutes, he got tired of hearing them laugh. "You know what, buck off, die and go to hell," said a very annoyed blue-eyed man, before doing something completely crazy. launching himself after Tora alone. 30 minutes later. Team 7 was seen in front of the Hokage, and in the middle of them was Tora completely scorched, almost as if someone had used a Kaiten jutsu on him. After a while, several samurai came for the cat, armed with swords, spears, bows, a cell fortified to the point that it looked like a maximum security prisoner's cell. Several samurai grabbed Tora as if she were some kind of rampaging beast and threw her into the cell. Before the evil animal could get out, they closed it and all the samurai ran away as fast as possible. Well, since you've already finished your mission, I think I can give you another one before Hiruzen could finish. He heard what sounded like the wails of the samurai and saw Tora running free again. The Sandaime was about to give them the mission to capture him again when he witnessed the following. Kakashi had one hand preparing a Rakiri, lightning blade, at full power, and the other was already on its way to his ninja headband, ready to raise it in an instant. Sakura's hands were shining with what appeared to be chakra scalpels that produced a sound similar to that of a saw. Sayuri had the Sharingan active, while multiple Hanya masks appeared behind her. What was scariest was the sweet and kind look on the Uchiha's face, something unusual for her. And Naruto, he looked calm, too calm, but Hiruzen noticed his trembling red nail and how he was slowly preparing his most powerful light attack, ready for whoever wanted to give him a mission like that again. This vision was more than enough for the Sandaime to retract his decision. Well, what do you think if I give you another mission? Stuttered a very scared Hiruzen, receiving a chorus of yes that only made him sigh with pity for the poor samurai. As far as the new daimyo knew, he could never kick the evil Tora out of the palace. He was the only thing that the Takeda seemed to fear. So that's why he decided to give them another mission. Well, a few hours ago Kurenai's team asked for reinforcements and we only have you available. Burita Akatsuki. Pain looked impassively at the other members of Akatsuki. Things weren't going very well at the moment, things were going too slow, they hadn't even captured any Jinchuriki or Bijuu, although they knew exactly where they were it was impossible to access them. An example would be. The Ichibi was training under the Kazekage for the approaching Chunin exams, and the Kazekage wanted his weapon to be well polished. Although it was not a serious problem, it would attract the attention of all Suna and then that of Konoha. There was the Nibi who had been training under the Hachibi and the Reikage, although he had good information about it at this time. The Sanbi was unattainable, it was the Mizukage, and the civil war was still going on. Heading to Yuguru would be an impediment, although Pain had many suspicions as to why Tobi had not yet done anything with the Jinchuriki. Then there was the six-tailed who had become a renegade ninja from Kiri, but mysteriously disappeared since his exile. Then there was the Hachibi, and that was a very difficult goal to achieve, but the one who takes the gold prize was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, who currently still remained one of the most wanted throughout the elemental continent. Nobody knew absolutely who his Jinchuriki was after the attack that the enormous Bijuu made years ago in the village. Pain continued analyzing his Akatsuki group members. They have all been in search of their objectives, but nothing, and that gave him time to make his own plans. Nagato knew that Tobi Madara was planning something. With the Mizukage he gave proof of it, in addition to the fact that he had not seen him for a long time, and it was better to have an ace up his sleeve. Things could change in the future. He had already spoken with Itachi. His most trusted sub after Conan, with whom he had also spoken about it because he did not want to attract Tobi's attention. In a fight, much to the pain of his pride, he would lose. Not for nothing the mysterious Uchiha knew everything about his techniques. Listen to me, members of Akatsuki. You know that the other Jinchurikas are protected, right? Well, in a little while we'll have our chance to attack. When will that moment be, leader? I am aware of the times when we can attack the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi and the Nibi. Our spies in Suna informed us that they will send the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi to the Chunin exams in about 2 months to start a war between it and Konoha, along with another minor village that we currently do not know which one it is. However, that is irrelevant. It is planned to release the Bijuu in the middle of the invasion. After the invasion the Jinchuriki would be defenseless and tired. Understood, leader Sama, said the voice of two Zetsus, one white and one black. What about the two tails? Itachi asked shrewdly. Our spies in the Konoha Council informed us that the Jinchuriki of the Nibi was sent on an unknown S-rank mission. The strange thing is that they sent her with a team, but by pressuring our spies, we found out that part of that team are only genin, and 2 or 3 jounin. In short, an S-rank mission with such a number is suspicious, so we must take advantage of this moment. The target had left more than a month ago, and it was difficult for us to find her location. My contacts have tracked her, and she has been seen with that equipment around Taki, Kusa among other small villages. Her next stop will be in the country of the rice field. Correct, Kakuzu. Therefore, to avoid problems on this mission, you will be sent along with a new recruit Haiden to hunt down the two tails. After capturing both Bijuus, we would have to regroup. Capturing a Jinchuriki would draw too much attention, so if the missions fail, we must remain anonymous until things calm down and continue with the plan. I assume we would have to wait at least 3 years, and after that, we would begin to capture the Jinchuriki in teams of 2. In teams of 2? Why, Leader Sama? Asked a distorted voice of a completely dark silhouette, only revealing its strange eyes, the iris completely green, without a pupil, and with the rest of the eye a sickly red color. Due to the Jinchuriki's accompaniment, I don't wish to give things sensible, in addition I sent you Haiden as support, it is also his first test mission in the Akatsuki. This time Zetsu will not go with you, 3 Renegade S-class ninjas cannot be beaten quickly, I hope with good results, do you hear? Yes, Leader Sama, we will capture the demon girl, that bore. Shut up, Haiden. We'll bring her, Leader Sama Kakuzu said hurriedly, seeing one of Conan's eyebrows twitch at what the vulgar immortal said. With a snap of his fingers from the Tendo path controlled by Nagato, the holograms of Haiden and Kakuzu quickly disappeared. Pain walked towards Zetsu, looking at him coldly. Good. Now your mission, Zetsu, is to gather information about the rumor of a pseudo-Jinchuriki in the Fire Temple, as well as to find out about something called the Reibi. I hope you successfully obtain the information. We will do it, Leader Sama. Well, everyone else, continue with your missions. The meeting is over. The holograms disappeared, leaving only a thoughtful Pain. Collecting the Bijuus has cost him much more than he imagined from the beginning, perhaps it was because of that tremor years ago that was felt throughout the shinobi continent, and that some speculated had something to do with the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, which was what prompted the nations to jealously protect their Jinchurikis. But nothing mattered. In the end, he would obtain the other beasts, and by combining them, he would create the ultimate destruction jutsu. With that, he would soon obtain the long-awaited peace. Although he had the plan to recruit other Akatsuki members to help, but well, he would do it later, just like that, with a mere thought, his hologram disappeared. Toby laughed mockingly as he watched in the darkness of that cave, as Pain's hologram disappeared, leaving only the Jito Meizo. Toby knew well that Pain was beginning to suspect him, but it was a trifle. It didn't affect his plan at all. No, in fact, now he had found a solution for his new plan that was currently in motion. Travel to other alternate dimensions. It was difficult to do, but it was worth it. He managed to find a perfect place to create the seals, the machinery necessary to use the space-time jutsu, the alternate dimension trap. He was still months or even years away from completing the jutsu and the machinery, but that didn't matter. Toby already had some ideas of what he was going to do when the jutsu and the trapazo to other dimensions were complete. One of them is to bring other versions of the Akatsuki, the most promising ones, but the most terrifying and macabre idea he had was to bring powerful ninjas from some dimension, but their evil versions. He planned, if possible, to bring to his dimension ninjas such as Minato Namikaze, the Sandaime Reikage, Jiraiya of the Sannin, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He even considered Naruto Uzumaki, the son of his ex-sensei, and from what he knew, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. He could bring more Bijuus if the Akatsuki failed to capture them. He could even bring other Jubas that were free in the world and control them. He could bring other ninjas of great power, but who were on the dark side. Not only that. He knew that although there were several universes that derived from his, that did not mean that there were not other beings who dominated other energies, who created better weapons, who had greater intelligence and more power in other universes that had nothing to do with his own. Bring them and use them for his plans, especially in the domination of space-time. Oh, the things he would do, he was so excited when the plan was ready. Giving a great mad laugh, Toby disappeared into a vortex. He planned to continue with his project, but he had to hurry. Because if Toby knew one thing, it was never to trust ninjas who have their own agendas, and he knew full well that Pain would betray him not now, but at some point. And it's better to have your own allies. Allies who want to control everyone. Only 2 things were clear in all of this. In this era changes began in the ninja world. And the good guys were really screwed. What would have happened if Kakashi didn't approve of Team 7? You failed, Kakashi said in a cold tone, surprising 2 of his 3 students. The confusion on Sayori's face was replaced by disbelief, while Sakura's joy soon turned to disbelief as well. But before Kakashi could continue, Naruto spoke. That's a shame, Kakashi, because if we don't pass I would be forced to use this, exclaimed the blue-eyed man, showing a paper with a seal neatly written on it. Kakashi recognized the type of seal it was, but immediately dismissed it. Do you know what this is, Kakashi? Naruto asked, maliciously directed at the older silver-haired man, who remained impassive at the question and simply turned around, clasping his hands behind his back, and began to walk in the opposite direction. Before leaving he answered his student. It's a simple activating seal that is used to activate 1 or more explosive seals, the Black Oji said solemnly as he walked away, but what Naruto said next he didn't expect. A single explosive seal can turn anything flammable into a pile of fire. Imagine what will happen to your house, and especially to your books in which I put the seals. The Haddock suddenly stopped, still with a cold look, at the Blue OG and refuted him. You're just bragging, my house has a special seal that prevents anyone who doesn't know the password from entering, Kakashi said in a serious tone and without any doubt. 1234 Kakashi and Ichiha forever. Does this look familiar to you? At that question Kakashi abruptly turned to his student and looked at him with a somewhat incredulous look. As I said before. A single explosive seal can turn your books into a pile of fire, imagine what happens when 500 explode. Simultaneously was the malicious clarification of the blue OG that generated the expected reaction in Kakashi. Would you dare? Would you dare? Roared a furious Kakashi, charging at Naruto in such a way that he ended up crashing against the post that was behind the blue OG. I could pierce your chest with a simple Chidori, 1,000 birds, Kakashi muttered, genuinely furious with his student who remained impassive. Yes, you could, but it wouldn't stop the explosive seals. After saying that, Kakashi's gaze hardened further and he grabbed Naruto by the neck. You will deactivate them, ordered a furious Kakashi, increasing his grip on Naruto's neck. Here's the deal. Approve us and it's all over. As soon as Naruto said those words, he was pulled forward by his sensei and then slammed against a wooden post again. Approve us, son of the White Fang, the Utsitsuki said forcefully, only to be hit again. Say it, the blue OG muttered forcefully. A small smile appeared on Kakashi's bandaged face. Well played, the black-eyed man said with a smile, releasing the Utsitsuki. If Sayori or Sakura had tried, they would have failed. They wouldn't have cared in the least. But you're perverted like any other man. They are approved. Chapter 10. Kurenai Yuhi, Konoha's Genjutsu expert, wasn't having the best day of her life right now. In fact, she wasn't having a good day at all. The reasons. First. She, her team and her client had been attacked by 2 rogue chunin from Kurigakure of level B, Gozu and Maizu, the Akuburazazu, demon brothers. Although they were not in extreme danger for an experienced team, they did represent a problem for a team that had just left on their first C-rank mission. Fortunately Hinata was able to deflect one of them and neutralize it easily while the other went towards Shino, who after dodging his attacks and some complications because Gozu was a short-range combatant while he was a long-range one, so he could only dodge, and after a few moments he was helped by Kiba. Second. Their client lied to them about the level of the mission they were currently doing. A simple C-rank mission became a B rank or even an A rank mission. She thought about simply returning and abandoning the mission. However, their client Izuna told them about the situation in Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves, that along with how his students insisted extremely on continuing with the mission, and that if they got an alliance with Nami, it would greatly help Konoha because of the port and the businesses in Nami. Third, and possibly the reason she wasn't in a very good mood, Zabuza Mamachi. One of the 7 mist swordsmen of Kirigakure village hidden in the mist, had ambushed them. She had no choice but to fight him. However, Zabuza wasn't a legendary swordsman for nothing. She was able to trap him in a couple of genjutsus, in which the swordsman got out with some problems, since every time he came out of the illusion she used. She attacked him with kunace with explosive notes stuck to them and poisoned senbon. The problem came when Zabuza used his Kurigakure no jutsu, hiding in the mist jutsu, and from that moment the fight went in favor of the swordsman. She couldn't see Zabuza anywhere, therefore she couldn't trap him in any genjutsu, but he could see her. She had to jump when she saw Zabuza's great sword in front of her before he disappeared again, then the sword appeared behind her, and this time she lost balance when dodging it, and that was more than enough for the swordsman. In a second Zabuza had trapped her in his suiton. Surum no jutsu, water release. Water prison jutsu, and from there things got complicated. The swordsman of the mist made several Mizubunshin, water clone, that he used to attack his students. Kiba and Shino had several problems with their respective clones, however Hinata was able to easily get rid of hers, and when it dissolved into water, it was for those who faced their companions. Both the Inuzuka and the Aburam were somewhat injured from fighting against the swordsman's clones, but were quickly helped by the Hyuga and got rid of them easily. Zabuza, seeing the Hyuga's ability, was slightly surprised by the girl's ability, as were Kurenai, Kiba and Shino. However, the black-haired swordsman made more water clones and sent them against the Pearly Oji, who quickly destroyed them using her Jukin, Gentle Fist, and then went against the swordsman of the mist. Kurenai worried about her student, or at least she did until she saw how she easily dodged a slash from Zabuza's greatsword and then hit the swordsman's bare back with an open palm. In doing this, Zabuza released the water prison that held Kurenai, who began to cough from the long time she was trapped in the water, and if it weren't for the fact that she used chakra to make her lungs resist longer, she would have drowned. She saw to the general incredulity of everyone present how Hinata's blow pushed Zabuza with great force, sending him almost to the other side of the lake, but before reaching the shore, the swordsman recovered in mid-flight, putting his feet in the water, although he felt a great pain in his back where the girl hit him. This time Zabuza went all out. He began to make a large number of hand seals that the Red Oji immediately recognized. It was a very powerful water jutsu, and that is why he was about to warn his student to dodge or protect herself. But it was too late. A large water dragon emerged from the lake, winding like a viper, and began to slowly cover the swordsman, then quickly head towards Hinata. Before the large water reptile could hit the young woman, it was intercepted by another water dragon made by Hinata herself. Zabuza, Kurenai, Kiba and Shino looked in disbelief at what had just happened. That jutsu was an A-rank jutsu of the Suiton, water release, one of the most difficult elements to master. Kurenai herself knew that elemental handling was not something that occurred very often in the villages, or rather in the ninja ranks. Only Jounin received training in that aspect. She had not even started in that aspect, because she had to increase her chakra reserves more, and she was just starting as a Jounin. But Hinata had just used a high-caliber jutsu. Not only that, but she knew that no Hyuga could have taught her elemental manipulation, because no Hyuga has ever trained any elemental affinity, or Jinjutsu, or anything other than her Taijutsu, which was stuck where it was years ago. But what impressed everyone the most is that the girl only used half a tiger seal to do the jutsu. Zabuza was one of the most impressed. "Well, at least one of you can fight well. But let's see how you handle this," Brat said, the black-haired swordsman, and then made another great sequence of sealed Suiton. Daiba. Before the swordsman could finish his jutsu, the Hyuga had already finished doing the same jutsu as Zabuza again, using only half a seal, and created a gigantic vortex of water that originated from the lake and began to spin furiously until it reached the swordsman and almost killed Zabuza. But leaving aside the disbelief that plagued the minds of all the spectators when they saw that, Hinata had a small mental debate. Thanks to being a sensor, she could feel different presences, no matter how much they lowered her chakra, and she felt a presence by the trees that were on the banks of the lake. Someone else is watching the fight. Since he's not helping Tazuna, I can assume he's with Zabuza. Now how do I get him out? The Hyuga thought and then began to make a small strategy to get whoever was watching the fight out of hiding. But before she could do it, he began to spin and release chakra from all his Tenketsu's Hakushu Kaiten, Hinata exclaimed, and then was covered by a chakra dome, and thus deflected several senbon that were headed towards her, but bounced off the chakra dome. Although 3 of those senbon stuck in her flesh, 2 in her legs and the other in her right arm, it seems I don't have to make him come out anymore, the blue-haired girl thought, seeing the new member stand next to Zabuza and help him stand up. I couldn't see his face because of the Anbu mask with waves he was wearing, but I could see that he had black hair that went past his shoulders, a kind of bun on top of his head. He also wore a dark green yukata with a sweater and baggy pants. Both made of tobacco brown wool. He seemed to be 15 years old or younger and was somewhat short, measuring 1.55 meters 1. Hinata prepared herself when she saw the Anbu take out more senbon and look in her direction, but before anyone could do anything, Zabuza approached who seemed to be his partner. "Haku, what are you doing here?" the swordsman asked between gasps, a little annoyed that his subordinate had gotten into his fight. "I saw you were in trouble and decided to help you, Zabuza-san," said the Anbu with a tone of voice that sounded somewhat feminine. "HMPH, I didn't need your help, it's just that the girl is tougher than she looks with that sheep face who wouldn't trust herself," said the swordsman, annoyed because he saw that the girl seemed to be someone sweet and kind, and that's why he trusted her, but she turned out to be stronger than he thought. The Hyuga for her part only exclaimed hey. A bit embarrassed, Naruto always told her that her face was as cute and tender as a lamb, although the first times he told her she always fainted from embarrassment, but leaving that aside. "Well, the fact that she beat him in jutsus doesn't mean the same thing," Zabuza-san, Haku said, receiving a grunt from Zabuza, which only made him laugh slightly, but said laughter was hidden by his mask. "You better rest, I'll take care of her." But before Haku could attack or even move a muscle, someone interrupted him. "Well, if that's the case, can we join the party?" asked a voice that was definitely that of a boy coming from the trees. Everyone turned towards the voice and saw 4 people. The first of them was an adult and tall silver-haired man, almost as tall as Zabuza. He had a mask that covered almost his entire face, along with his ninja band that hid his right eye and showed less of his face. He had the regular outfit of each jounin along with the vest. The most distinctive thing was that he was reading a book, light blue in color, that Zabuza recognized as the new edition of Ichiha Deluxe Edition for daimyos only. Yep, Zabuza also reads Ichiha. He knew it because he killed many people trying to find that edition. He wondered how that person got such a treasure. Naruto gave it to him for his birthday, and Naruto got it because Natsumi gave it to him. The second was a girl about 13 years old with striking long pink hair, jade-colored eyes, along with a red outfit and dark blue ninja sandals. She had her ninja band tied like a headband. The third was a girl with black hair that reached her back and 2 strands on the sides that framed her face. She was a black OG with a prominent bust. No matter how perverted I sound when I say this, that is the greatest feature to identify Sayori XD, that was covered by a long-sleeved blue jacket with the Uchiha Clan symbol on the back. The jacket left her shoulders and abdomen exposed, along with black fingerless gloves. She wore white shorts, along with dark blue ninja sandals. She wore her band around her neck. And the fourth was definitely a boy in every way. He looked to be between 13 and 15 years old. He was 1.75 meters tall with more than evident muscles. He wore black Anbu pants that were inside his tall black ninja sandals that reached a little higher than normal ones, like Indra's and Asura's. He had a silver jacket with a black collar and a symbol of concentric circles on top and another symbol next to the circles that looked like an arrow curved downwards. Below both symbols the jacket had 9 magatomas divided into rows of 3. The jacket was open, revealing a fishnet shirt tight enough to show his sculpted abdomen. He had his ninja band now tied on his forehead. The boy had sapphire blue eyes, almost metallic in color. The boy's hair was completely loose, with no bandages tying it up or anything. He had stopped using them a while ago, letting his hair silver and straight hair swayed in the wind as he gave Zabuza and his companion a shark-like grin while he leaned down on one knee in a haughty attitude. Neither Kurenai nor Hinata nor Haku could avoid blushing at that image. Kurenai simply blushed because she is a woman, not made of stone, and the fact that Naruto is quite handsome made her blush, but nothing more. She is not going to be in the harem although Haku, who is a woman in my fic and who I think said she was a man just to troll Naruto, well, who knows, although it was not noticeable on Haku because he was wearing his mask. The 4 new members jumped from the trees and then fell into the lake. Kakashi, who had already put away his Ichigo before Kurenai or Hinata saw him, had already trained them in chakra control and how to walk on water using chakra. The older silver-haired boy was going to speak, but the blue-eyed boy got ahead of him. Kakashi, I'll fight the weirdo without eyebrows with the big sword. You go check on Kurenai-san, Naruto said, as if it were an order. Something that Kakashi felt as if nobody respected him anymore when he saw how his student spoke to him with complete arrogance. Naruto, I don't think that. Before the black OG could finish, the younger silver-haired boy approached his ear and said. I wasn't asking, I was just saying your options. Let me fight and that's it, or don't let me do it and let me go after Kurenai. Kakashi was about to say yes to the second option when Naruto continued, and by the way, tell her about the kick I gave you in the ass in your test. Sayori, Sakura, let's let Naruto take care of this. And with that, Kakashi quickly ran up to an incredulous Kurenai and in front of Zabuza and Haku, who were watching everything with a drop on their necks. Naruto approached Hinata, who had already removed the senbon on her legs and arms, while Sakura went to help Kurenai, Kiba and Shino with their wounds with some help from Sayori, who looked at what the blue OG was doing with suspicion. The silver-haired man put his hand on the shoulder of his best friend, passing her some of his chakra. Are you okay, Hina-chan? Said the blue OG in a soft, kind and somewhat worried way to the Hyuga, who nodded slightly. The Utsutsuki smiled, giving her a small smile with affection. Sayori, who was checking Kiba's pulse and was holding his hand, felt one of her eyebrows tremble. She didn't know why, but it bothered her that Naruto called the Hyuga that, although she thought it was because every time he called her Sayori-chan or Sei-chan, he said it in a mocking way, and seeing him call someone else that in such a sycophantic way bothered her, but what happened next for some reason really pissed her off. Naruto put a hand on the blue-haired girl's head and pulled her towards him, putting a red-faced Hinata's face on his chest while he rubbed her hair affectionately. That sight was more than enough to make Sayori close her eyes and inhale deeply, while she closed her hand with enough force that poor Kiba's hand creaked like a ratchet and made him make a sound similar to that of a dog when its tail is stepped on. Even Akamaru, his canine companion, barked in pain and pity when he saw how his friend's hand was not being squeezed on one side only, but on all possible sides, showing how his fingers were turned into mush. While with Naruto and Hinata, he seemed to ignore the howls of pain of poor Kiba. I'll take care of the one without eyebrows. You go for the Anbu, said the Utsutsuki in a more serious manner, although with some mockery when referring to Zabuza, that made Hinata hold back her laughter at the nickname she gave the swordsman, who had a darkened look upon hearing what the brat in front of him said. That Haku was also laughing only pissed Zabuza off more, but then he saw how they separated and the girl went for Haku while the boy looked in her direction. Zabuza vs Naruto. The black-haired swordsman watched as the brat separated from the Hyuga and began to walk in her direction. A small malicious smile formed under his mask. That brat could be strong like the Hyuga, but in a battle it's not only strength that counts, but also experience, knowing how a person acts in a fight, how they react to an attack, among other things, was something very important in a fight. And the boy could well have the power of a jounin, but power was useless if you didn't know how to use it. In other words, this fight would be too easy. I was so wrong. Before Zabuza or anyone else could do anything, Naruto disappeared and reappeared in front of the swordsman, who barely had time to put his sword between himself and Naruto's punch like a shield. Zabuza felt his sword tremble from the force of the impact. If it weren't for the fact that he was stuck to the lake water with chakra, he would have been sent flying by the blow. Feeling Naruto withdraw his fist from the sword, Zabuza spun it around to make a vertical slash and thus cut Naruto. However, Naruto simply jumped and ended up with his feet resting on the sword. You know, I can say that you are truly strong. Carrying this sword is not for everyone. However, before Zabuza had time to investigate what Naruto had said, the second placed his hands on the sword and then held them and turned until he gave a powerful kick to the black-haired man's face that made him stagger, while the blue-eyed man fell gently into the water. I am faster than you, and moving that big and heavy sword takes time. In other words, Naruto disappeared from Zabuza's side again. Hand to hand, you will never beat me. Zabuza turned to see Naruto just before he gave him a kick in the ribs that sent him flying. In mid-flight, Zabuza supported his feet in the water while using more chakra to adhere strongly. He grabbed his ribs. He could swear that the blow that boy gave him fractured some of his ribs and almost broke them. He had to be careful not to get hit by him again. He looked up from his ribs and saw how the boy began to make slight jumps in the water. As if he was warming up, he raised a hand and signaled for him to come for him. Zabuza, instead of taking his sword with one hand, took it with both and used chakra in both his feet and arms to increase his speed and strength. The swordsman shot out with such speed that even Kurenai and Kakashi had trouble seeing him. The black-haired boy in mid-run prepared to give a vertical slash to the brat's chest that was beginning to irritate him really, but when he gave the slash where he was, he simply bent his hip back and let the slash pass over him. Seeing his reflection in the edge of the sword, Zabuza this time gave a horizontal slash to try to cut Naruto in half, but he simply took a step to the left and the sword ended up falling into the lake. Zabuza began to give several cuts with his sword, trying to uselessly pierce the boy. No matter how fast he attacked, he simply dodged it as if it was no big deal. A vertical slash to the left and ducked, a horizontal slash to the right and turned to dodge it. But the great leap, Zabuza separated himself from the silver-haired boy, and it seemed as if he wanted the place where he was to catch fire due to the anger in his gaze. He didn't know how the boy was so skilled, but he inhaled sharply, trying to calm down, knowing that anger was not going to do him any good in this fight, so he began to perform several hand seals Suiton. Daibakufu no Jutsu, water release. Great waterfall jutsu, and the same water vortex that Hinata had used was generated at Zabuza's feet, and when it was ready it headed furiously towards Naruto, who only smiled when he saw Zabuza's jutsu. Cute, said the blue Oji with some mockery when referring to the swordsman's jutsu, but before the vortex reached his direction, he began to perform several hand seals to do one of his few jutsus that needed them. Kaiten. Gakumasitsu, great magnificence of fire, from Naruto's mouth emerged an enormous torrent of fire at least 3 times larger than the standard fireball jutsu that completely consumed Zabuza's water vortex, generating a large cloud of steam. Naruto immediately jumped to dodge the sword and spun in the air to avoid another cut and then put his feet on Zabuza's chest and push him with great force back into the mist. While he could have used his Sharingan to predict where the sword was going to be or his Byakugan to see in the mist, he was using something different from it. While he could block the attacks with his Busoshoku Haki, he was currently using another type of Haki. Naruto was using Kenbenshoku Haki, color of observation. Kenbenshoku Haki is a form of Haki that allows the user to sense the presence of others, even if they are hidden from view or difficult to see naturally. With this ability, Haki can be used to predict the opponent's movements shortly before they make them. It was like the Sharingan with the particularity that it was not necessary to see your opponent, however it had the particularity that if the opponent attacked unpredictably and without thinking, it became useless. Tired of just being hit, Zabuza began to make several hand seals Suiton. Suryudan no Jutsu, Water Dragon Jutsu. A water dragon emerged from the lake again and headed towards the blue Oji, who removed Muramus from the seal on his wrist, in which it was kept. Futon, Naruto whispered, so that after the metal of his sword turned a transparent whitish color, and with a simple slash, he split the water dragon in half, and it dissolved along with all the fog due to the air wave that was produced by the cut. Zabuza, who was a few meters ahead, began to inhale quickly and furiously. That brat was practically humiliating him. As soon as he made the cut with that strange sword, he put it away again, as if he didn't need to use it in a fight against him, one of the 7 strongest swordsmen of the elemental nations. Seeing how a simple brat surpassed him was making him furious. I'm going to finish you off, roared an angry Zabuza, furiously heading towards Naruto, who gave him his opinion on the matter. You will die trying, he said before Zabuza reached him and ducking when the mist swordsman made a vertical slash to his head. Seeing the opening left by Zabuza, Naruto concentrated wind chakra in his hand. Futon. Ianpakudo, air release. Air impact, the Utsitsuki's hand went to the black-haired man's stomach before he was sent flying into the trees, almost unconscious by the wind release that Naruto made. The jutsu that Naruto had just used was Futon. Pakudo, a hand-to-hand jutsu that Naruto himself had created, the technique used wind in a concentrated manner. It used wind chakra in a concentrated manner, so that when the air was released when it impacted the victim's body. The wind that was concentrated could be measured by the amount of chakra that the user used. At this moment the Utsitsuki had only used the average force of the technique, but it was more than enough to leave Zabuza almost unconscious before a silhouette went for Zabuza. Hinata vs Haku, moments before. Hinata separated from Naruto and began to walk to Haku. She could not say how grateful she was to the blue-eyed. Since she was little she had known Naruto, more specifically when he was 5 years old. At that time she wanted to go with him and talk to him, be his friend and spend time. However, practically her entire clan forbade it, even those of the secondary branch, that although they had nothing against the boy. Moreover, some among them, the children, had no idea of Naruto's situation or why everyone avoided him and seemed to hate him. However, those who knew separated Naruto from Hinata because they wanted to avoid problems for both of them. Naruto could well be accused for trying to do something against the Hyuga heiress, and she could well be despised even more by those of the main branch. However, when he asked his father, he became more serious than usual. He was reluctant at first, but answered when he saw that she would not accept a no for an answer. Just like his mother, he told her about the situation of the Blue Oji, what a Jinchuriki was, not to mention the sadness, pity and anger that little Hinata felt when she found out how poor Naruto was treated, but what her father was most reluctant to tell her was about Naruto's parents. Although he did not tell her who they were, he did tell her where he knew them from. Naruto's father was a great ninja, someone who despite being the most powerful ninja of his generation was never petulant or proud. He was a humble, simple and kind boy. According to his father, he was powerful enough to rival the Hokages. He told him that although at first they did not get along too well, it was in the Third Shinobi World War, Naruto's father swept against all the enemy villages, and when his father and uncle were going to be killed by several Iwa ninjas, Naruto's father saved them by sweeping away all the rock ninjas. From that moment on, his respect for the Uzumaki's father began to be born. Then there was her mother. Hiashi trembled as he remembered her. He told her that even though she could be a sweet and gentle girl at times, those were very rare moments. Some boys would pick on her, and they would never walk again. Although he didn't talk to her much, nor were they best friends, he was with her mother. As far as he knew, Naruto's mother, Mikoto Uchiha, Tsumin Yazuka, Yoshino Nara and her mother, had the nickname the Ice Queens. First generation little Hinata didn't want to inquire into the reason for the name, so she left the situation as it was. After hearing Naruto's story and what he had to go through, a feeling of admiration began to grow in the little heart of the blue-haired girl. However, in a year things got complicated. Her father no longer had much time to spend with his family. That was one of the plans of the elders of the main branch of the clan. They had heard little Hyuga talk about uniting the two branches of the clan to make one, of course. For them it was simply that the girl had delusions of any 5-year-old girl, but they did not want that to advance further like some of the main branch, so in the following years they dedicated themselves to lowering the little girl's morale, saying things like it was a stupid dream of a stupid girl, someone so weak would never achieve something like that. For a little girl, it was as if every day they told you that you were good for nothing. It was worse when 1 year later she found out that Naruto had disappeared. Her father had not told her anything about it since he was too focused on his next daughter was on the way. That year she spent practically alone, with no one to lean on. She felt a deep sadness and anguish, not only for herself but also for Naruto. Someone as kind as him did not deserve that. The insults from the main branch made her self-esteem crash, causing her attitude to change to be the shy and quiet girl she once was. Her mother and sometimes her father were her only support. Some time later a Kumo ninja had kidnapped her. She did not know why. She was a girl with an impossible dream, but that did not stop her from having the biggest fear she had ever had in her short life. She was rescued by her father. A short time later her uncle, Hisashi Hyuga, was executed. This time her father had distanced himself even more from his family. Now her mother was her only support, but in a few months after the birth of her younger sister Hanabi, her mother fell ill and shortly after died. His father focused solely on the work of the clan, leaving little Hanabi in the care of some Hyuga from the secondary branch. Hiashi was emotionally devastated. His younger brother had died a year ago due to an attack by Kumo. They had made a peace treaty with the Cloud Village, but shortly after one of his ninjas kidnapped his daughter. Shortly after he killed the ninja, those of Kumo wanted the head of the murderer, because if they did not give it to them, they would declare war on Konoha, which could lead to the other villages doing the same and thus unleash a fourth Shinobi World War. Something happened that he would never have expected. His brother sacrificed himself for him, no matter how much he refused, because his younger brother left him incapacitated in an instant. It was even worse when his wife fell ill after their second daughter was born. Although little Hanabi was born without any problem, the doctors gave her 4 months to live. The date was completely exact. For the next few years little Hinata, only 7 years old, lived in a bubble, being completely alone and scared. She didn't approach anyone, because what the Hyuga of the main branch told her had left a scar on her. For the next 3 years, her self-esteem, her security and all her joy had disappeared. She earned a reputation as a shy girl. Although she was somewhat shy, it was not out of shame, it was terror and fear that someone was equal to the Hyuga of the main branch. It was worse when some civilian children messed with her, insulting her and harassing her for being from a clan. That was because they were children of the civilians of the council, and they hated the ninja clans. They considered them nothing more than animals that should simply obey their superiors, and because of that they were harassing a little Hinata of 10 years of age. They had tried to do it with the other clan children, but it didn't go very well. Ino Yamanaka, despite being a girl who was only seen as a gossip, was not a rose without thorns. When some children tried to do the same to her, what Yamanaka did was to force them into her clan's technique and make them hit each other. Taoji was a completely different case. He had the strength to defend himself from those who called him fatty, but despite that he did not defend himself. He was a quiet, kind and compassionate child, and the spoiled civilian brats took advantage of that by always calling him that way. Shikamaru Nara was a similar matter to Ino and Chaoji. He didn't hurt them because he didn't care about their opinion of him, although it is more than certain that if he had known what they called Chaoji and how they bothered him, it is more than certain that he would have used his shadow jutsu on all of them. But in Yuzuka nobody messed with him. To a certain extent he was the wildest of all the clan children, and therefore the one who scared them the most, since he didn't give a damn what happened to him afterwards if he hit them for insulting him. Sayori Uchiha, because she was the prettiest girl in school, some civilians tried to hit on her, she ignored them, but as soon as one of them called her Sayori-chan, well, those civilians never returned to the academy. Shino Aburam was fine with just leaving him alone, since the civilians considered him disgusting because of the insects his clan used. That left the only option for them to be the one girl they could say whatever they wanted to without fear of her doing something against them. Look at those ugly eyes, if they are horrendous, who would have said that the Byakugan was so terrifying? Haha, they look like the eyes of a monster. Yes, monster, 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 were the words of the civilians. Poor Hinata had begun to whimper, trying to hold back her tears, but it was very difficult for her not to cry when everyone told her that she was horrendous and a monster. And then he came. "What do you think you're doing?" was the question asked by a voice behind the civilians, and there it was. Hinata's wide eyes shone at the sight of her savior. She had recognized him. His hair was blonde like the sun, his eyes were a dark blue color that penetrated civilians like daggers. He wore black pants with bandages tied at his ankles, black ninja sandals, a mesh shirt that was under a dark blue jacket with several pockets, and fingerless gloves with metal plates on the back of the hand, although the most notable thing about his appearance was that he no longer had his marks on his cheeks. The civilians quickly told him to leave, but when he refused, they cornered him in a circle, believing that this would give them more of an advantage. Poor idiots. "Look buddy, if you leave the girl alone, I promise you'll come out of this not too hurt." In response, the blue OG received the laughter of all the civilians. "Here the only one who's going to get hurt is you, idiot," was the threat of the civilian child who seemed to be the leader and being the oldest, about 12 years old approximately. "Well, if that's the case, I'll give you some advantage. You can give me a free hit, but be careful. Because if you wasted or missed." The blonde could not finish when the civilian's fist hit her face. Hinata covered her mouth with her hands in terror, while the other civilians laughed, and the leader smiled arrogantly, but nobody expected the slow and somewhat evil laugh of Naruto. He. "You're going to regret it." With it he proceeded to hit the civilian children so much and so hard that none of them could be ninja ever again. One of them broke both of his legs irreparably. Another one was put in a jinjutsu where she died over and over again in different ways, each one more painful, terrifying and bizarre than the last, surely leaving her with psychological scars and making her a crying little girl on the battlefield for fear of death. And the leader, well, in it she tested her prototype of the Sukureto Senbon. After that he left, not without giving one last look to the astonished Hyuga. Hinata would remember that day forever. The day she fell in love with Naruto. The Hyuga stopped remembering the past. Only a few moments had passed, but for her it felt like an eternity. I'm sure it seemed like an eternity to you too. In a burst of speed both women headed towards each other. Hinata was using her Jukin, although she could end the fight in an instant using one of her sub-elements, or using her bow. She didn't want to go all out, while Haku was dodging and deflecting the Hyuga's blows as best she could without touching her fingers or palms. The exchange of blows ended when the Hyuga gave Yuki a blow with her open palm in the stomach. The ice user, barely stabilized in the water, had to turn to avoid receiving several senbon thrown by the blue-haired woman. As Haku dodged the needles, Haku began to make hand seals for one of her Hyoten jutsu. Hinata saw how the lake water rose into small drops and began to form needles made of ice that were launched against her. The Hyuga spun again, releasing chakra from all her tenketsus, recreating a chakra dome that protected her from the needles. Hinata decided to stop playing, while the bracelet that was on her right hand began to change, generating her bow. She had named it Runting. And put her hand in a position similar to holding an arrow, tightly tensing the string. From one moment to the next, a large amount of electricity began to generate and focus on the hole that the bow had for the arrow. The electricity began to take shape and generated an arrow made of pure electricity that Hinata launched. The arrow of electricity from one moment to the next separated, generating a total of 15 more arrows of a voltage similar to the first. Haku barely had time to make some hand seals and put her hands in the water of the lake Hyoten. Koriheki, ice release. Ice wall, Haku exclaimed, so that a wall of ice would slow down the arrows. It didn't stop them, but it gave the ice user enough time to get out of the way of the arrows. The wall broke into several pieces of ice that Yuki took advantage of and made the pieces of ice go towards Hinata, transforming the pieces into 3 spears that headed towards her. Hyuga dodged the first one by moving aside, the second one she broke using her jukin, and the third one she dodged, but before it left she took it by the handle and threw it towards the one who had thrown it. This time Yuki sank into the water to dodge the spear. A large mist began to generate because Naruto had used his Kaiten Gakumasitsu to extinguish Zabuza's jutsu. Hinata felt a presence behind her and concentrated chakra in her palm to do the Haki Kusho, vacuum palm, which consisted of concentrating a large amount of chakra in the palm and then releasing it and producing a large shock wave from the blow. However, Haku dodged it and let the wave pass by her side while she took out several senbon to stick them in Hinata's arm to avoid that the Hyuga spun, but without releasing chakra since it was a simple spin to dodge. And this time she used the same technique again that this time did impact Haku's stomach. The ice user was about to get up again to fight the girl, however she saw in disbelief as Zabuza was thrown by a blow from the silver-haired boy and went to help him. Haku? The black-haired swordsman asked weakly to his subordinate who put him on her shoulder and made a few seals with one hand to perform the Shunshin no Jutsu. "We're leaving Zabuza-san," Haku said in a tone more than anything like an order. Zabuza just nodded. He knew his chances of winning were low. Kurenai was already free, Kakashi with the Sharingan had appeared to help her, and the silver-haired boy and the Hyuga girl seemed strong. Well, they were strong. Stronger than Zabuza would have expected. Both disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving Naruto and Hinata calmer because the fight had already ended, leaving Tazuna, Kakashi, Kurenai, Sayori, Sakura, Kiba and Shino more than stupefied to see both fights. Why, Court. Chapter 11. The Konoha team walked through the forests leading to Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves, walking calmly and without any problem, or at least 2 of them. Hinata and Naruto. The rest of the group sat in a somewhat awkward silence, each with their own opinions on the matter that had happened a few moments ago in the fight they both had against Haku and Zabuza respectively. Kurenai was between amazed, somewhat dejected and proud. Her student was very powerful, more than she could have imagined. She herself had problems with Zabuza, well, Zabuza beat her, and that her student hit him more than she could give him made her proud and impressed, although a part of her felt her pride somewhat low because a girl beat her. It was worse with Naruto who practically dominated the swordsman. Kakashi on the other hand looked at his student with respect. He knew Naruto was powerful, he practically beat him in his test, but Zabuza Mamachi was an A-rank ninja. Not only that, but he was also one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Hell, even he would have trouble if he faced him. Not only that, but Kurenai's student was also very strong. He noticed something curious, although the girl used the Jukin like any other Hyuga, this one was different, faster, more precise and lethal. And to some extent, similar to Naruto's fighting style. Kiba was between happy and depressed. He was happy because everyone survived. He was happy because 2 of his great friends were so strong, but he was depressed because he couldn't help them at all. That, and the fact that no matter how much medical ninjutsu Sakura used, her hand didn't heal at all. Shino was studying the Blue Oji and the Pearl Oji in detail. The first time she met Naruto, she used a few of her Kakeichu insects to analyze him, as did Hinata. From her teammate they didn't feel anything strange. She was a Hyuga with standard chakra reserves with acceptable control. Then there was Naruto. For some reason his insect stayed with Naruto longer than usual. Her insect said that the taste of Naruto's chakra was exquisite and that it was in huge quantities. She knew Naruto was strong, but what she had just seen was illogical. It was impossible for a genin fresh out of the academy to defeat Zabuza, a ninja more experienced than him. For the first time in her life, Shino felt genuine curiosity about someone. Sakura looked at Naruto with slight fear because of how powerful he was. Being able to remove the bells from her sensei was one thing, but fighting against someone as terrifyingly strong as Abusa was another thing. However, a part of her shuddered with some pity. She was not naive, she knew that in the past the Shinobis were much more powerful than they are today. That was due to an important factor. They were at war and they barely had any soldiers, so they resorted to the only resource they had. Children. They trained them so hard that each of the children became small anti-army machines, but at a very high cost. Their childhood, they didn't have any kind of childhood, because as soon as they could walk properly, they began to be trained arduously. That made the pink-haired girl wonder something. How much had Naruto had to sacrifice to be so strong? Then there was Sayuri, who had recovered from her little outburst of anger for no reason. She was looking at Naruto, as if she wanted to memorize every detail about him. She knew that the Hyuga wasn't that strong when she started at the academy, and she also knew that the blue-eyed man had something to do with it. Possibly he had trained the blue-haired woman, and that's how she became so strong. The part of her felt offended and quite annoyed that he was training Hinata when she was better than the Hyuga in every way. Why didn't he want to train her? She was much better than the Hyuga. Was there something wrong with that? Realizing what Sayuri was thinking, she quickly shook her head. She was thinking as if she was jealous that the Hyuga was with Naruto. She didn't have to be. It's not like she had feelings for Naruto, right? Although thinking about that, a part of her couldn't help but feel somewhat impressed by how strong Naruto was. Finally, there was Tazuna, who wanted to go practically unnoticed as much as possible, mostly because he was scared of what a simple young boy had been capable of doing, and that if he did anything to upset him, it was more than certain that now the ninjas would abandon him. Naruto and Hinata on the other hand were talking pleasantly to each other, talking about things like their favorite foods. Hinata's were cinnamon rolls, and Naruto's was obviously his beloved ramen, although Hinata liked it too. When she told him Utsitsuki tasted delicious, he threw himself at her with force and love. So forcefully that he knocked her to the ground and ended up on top of her while he was still hugging her. If it weren't because by that time she had stopped being so shy, she would have surely fainted, although that didn't mean that she didn't turn as ripe as a cherry, and that Hiashi didn't feel like killing Minato and Kushina's son for some strange reason. Both teams walked until they reached what appeared to be a lake. The lake had a port made of rock, and the place was completely cloudy. On one side of the port was what appeared to be a bridge, the bridge that Tazuna was going to complete as specified. From one moment to the next they began to hear someone rowing. At one point they saw a man in a boat. An oar was in front of them offering them passage. However, he told them that he could only carry 5 people because of the size of the boat. Naruto was the first to speak. Hina-chan, Kurenai-san, Kiba, Shino, old man, you guys get on, we'll take a shortcut, Naruto ordered. No one had the courage to protest. That's why the entire teammate along with the client got on the small boat before the man started rowing. The blue Oji said, one last thing by the way, let me give you a little help with that, said the Utsitsuki, gave a small kick to the boat, putting some force on it. Then the boat flew away due to the push Naruto gave it. Everyone on the boat held on as best they could because of the speed of the boat. Even Akamaru fell off Kiba's head, only to end up in Tazuna's face while he screamed because the dog was starting to bite him. The remaining members of Team 7 watched what happened with a drop on the back of their necks. Okay, now we have to wait for him to come back for us, Kakashi said as he moved away from Sayuri and Sakura enough so that they wouldn't notice that he had taken out his new Uchiha. Not necessarily, Kakashi said, the blue Oji looking in the direction in which the ship went and incidentally attracting the attention of Kakashi and the females of his team, turning their backs. None of them looked as the veins under the face of Naruto's left eye stood out to such an extent that they were visible on his face, that while the pupil of Naruto's eye seemed to break and the circle in his iris stood out. While Naruto's other eye took on a red tint in the iris with 3 tomos around the pupil, the tomes began to spin and merge, making a new pattern and thus revealing his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, kaleidoscopic rotating copying Eye of Eternity. The image of Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan is on my DeviantArt profile. It's a little complicated to describe. From one moment to the next, Naruto disappeared in a small red explosion. A second after he disappeared, so did the rest of his team in the same explosion. To then appear on the other side of the lake when teammate and the client were just arriving. Everyone, except Naruto and Hinata, who had already seen that technique, were surprised to see them. Even Team 7 had no idea what Naruto had done to make them suddenly appear in the place. They couldn't say that it was a simple Shunshin no Jutsu because Naruto hadn't even touched them, and yet he teleported them all. What Naruto just used was called Janpu Jump, a technique of Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan. The technique itself was of space-time. It allowed the user to teleport in a second to any place that was in the range of vision of the user and could teleport as many people as he wanted without problem. In a battle it was useful, and combined with the increased vision range of the Byakugan and his 360-degree peripheral vision, it allowed Naruto to transport himself long distances. However, the technique showed how well it was mastered by the speed of teleportation, and although Naruto mastered it well, the true speed of the technique was practically instantaneous, and Naruto barely mastered the technique by 60%. The blue-eyed boy began walking, followed by the Hyuga, while the other members of both teams looked on in astonishment. Tazuna was one of the first to follow them because they wouldn't know where his house was, and the children were the strongest in the group and he didn't want to be left unprotected. The remaining members of the team followed suit. After a while, both teams and the client arrived at Tazuna's house, and upon entering they were greeted by a woman with black hair and eyes, with white skin, and wearing a long blue skirt, along with a red shirt bordered in red. She looked at both teams with distrust. "Who are you?" the woman said, immediately silencing herself upon seeing Tazuna a little further behind the strange people father. The woman exclaimed while the old man smiled upon seeing his daughter. "Tsunami-chan." The now known as Tsunami quickly went to the bridge builder and gave him an affectionate hug and then invited the people who accompanied him to come in, who entered without complaint. Before anyone could do or say anything, Kurenai asked if they had any rooms available since she wasn't feeling entirely well. Sakura supported her, saying that she hadn't been able to fully heal the sensei of Team 8. Tsunami nodded. "If there are any empty rooms upstairs, you can use them if you want," the black-haired girl said kindly to Kurenai and Sakura, who nodded gratefully, as did almost the rest of both teams, except for Naruto and Sayuri, although Naruto at least gave a slight nod. The pink-haired girl helped Yuhi walk up the stairs. "Wait." the Hyuga exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. "I know something about medical ninjutsu, maybe I can help you," said the blue-haired girl, gently offering her help, although Naruto smiled slightly. Hinata was possibly the best in medical ninjutsu in the village, if you didn't count a master in the art like Tsunade Senju. Even he himself with his Jigakudo, Naraka Way, paled in comparison to her skill in her ninjutsu, since her Jigakudo, although it healed completely, took a long time to do so, and she couldn't heal many people with it, only one, and it took a long time, although on the positive side, she had managed to increase her skill with that path and heal faster, and even so she was better than him in that aspect. After Hinata left with the Jade Oji and the Red Oji, everything was silent, which was broken by the Blue Oji. "Well, looking at things on the bright side, most of us are fine. Kiba, Shino, I need you to tell me what you're good at. I know how strong Sayuchan and Sakura are, and how strong Hina-chan is, but I don't know how strong you've become. I need you to tell me exactly what you're good at, so I know what to assign you, but let's leave that for later. For now rest," ordered the Utsitsuki. For some reason the role of leader suited him well, so Kiba and Shino nodded, although they were both somewhat curious about what he called the Uchiha, and that she didn't seem to be bothered by him calling her that, although she practically threw daggers with her eyes at Naruto when he said Hina-chan. For some reason, that he mentioned the Hyuga in such an affectionate way, she didn't like it. But she put that aside to concentrate on what she was going to say when she saw him look in her direction. "Kakashi, you rest too, although you did practically nothing. If Zabuza comes back attacking, we'll probably need your help. In the meantime, read your Ichigo." The older silver-haired man, despite feeling insulted by how his student spoke to him, didn't grumble and quickly took out his new book. After all, this new Ichigo was fabulous. The Blue Oji made a cross-shaped seal with his hands and formed two shadow clones. "You," the silver-haired man pointed to the first clone, "accompany the old man," then he pointed to Tazuna, "and help him finish his bridge. I made you with more chakra so you can create more of yourself if the old man needs help." The clone nodded and followed by Tazuna left the house, then the original Naruto turned in the direction of the second clone. "And you, go see how the town is, help in any way you can." The clone nodded and disappeared in a silver flash. The Utsitsuki turned to see the Uchiha, who looked at him impassively. "Sayuri-chan, come with me," and starting to walk to the door, the Blue Oji left shortly after, being accompanied by the black-haired woman. "What do you want, dope?" the Uchiha asked in an annoyed, grumpy and to a certain extent almost jealous manner. The silver-haired man raised an eyebrow in confusion at the Uchiha's attitude, so to satisfy his curiosity, he decided to ask a somewhat stupid question. "Are you angry?" "Of course not. It's just that," the Uchiha exclaimed, only to fall silent mid-word, almost saying that it bothered her that he was so close to the Hyuga. "Well? What's wrong?" the Utsitsuki asked in an inquisitive manner, unknowingly invading the black-haired girl's personal space to the point that their noses were almost touching. The Uchiha's cheeks turned a soft red when she saw Naruto's face so close, inches from her own. She quickly looked away, a little embarrassed. For some reason her heart wouldn't stop beating so fast. "And nothing, what do you need me for, Naruto?" the black-haired girl stuttered slightly, with a tone of voice that even surprised herself and Naruto. She said it in a soft, sweet and somewhat shy way, as if she weren't herself, in contrast to the fact that her cheeks were somewhat red, which still gave her a sweet and innocent air. The Utsitsuki couldn't help but blush at that sight too. He swallowed, but his mouth had dried up as soon as he tried to speak. He ran a hand through his silver, straight hair until it ended at his neck. He looked away, trying to find the courage that for some reason he lost when he said the following. "Do you want to train with me?" That had taken the Uchiha by surprise. "What do you mean?" asked a stunned black-haired girl. Naruto only looked away even more, this time with his cheeks redder than before. "I said yes, would you train with me?" The silver-haired boy repeated. For some reason he felt embarrassed for saying that. The Uchiha for her part was truly surprised, perhaps before her pride would have made her refuse, claiming something like, "If you didn't want to train me before, don't come crawling to me," but now, she felt something strange in her heart. She felt grateful that Naruto wanted to train her. For some reason, since she was in Team 7, more specifically, since she was with Naruto, despite the fact that most of the time she fought with him, they argued, well, she yelled at him, and he acted like nothing happened. Even though a part of her before hated Naruto even a little, that part of her had begun to feel to a certain extent affection for Naruto. The Uchiha did something that made Naruto blush for the fourth time. She smiled. This time, there wasn't even a hint of petulance in the smile. It was a small, sweet, kind, comforting, and, to a certain extent, affectionate smile. The Uchiha raised a hand and smiled a little wider. "I'd love to." The Uchiha's smile spread to Naruto, who, equally smiling, took the Uchiha's hand. They both disappeared in a silver flash. Akatsuki Lair. Underground base. The masked Toby watched with insane pleasure the creation before him. Finally, after months and months of acquiring the plans, machinery, resources, and energy for his trans-dimensional machine. It was finally finished, although he couldn't complain. It had ended sooner than he thought. However, he couldn't give the credit only to himself. It was thanks to the great advances in engineering that had been made in Aim no Kuni and his use of Hashirama's gene tree as a generator that he was able to finish his interdimensional machine so quickly. In the last month he had been researching possible alternate universes. He had investigated that there were millions of alternate universes. Some universes derived from his were only about what would have happened if this had happened. However, they all derived from a single universe that he called Prime Earth, the original universe of the series, that is, the canon. This universe interested Toby greatly because it would help him a lot to know the events that would happen in the future. The events of this world were interesting. As in his world, Minato and Kushina died. The only change with this would be that in this Naruto had not been treated so aggressively with him. Hereas in Sarutobi was killed by Orochimaru. Sasuke, who was the male version of what in his world was Sayori Uchiha, went with the same Sannin. Jiraiya was killed by Pain. But then fought against the Uzumaki and after Hinata Hyuga, which for some reason, seemed to be very important in the different universes, sacrificed herself. Naruto released the fourth tale of his second Jinchuriki form. After that a small talk between Naruto and Nagato, in which the second sacrificed himself to bring back to life all those he killed. Then the fourth great ninja war began, because he declared war on the 5 elemental nations. Madara resurrected. Then betrayed him, causing him to revive him by force. Came the Ito Tensei of the previous cages, that he became the Jinchuriki of the Jubi of that universe. Then Madara became the Jinchuriki of the Jubi, and then came a strange rabbit extraterrestrial woman who was the progenitor of the Sage of the Six Paths, and a lot of other things that Toby did not care about, but nevertheless her death and the betrayal of Black Zetsu alerted him of important events. He had in mind how to ensure that none of those things happened. If he collected all the paths that had a piece of the power of the Sage of the Six Paths and joined them to his DNA, he would obtain all the abilities of an Utsitsuki, which, in all universes, were always the most powerful. Other alternate universes were interesting, like the universe of what if Madara had been the first Hokage. After some interesting events, Madara was chosen as the first Hokage, which caused a drastic change in history. Danzo Shimura was killed by Madara himself. He was saved by Black Zetsu, which had to do his plans alone, so he injected him with Senju DNA and awakened the Rinnegan. After a series of strange events, he was used to revive Kagaya Utsutsuki and died when Team 7 of that universe defeated Kagaya. Another universe where everyone in the 5 elemental nations were bad, some killed each other, there was no coexistence without trying to kill each other. Even Naruto, which was among the universes one of the kindest beings in this world, was a jerk who did not care about anything or anyone. However, the Naruto of that universe had a sister. Naruko, unlike other people, was a kind, sweet, and tender girl. What intrigued Toby most was that in this universe, Black Zetsu was good, even helping Naruto with whatever he could. There were other universes that sometimes repeated themselves, such as the alternate universes in which Naruto was ignored by his parents in favor of his sister, brother, or both. In some universes, Naruto didn't even have the Kyuubi, while in others, after strange events, the Uzumaki even ended up being the Jinchuriki of the Jubi. There was a particular universe where Naruto ended up being practically a god. In this universe Minato was the son of Madara, along with a civilian woman. In addition to that, in this universe, the Uchiha were divided into two branches, which were those who descended directly from Indra Ootsutsiki, which did not go blind by the use of their Maguekio and awakened it naturally, and those who descended from the people that Indra turned into Uchiha's half-breeds, which awakened their Maguekio after seeing someone dear to them die and that they slowly went blind. Kushina was a senju because she was the daughter of Tsunade and inherited her grandmother's red hair. Another important fact was that in this universe Hashirama and Mito were Tsunade's parents and not her grandparents. Naruto was saved by his father from a mob of villagers when he was a child because he had put a lock on the seal in case something like that happened, and was trained by the Kyuubi. At only 13 years old, Naruto had the level of a kage in addition to awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan and quickly mastering its abilities, in addition to having all the abilities of all the Mangekyo Sharingan and many more. At 16 he awakened the Rinnegan, revived his parents, killed the Akatsuki, humiliated Nagato and fought against Madara. I also noticed that Naruto, who in some universes was not even called Naruto, nor was he in Uzumaki or even human in some universes, was very important in the multiverse. There were versions of him that literally ruled space-time. And Naruto, who was the guardian of all the AUs, acronym for Alter Universe, and the creator of some, called himself Ink Naruto. Not only that, but Ink was a very powerful version of Naruto. He was at least strong enough to face Madara Uchiha without problems. Another version of Naruto who could feel, feed and travel through the multiverse through positive emotions. He helped people from different AUs, regardless of whether they had negative emotions. What's more, he helped more those who had those kinds of emotions. That version of Naruto called himself Light Naruto, and his brother who was the opposite of light. He was pure darkness. He fed on negative emotions. He could transport through them and help those who had only negative emotions. However, he never did it just because, he always had his ambitions first. His name was Darkness Naruto. However, those were universes that Toby was not interested in at the moment. There was one universe in particular that, on the contrary, interested him a lot. Universe 612. Destruction. It was the only thing that could be seen on the entire plain full of rocks. There were corpses everywhere, ninjas from Konoha, Iwa, Kumo, Suna, Kiri, Taki. There were ninjas from practically every nation in the ninja world on the field who had fought hard, but now their corpses adorned the ground in a grim and terrifying way. However, that is not what was most striking. A demonic statue that absorbed a sand raccoon, a blue fire cat, a strange turtle, a red gorilla, a white horse with the face of a dolphin, a white slug, a blue rhinoceros beetle, an octopus bull and two foxes. Both with the same shape and size but different colors. While one was made of yellow-orange fire, the other was a burnt red color that caught one's attention. On the head of the demonic statue was a 19-year-old man, 1.90 meters tall. He had completely white skin, even whiter than Orochimaru of the Sannin. He had protuberances on his forehead in the shape of horns. The horns were thin and elongated as they turned back. He had two marks on his face. They started a little below his eyes, passed through his face and cheeks towards his neck, and ended at his neck, where his straight silver hair did not let see. The most striking thing were his eyes. While one had a completely red iris, without a pupil or anything, and had black sclera. The other eye was a very familiar design to many. It was purple, with a shrunken pupil, and around it, there were 6 concentric circles. When the demonic statue absorbed the last two Bijuas, the yin and yang halves of the Kyuubi respectively, they only left 10 bodies where the titanic creatures were before. A young red-haired boy with black marks under his eyes, with the kanji love on his forehead, blue-green eyes that looked empty and lifeless, was dressed in the robes of Suna, a girl with blonde hair tied in a ponytail with black eyes and blue clothing with some cloud engravings on her legs. Had the Kumo band tied on her forehead, a young pre-adolescent boy with green hair, purple eyes just as dead, with a staff that ended in a hook with a flower below, was dressed like those of Kiri, a man in his 40s, red hair and brown eyes just as dead as the previous ones, had the band and clothing of those of Iwa, a large man with red armor that did not let see anything of his appearance but his eyes, just as dead as the others, a girl with brown skin and green hair with short white clothes. Had the Taki band as a belt, an adult man, blonde, dark-skinned, white clothes and with a band of Kumo on the forehead, and finally 2 19-year-old boys, a boy and a girl, both dressed in orange pants and jacket, the Konoha band on their foreheads. While the girl was blonde with blue eyes, the boy was red-haired with purple eyes. His eyes, like the others, were dead. That was all, asked the man on top of the statue with a thunderous voice. He took a great leap and ended up on the ground. Old man, one would expect more resistance from the 9 most powerful beasts. With that said, the young man looked at the statue in which the Bijuas were sealed, and the space began to contract in the form of a whirlpool in the statue. Seconds later the statue was absorbed by said whirlpool. The man began to walk as if nothing had happened, but then he felt a presence above him and saw a young black-haired man falling from a falcon in his direction with a sword ready to stab him. The black-haired man stood for a second, literally frozen in midair, almost as if something were holding him, but he couldn't move at all. Did you really think a pathetic human like you could beat me? Don't make me laugh, Sasuke, the man said to the now identified Sasuke, who tried to get away from whatever the silver-haired man in front of him had done to him. The OGI was about to leave when he heard Sasuke yell at him. Stop this madness, Naruto. Your parents wanted to finally be a family with you. Damn it. React, Naruto. The purple-red OG stopped abruptly, clenched his teeth so hard they crunched, grabbed Sasuke's sword that he had dropped when he used his technique to stop him. The sword began to surround itself with purple energy, similar to chakra in some ways, but much more powerful. Kai. My name, the young man said in a dangerous manner. It's Nightmare Ootsutsuki. The one now named as Nightmare, roared with anger and in the same way buried the sword in the heart of its former owner. Universe 12,137,555. Return to Universe 12,137,555, which Toby, creator of the machine, and the other inhabitants called home. He allowed himself to investigate more about this universe. It turns out that after a while, Nightmare got bored with his world and began to travel from parallel universe to parallel universe, destroying some in the process. In fact, Nightmare and Ink had had one encounter or another because the latter did not like the universes being destroyed, however neither of them had been able to kill the other. There was another universe that Toby was interested in, a universe where Kushina married a man from the Kagaya clan. This Kagaya's name was Geister. He had the peculiarity that instead of creating bones in his body, he could create them in the air or out of nowhere. Besides that, Geister was a great scientist, much better than Orochimaru, but without being as extremist as the Sannin. One day Geister created some pills that he had created from the remains of synthesized chakra. Found in places that spoke of Rikido Sennin, said remains were left by some Utsitsuki relatives of Hagoromo. These pills contained 4% of the chakra of a normal Utsutsuki. That would not be much, but for a normal person that was the equivalent of the power of 10 cages. However, Geister did not get any volunteers because the pills were experimental, and no one in the village dared to try them for fear that the experiment would fail in them. However, for that very reason Geister tested his eldest son, Naruto Kagaya, to see how strong he was. However, Naruto, despite being a Kagaya and being quite strong, that world had more powerful versions of all. The Madara Uchiha without Rinnegan of that universe was strong enough to defeat the Madara Uchiha with Rinnegan and the Sage mode of the 6 paths of Prime Earth without difficulty, while in that universe, Naruto would have qualified as an elite Jounin. In this one he was not even strong enough to be considered an average genin. That was why Geister worried about whether his son would be strong enough to survive in the harsh world, and seeing his opportunity to test his new experiment, asked Naruto to take one of the 6 paths pills, as Geister called them. He did so, and according to his father's instructions, he had to take a pill every week to stay stable, until his body fully assimilated the powerful chakra. After a lot of events, Naruto lost his father in an accident. His mother had died on the day of the Kyuubi attack, although his late father had the power to seal the powerful Bijuu without using the Shiki Fuin, he only had his brother left, Arashi, but over time, the enormous power he had turned Naruto into someone who destroyed everything without even trying, and as the years passed he became a time bomb, so he decided to stay away from his brother and everyone else, so as not to hurt them. What really interested Toby were the Utsutsuki chakra pills. A morally rational person would look for a way to help someone who lived the way Naruto did, but for Toby those were unimportant childish things. Toby knew there were many more universes that could help him, but for now, he would need new recruits. Nami no Kuni. With Tazuna and the one Naruto clone. Currently, both had arrived at the bridge under construction and, to the old man's sadness, there were very few workers, barely about 50, and they did not look very excited, to say the least. Why does everyone look at each other as if they were going to be killed by making a bridge? The blue OG clone asked Tazuna in an inquisitive manner, who only sighed sadly. They are afraid. Afraid? What could they be afraid of? The clone's silver-haired man asked. Tazuna's gaze turned angry for a second, and he gritted his teeth in great frustration. Pat, they are afraid that if they continue the bridge he will kill them. That is why many of the workers have resigned, the old man said angrily and sadly. Naruto stood still for a second. He looked around, and there was nothing but sad or scared faces. He mumbled lightly, and then made a pose with his hands in the form of a cross-cage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone jutsu, exclaimed the clone, and from several explosions of white smoke, 300 Narutos appeared. I think a few extra hands can help you finish your bridge, don't you, old man? Asked the original clone in a sea of replicas to a stupefied Tazuna who nodded in an absent-minded way. Good, although you will have to tell them what to do. I'm not very good at building things, and so the clones separated, some bothering the workers to ask them what to do, others carrying materials and others were already beginning to build more of the bridge. "Hey Tazuna," exclaimed a worker in the crowd. Gichi, if he remembered Tazuna correctly, made his way through the sea of silver-haired people and then looked at Tazuna seriously. "Who is this brat and why are there so many of him?" Gichi asked, watching as some Narutos made a human bridge so the workers could pass without problems to the other side of the bridge. The old builder smiled at the question. "This is Naruto, he's a Konoha ninja, he came to help us with Geto, and I think it's because of a ninja technique of his." "What thing?" Gichi exclaimed, stupefied and incredulous that this simple child could be a ninja at such a young age. "I was thinking of giving up, but is he strong?" the rookie builder asked curiously upon seeing so many silver-haired people scattered around. Tazuna stood still for a second, remembering the fight he had with the swordsman, his strategies, his skill, his techniques. The builder turned to the original clone who was helping carry some very heavy metal beams, more than you can imagine. But Naruto's too clone. He wasn't very happy to admit it. He had discovered that the situation in this town was worse than he thought. First there was the issue of prostitution. Apparently Geto sent his men to kill different people, mostly men, and kidnap their wives and daughters, and then prostitute them against their will. The clone almost vomited when he found out that the son of a bitch Geto kept the brothels in plain sight so that the men would know where their wives and daughters would end up if they opposed him, and the women so they would know how they would end up. He even found out that in those brothels there were auctions in which whoever gave the most money could have the woman auctioned as his slave. The second was the poverty, not only of the adults, but also of the children who were left homeless or whose parents were killed by Geto and were left orphaned with no one to care for them. That's why the clone wanted to take care of both of them, so he looked for the most popular brothel to give them a little message. Nami no Kuni's brothel. The place lived up to its name. It was full of women almost completely naked, except for the uniform they made them wear, which was better to be naked because of how degrading and disgusting it felt than several men, who were mostly rich from countries annexed with Geto or simple criminals passing by. The woman with brown hair, green eyes, a voluptuous figure, wearing a black leather outfit that left nothing to the imagination, wearing simple long boots, a very short bikini, and 2 pieces of cloth that barely covered her nipples. That woman had gone through hardships that no one deserved to suffer, watching her father die in front of her by some of Geto's thugs, the same ones who, seeing that his wife was resisting too much, got fed up and killed her in front of her too. The same men who raped her when she was only 14 years old, the same ones who were now drinking beer, laughing like animals, and telling how they returned to several women who had the same misfortune as her in their bores, and who were sitting at a table where they ordered him to bring another order of beers. Ha 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 ha. How I love this damn place. The boars here are excellent. The woman gritted her teeth in fury when she heard one of those men scream, and how the other men howled in chorus and happiness. No woman liked to be called bore, that was a fact, however she said nothing to preserve her physical integrity as intact as she could. Those behemoths could kill a well-trained man with their fists, she did not want to have to find out. "Here are your drinks," the poor woman said, hiding the venom in her voice as best she could. Fortunately, the men were too focused on their beers and seeing the body of the waitress who was about to leave, but one of the men stopped her. High quality and our special service," said a man who had a lascivious smile on his face when he saw the waitress's body. The man had brown hair and beard, black eyes, brown skin, and was exaggeratedly muscular, almost 2 meters tall. He wore black pants and an open dark blue jacket, showing that he was not wearing a shirt underneath. "I don't know what you're talking about," the woman said, a mixture of indignation, anger, and fear. She did know what those men were talking about, and that was what terrified her the most. A man shorter than the other, equally dark-skinned, with dark blonde hair and a scar on his eyebrow, dressed only in baggy black pants, smiled the same way his companion did. "Well, I think we're going to have to show it to you, my dear," said the lascivious man, directing one of his large dirty hands to the woman's breasts. If it weren't for the fact that she knew it wouldn't help her at all, she would have slapped the man as soon as he tried. She could only hope for a miracle to save her. From one moment to the next, the man stopped. He slowly looked down at her unprotected abdomen, just like his friend's. A black bar was coming out of it. "Cockroaches, like you," said a voice behind the blonde man. It came from a young man with silver hair, black pants, a silver jacket, a mesh shirt underneath, a strange bandana with a strange symbol tied on his forehead, the strangest thing. His eyes, one red in a strange and complicated shape, while the other was a purple color with concentric circles around the point that symbolized the pupil. "You should burn in hell." And with that, the strange silver-haired boy pulled the black bar out of the man's stomach, causing his insides to come out through the hole made by the bar. All the men there glared at Naruto with anger and hatred, and with a chorus of shouts, they rushed to kill the silver-haired man. None of them stood a chance. The blue OG dodged a blow of one of them and crushed his knee, leaving him immobilized. Then two more came, so he grabbed the arm of the one who broke his knee and used it as a hammer to hit them. Two more tried to hit him from behind. He felt them from behind, so he used the aim no Tejikara to replace himself with one of the thugs. Instead of hitting him, the thugs hit one of the many nobles who never bothered to do anything, breaking his face. The Utsitsuki took advantage of his place and took out two more chakra receivers and buried them inside the heads of the nobles sitting on either side of him. He used his aim no Tejikara again to switch places with a thug who was about to try to cut his head off from behind. He switched places with him and covered his hand with chakra futon to cut the thug's head off with a slash. The remaining men launched themselves like animals at the blue OG. He simply closed his eyes as the air swirled around him. From one moment to the next, all that air formed a sphere. Said sphere expanded and repelled the thugs, also producing fatal cuts in different parts of their bodies as a result of the cuts. What Naruto had just used was the futon. K's no Hampatsu area, wind release. Wind repellent sphere, a technique that consisted of accumulating a certain amount around the user that served to protect him from attacks or release the wind offensively and in that way cut the opponents by the swirling winds. The woman who was previously going to be abused by those men and who had hidden under a table came out of there and saw the one who saved her. The woman was scared when she saw him look in her direction and even more so when he approached her, but instead of hitting her, he threw something at her. It was a white robe with a hood. The boy separated from her and saw how he gave similar robes to the other women who had also hidden. The woman noticed something. In the robes there was an object. She felt it under the robe and took it out. Her eyes shone with hope and disbelief. It was at least 50,000 ryos. The woman saw with disbelief how all the women had the same amount of money as her. "Better get out of here, you don't have to keep doing this anymore, you have a new hope," exclaimed the blue OG to all the women in the brothel. All the women there almost knelt in gratitude, as if they were a deity. They didn't complain and left in an orderly manner. When the woman passed by where Naruto was, he couldn't help but ask her something. "Who are you?" The Utsitsuki clone just smiled at him kindly, his hope. And disappeared in a silver flash. But the original Naruto and Sayuri. The two had appeared in the middle of a large forest of Nami. The black OG staggered from the sudden movement of the shunshin made by Naruto. Although she continued to hold his hand, she blushed at it and immediately let go with a slight blush on her cheeks. "Well, Sayuri-chan, let's start with the training." The silver-haired boy exclaimed happily. The Uchiha just muttered HMPH and looked away, still blushing. "Well, as I understand it, your elemental natures are fire and lightning, isn't that right?" The silver-haired man asked softly, receiving a slight nod from the Uchiha. "Well, I'll teach you some jutsus of those elements, and it would also help improve your chakra control. Oh, and maybe some weapon would be good for you." The Uchiha's dark-colored eyes lit up at the mention of weapon. "Weapon? One similar to that sword you were carrying?" I asked meticulously to the blue OG, who nodded in confusion. "Will you show it to me?" "What thing?" "Your sword." The color red invaded Naruto's face. "Oi, Sayuri-chan, I love you and everything, but we're only 13 years old." The Uchiha looked in confusion as Naruto looked away, blushing. She frowned and tried to think of something that would have made him like that. "Weapon, sword, teach, show the sword." The Uchiha turned red with anger and embarrassment when she understood what the blue OG thought he wanted her to teach him. "That's not perverted. Your normal sword," exclaimed the red-black OG in embarrassment, giving a powerful blow to the head of the Utsitsuki, who got angry about that. "Hey. And why was that?" The blue OG grumbled, rubbing his head in pain from the blow the Uchiha gave him, who looked at him angrily. "HMPH, for being a pervert," said the black OG, still red with embarrassment. The blue OG just snorted, looking in another direction. However, he remembered what they had come for. "Leaving that aside, let's do what we came for. I'll show you my sword another time. Do all the cage bunshin you can," the silver-haired man ordered the Uchiha, who looked at him as if he had grown a second head. "I don't know how to do that." "Oh, right, Kakashi still hasn't taught them how to do them." The Utsutsuki scolded himself for having forgotten that while Kakashi had trained them in the basics, the cage bunshin were something more advanced. Put your hands in the shape of a cross, channel your chakra around your body, and imagine that there are many copies of you. The technique will stop when you no longer have chakra to do more, Naruto explained calmly, to which the Uchiha nodded. From several explosions of smoke appeared a total of 15 Uchihas, all with the same semi-grumpy face that the original had. "Well, what now?" asked the Uchiha, panting and somewhat tired after feeling the great loss of chakra. Naruto for his part was amazed at the amount of clones that the Uchiha could make. A normal ninja would only have chakra to make shadow clones and would fall exhausted, but the Uchiha could make a considerable amount. It was not even a quarter of what he could do, but it was a considerable number. "Well, we will divide the clones. Use 5 to practice chakra control, another 5 will practice fire and lightning, in addition to which I will tell them some jutsus that they can learn and that they will practice Kakashi's technique. 4 of them will practice Jinjutsu, 1 of them will put the other in an illusion with the Sharigan, and the other will try to get out of it." The remaining clone and you will fight with me. There are some things that I have found out about the Uchiha fighting style, but I want to test them in this fight. The black-haired woman and her clones had their jaws on the floor from hearing everything they had to do. They were about to reply, but the serious look of the blue OG did not allow them. Several hours later. The forest that was once surrounded by tons of trees and was serene in the evenings no longer existed. In their place were several felled, burned, and apparently electrocuted trees. I don't know if you can electrocute a tree, who knows. Along with two young men there was what remained. Well, one of the young men who was there, who was a black-haired girl, her clothes were somewhat torn and dusty, somewhat injured and was holding her head with one hand due to the small migraine that came to her from the memories of her clones. The other was a silver-haired boy who was apparently intact, despite having received a gigantic wave of memories from the clones, who had helped Izuna and the women in that brothel. The blue OG, seeing that the Uchiha could not walk to the builder's house, did something that when she recovered would possibly hit him. He carried her on his back holding her by the legs. What are you doing? The Uchiha asked weakly. Isn't it obvious? I'm helping you, you wouldn't be able to walk back to the old man's house. The Uchiha could have done many things. She could have tried to hit Naruto, she could have tried to get away and try to walk, she could have done many things. But she just rested her head on the blue-eyed man's shoulder and whispered softly into his ear. Thank you. Izuna's house. Night. The house was completely full, except for Naruto and Sayuri who hadn't arrived yet. An already healed Kurenai realized this and decided to ask Kakashi, aren't Naruto and Sayuri here yet? Where could they be? The red-eyed girl asked the Haddock, who only shrugged, downplaying it. Tsunami began serving food to everyone and then the door opened. We're sorry for the delay. We were training and we forgot the time. Naruto excused himself, still carrying Sayuri. For some reason everyone stared at him. Is something wrong? The blue-eyed boy asked, a little nervous for being the center of attention. Naruto, I think I can walk by myself now, was the black OG's clarification on the Ootsutsuki's back. Ah. Oh right, haha, I forgot, said Naruto, a bit embarrassed for having forgotten that and that they were watching him for that reason. He lowered the Uchiha from his back and she sat on an empty chair. Curiously, it was opposite where Hinata's chair was, which didn't look very happy to the Uchiha. Naruto also sat down later on a chair that was in the middle, and this chair curiously had opposite the chair where a small boy with a white hat with blue stripes, a yellow shirt and green pants was sitting. He strangely looked at Naruto with a bad face. Everyone started eating normally, well, except for Hinata and Sayuri. The first one still had a look that would make any Hyuga envious of not having her, and the second one gave her a haughty smile for some reason that was starting to anger the blue-haired girl. After a few moments, everyone had finished dinner, even Hinata and Sayuri, although their expressions didn't change at all as they ate. To break the awkward atmosphere, Tizuna decided to speak. The bridge is almost finished. Thanks to you, well, mostly to you, Gaki, said the builder, looking at Naruto, who simply waved his hand, downplaying the matter. However, Tsunami replied in a worried tone. But don't be so demanding, Otto-san. The builder nodded, knowing that his daughter cared a lot for him, he decided to listen to her. He appreciated it, but he did this for the good of the village. Although he looked seriously at the ninjas who were eating quietly, although Naruto was focused on seeing when Kakashi lowered his mask to eat, he wanted to see his face, but every time he blinked, he lowered his mask and ate, literally, in the blink of an eye. In any case, why do you continue even though I lied to you about the mission? Naruto stopped looking at Kakashi and turned his gaze to Tizuna, he shrugged solemnly. Not doing the right thing, when you know it's right, is the path of cowards. There are no weak soldiers led by a brave general. Naruto looked at the ground with some melancholy while remembering his Jiji. Those are the teachings of the Hokage. With that, he continued eating what little food was left on his plate. The Nari who heard that snorted in annoyance. He remembered the day his father saved the village, only for that memory to be changed to when he was publicly murdered. He began to shed tears when he remembered his words, always protect those you love. Protect them with both arms. Why? He said weakly, drawing everyone's attention to an Inari who had his head bowed. He slammed the table hard, stood up, and shouted, why are you trying so hard? You can't defeat Gato's men even if you train. No matter how hard you try, no matter how stupid you say those heroic words, weak people will always lose to strong people. Everyone, except Sayuri, Shino, and Naruto, looked at Inari sadly. Naruto just laughed, that only infuriated Inari more. What's so funny? Shut up. It pisses me off seeing you like this. You know nothing about this country, and you're a busybody. I'm different from you. You're someone who doesn't know true pain, and all you do is take life easy all the time. Instead of getting angry, Naruto just laughed harder and then calmed down. He looked at Inari with a wolfish grin and an expectant look. Let me guess. Your father died when you were a child, so you think that justifies everything you do and say because you're grieving. You think you have some kind of special pain, that it somehow makes you more special than everyone around you. You don't know anything, Inari muttered with contained anger and sadness. You know absolutely nothing about the pain I've been enduring, you can't imagine. Ah. I do know what it's like to lose your parents. I do know what it's like to live a life in the shadows, being trained by a man who could barely live with himself and who wasn't satisfied with anything. I do know what it's like to sacrifice any chance of having a normal life to protect those you love, which I feel is something you don't know. Dwarf Naruto named Inari, who stood still at his words, leaving the others stupefied. That's the funny thing about pain. Everyone always believes that their pain is the greatest of all, without understanding that there are people who suffer even more. Those same people will tell you that the pain will go away, that you will find a new life. That one day you will forget everything, but it is never like that. Others will tell you that you will feel complete once you kill everyone responsible, that you take revenge on the one who caused you that pain, and that way you will be able to live with yourself. But when you do it, you feel a momentary satisfaction that will last until you remember that no matter how many times you kill that person, your loved ones will never come back. You know. The funny thing is that you tend to look for power and strength wherever you can, but you have no idea where you will end up if you do that. Naruto stood up, walking to the door, leaving a deadly silence with his words. Kakashi the Black OG came out of his stupor and looked at his sensei's son with a look between bewildered and sad. I'm going to go train. And he walked out the door, leaving a silent room. Why? Court. Chapter 12. In the forests of Nami no Kuni, flowers bloomed in the night breeze, birds and crickets sang, the moon illuminated the sleeping village with hope. People felt their faith restored by the actions of an unknown silver-haired boy who, through his actions, his words and for having faced Geto without fear, had given them back hope. All was peace and tranquility. Or it would be if it weren't for the following scene. The same silver-haired blue-eyed boy who had given hope to an entire village was training, though it was how he did it that made so much noise. He had 700 clones practicing 100 each of an elemental nature. Futen, Katen, Doten, Sueten, Raten, Yoten, Yang Release, Inten. Another 1000 practiced their sub-elements. Ranten, Shakuten, Hyoten, Mokuten, Omyoten, Hiten, Light Release, and Mighten, Darkness Release. The rest tried to master other sub-elements such as Shoten, Crystal Release, Yoten, Lava Release, Futen, Steam Release. Then there were 6 clones made with more chakra than normal, each practicing a specific path of the Rinnegan. Naraka, Human, Asura, Animal, Petra, and Tendo. They tried to master the ones they found most difficult, so far only Tendo and Asura had mastered them best. The animal was a bit difficult, the one they mastered best was the human. 200 clones were trying to master the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Some had progressed with the Amaterasu managing to control it better. The Tsukiyomi was already working well, but still could not make the brain believe that it spent more time inside the illusion outside of it. It could only do it with the Shinko Tsukiyomi. The Susanoo was the one that had the most progress. It had gone from just the ribs to being able to get arms and a medium body. And could also maintain it for 30 minutes. He already mastered the Kamui along with his Byakugan. It was the easiest and most versatile technique of all those of his Mangekyo Sharingan. 500 more practiced chakra control, doing different exercises, walking in trees, walking in water, walking in a waterfall, holding a senbon attached to the body, holding several senbon attached to the body in a meditation pose while standing up, holding several senbon attached to the body while doing the waterfall exercise. 300 clones practiced Fuinjutsu, Taijutsu and Jinjutsu. The original Naruto was fighting against what to the common eye would be air. Not even someone with a Taijutsu like the Sharingan or Byakugan would see a difference. However, someone with a Taijutsu like the Rinnegan could see the 6 copies of the Blue OG that were attacking him from different angles. Naruto was currently using an astronomical amount of 2,712 clones if one counted the Rimbo clones he was fighting. Normally this amount would have been something that would have caught anyone's attention. However, Naruto had put up a barrier with a very special seal that made the space the user wanted to expand monumentally, and that space was not affected because this seal generated a larger space accessing another dimension. Naruto would probably have a monumental headache from all the clones, and especially because instead of using only 6 clones with a Rinnegan, he was using 12 clones with a converted Rinnegan vision, that for a normal person would be more than impossible to use more than 6, although the Rimbo clones were easier to master. Naruto stopped when his Rimbo clones could no longer hold out and returned to him. When he felt them join him, the first thing he did was sit on the ground and try to sleep, however, there he felt it. All of his clones dissipated at the same time, a horrible migraine hit his head and he was instantly unconscious. Naruto's mind space. The Utsitsuki was barely unconscious when he was sent to his mental space. There a smiling Kurama looked at him amused. The Blue OG only sighed. Yes, I know, I should have reminded my clones not to dissipate all at once, Naruto said, somewhat annoyed by the ineptitude of his clones. Kurama, for his part, just laughed lightly at how forgetful his boyfriend could be sometimes. He approached him and gave him a surprise hug. Naruto returned it, although somewhat surprised. It's not that his girlfriend and he didn't show affection for each other, but every action of hers always had a reason. And he discovered it when he felt a small kiss on the back of his neck from the blue-green Oji. He continued kissing his neck several times, and then began to ascend until reaching his chin and mouth, he gave him a soft kiss in a gentle manner. Naruto reciprocated the kiss in the same way, they separated, and the nine-tailed Biju rested her head on her boyfriend's shoulder. "Why are you so excited, Kurama-chan?" Naruto asked before receiving another kiss from the reed that shut him up. "You're welcome, Naruto." It was now Kurama who asked between the various kisses she was giving her boyfriend. "And? Shall we bathe together?" Naruto stopped upon hearing that question, staring at Kurama for a few seconds before a subtle smile appeared on his face. Taking the Biju by the hand, the Utsitsuki went with her to the bathroom. They climbed the stairs to the second floor to get there, and when they did, the circular wooden tub they used as a bath was already full of water, just as they were already naked. Lemon skipped. And they both fell asleep. Nami no Kuni Woods. Tomorrow. A young and beautiful girl with black hair and eyes wearing a pink kimono bordered in red at the neck and with swirling prints was collecting medicinal herbs in the forest. This girl was Hakuyuki. She had left her hiding place where she had been taking care of her adoptive father. Zabuza, who had healed from the wounds caused by that strange silver-haired boy. However, as she moved further she could see a considerable amount of craters and broken trees, made by the original Naruto and the Rimbo clones. She looked a little further and saw it. There was the same boy who had almost killed her father figure. He was lying down and apparently asleep. Curiously, a few birds had landed in his hair along with some squirrels and other small animals. She slightly approached the unconscious silver-haired man and crouched down, watching as the animals moved away upon seeing his presence. The black-haired woman saw how Naruto didn't even seem to be breathing or moving. She couldn't even hear his heartbeat. Apparently he was dead. A part of her tempted her to make sure. She brought her hand to the boy's neck, ready to break it in an instant, but something inside her prevented her famous compassion. She was a ninja with great skills, but it was difficult for her to kill others due to the trauma she had from seeing her mother being killed by her father and how she herself had to kill him and all those who tried to kill her. That's why her hand hung very close to the blue Oji's neck. "You know, if you're going to do something, you better do it now." Yuki jumped when she saw the apparently dead Naruto speaking as if nothing had happened. "Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to bother you." The black-haired woman apologized quickly, but seeing Naruto smile and rest his face on his right fist didn't give her a good feeling, much less when she heard the next question. "Haku, right. How's Zabuza the eyebrowless one doing?" Yuki, ironically, froze upon hearing that question. She wouldn't have brought anything to defend herself, and using her Hyoten wouldn't do any good against someone so strong that he could render it useless. She knew that if Naruto wanted to, he would have already killed her, so the only thing left for her to do was to play dumb. "Who is Zabuza?" "I'm sorry to tell you, but I don't know anyone named that." At that statement, Naruto just smiled wider and looked at Haku, as if he expected her to notice something. Seeing that she didn't notice, the blue-eyed man clarified something for him. "Maybe, but you didn't deny that your name is Haku, did you?" the blue Oji asked maliciously. The black-haired girl gulped when she saw him stand up and realized that he was much bigger than her. The Utsutsuki approached her to the point where their noses were almost touching. "In any case, I think this would help you," Naruto said, and then put something in the basket of a stupefied black-haired girl. It was a scroll with the kanji medicine engraved on it. It's a scroll that contains basic and advanced medicine kits, some blood, chakra and soldier pills sealed in it, the silver-haired boy clarified. Yuki looked at him without understanding. "Because? Why am I helping them?" "Easy, Zabuza is good. Not even my sensei would have lasted so long with me without using his secret weapon," said the Utsutsuki, knowing what Kakashi was hiding under his ninja headband. He turned around, giving his back to a stupefied Yuki. "I'll see you another Dio Haku-chan." The aforementioned woman watched the blue Oji walk away, but before he left she decided to say something to him. "I hope so, Naruto-kun. By the way, I'm a man." Naruto stopped for a second, turned around and saw Haku with a serious expression on his face. With an exactly the same expression, Naruto responded to him. "And I am an omnipotent being, descendant of an extraterrestrial race that traveled through space to spread their religion about a tree that was the true god and that gave a fruit every 1,000 years that made whoever ate it invincible. I ate it, and now I am in search of 8 mythical and powerful creatures sealed inside humans, because I have one inside me, and she is a woman. We fell in love, and I promised to rescue her brother," said Naruto, and then took a deep breath, leaving Yuki with a poker face, more or less like that. "Oh. How did you know I'm a woman?" was the only thing that came out of the mouth of a poor and confused Haku, mostly because she didn't understand what the blue Oji said. Well, when you walk you move your hips a little, you have a very subtle and soft smell for a boy. With that said, Naruto started walking again and then looked over Haku's shoulder and said something he wasn't expecting, that, and you should start wearing a bra, your breasts can be seen. And he disappeared in a silver flash, leaving a red Haku in the forest. Izuna's house. Everything was relatively calm since yesterday, although Inari had not returned home since morning because she was thinking about what Naruto had told her yesterday. Here you go, Tsunami said, serving a plate of food to Sayori, Sakura, Kiba and Hinata, who appreciated it, while Kurenai and Kakashi chatted away from the kitchen, and Shino, well, it was Shino, although on one hand, Hinata felt worried about Naruto, she knew he could take care of himself, on the other hand, Sayori only wondered how much Naruto was doing, she had liked training with him, she would never tell him, even so she wanted to ask him if they could do it again. Bagaki didn't come back last night, right? I asked the genin. Hinata and Sakura shook their heads slightly, Kiba let out a growl and Akamaru bark, and Sayori just mumbled HMPH while chewing her food. I wonder if Naruto-kun will be okay, I've heard that the nights here can be very cold, said a worried Hinata. Sayori just rolled her eyes and told her. You don't understand why you worry so much, Hyuga, a little cold is nothing to someone like Naruto, said the Uchiha with some indifference when referring to the Hyuga, who looked at him with a bad face. From one moment to the next, a silver flash alerted everyone in the room, however they relaxed when they saw that it was Naruto. Curiously, he had a basket of bread in his right hand. Hello, Naruto-kun, in that bread basket? Asked a confused Hinata upon seeing her platonic love with a bread basket. The blue Oji for his part looked in another direction, somewhat embarrassed. Well. Flashback. Naruto was currently in a store doing something of vital importance, an action that could very well mean the salvation or destruction of the world. Would you like to give me some bread? Asking the shop owner if he would give him some bread because he forgot to bring the money. No, a salesman replied expressionlessly. Will you give me bread? No. Will you give me bread? No. And now? Sigh, look, kid, this is a serious establishment, so if you're not going to buy something, you better leave, said a weary salesman, because of how annoying the guy in front of him could be. And now? 5 minutes later, the Utsitsuki came out with a basket completely full of bread. Then flashback. That doesn't matter now, who wants bread? The blue-eyed boy asked happily, watching as Kiba raised his hand and Akamaru barked and also raised his hand. Sayori. Leaving the jokes aside, Naruto sat at the table while Kurenai and Kakashi arrived. Well, I think that by today or tomorrow the bridge would be finished if you could lend me some of your clones, Gaki Tazuna asked Naruto, who nodded slightly. In fact, he had already sent several clones to take care of the bridge and finish it. Very well, as I understand it, Zabuza will attack at the end of the bridge, that is. Tomorrow. For the moment it would be better to plan what we are going to do. Sakura, Kiba and Shino should stay here. I don't mean to offend, but they wouldn't be useful in the fight. Kurenai-san and Kakashi can take care of Zabuza, Sayu-chan would take care of her subordinate, and Hinata-chan, and I would take care of the old man. Wait, you and the Hyuga were the only ones who could take on those two, and you're going to make us fight them, even though you're practically strong enough to defeat both of them? Asked a confused Sayori, looking at Naruto as if he were crazy. Basically. You're a damn bastard when you put your mind to it, aren't you? You have no idea, Naruto said maliciously. What he really wanted was to at least give Zabuza and Haku a chance to win. The next day. Kurenai-san, are you feeling okay now? Tsunami asked the red Oji, who smiled slightly and answered. Yes, more or less, he said when she felt she could breathe normally. Excuse me, Tsunami-san, the aforementioned turned to see a somewhat embarrassed Hinata. Please take good care of Naruto-kun. I didn't wake him up because I know he's already been doing too much and we don't want him to overexert himself or depend on him, she said, the last thing looking at the other members who were preparing to go to the bridge, except for Kiba, Shino and Sakura, who would stay to take care of the house. Tsunami just nodded in agreement with that. She had already helped enough and some rest wouldn't hurt the boy. Hours later, Naruto got up, seeing that Kurenai and Kakashi weren't there along with Hinata and Sayori. He assumed they had left without waking him up. He began to walk in silence, watching as Kiba ate some of the bread that was left with Akamaru. Sakura helped Tsunami clean the dishes, and Shino was still Shino. He walked out the door with his Kamui and disappeared in a silver flash. Bridge. Minutes before. Kakashi and the others had arrived at the bridge, only to see a disgusting scene. All the workers there were dead. Kakashi instantly knew who it was. Then a mist began to form around them, and everyone there stood on guard, waiting for the enemy. It seems that he will finally make another appearance, Kakashi reasoned more to himself after seeing how the fog blocked everyone's vision, and said that. Sakura added. This is the fog concealment technique, right? Sayori asked upon seeing the fog, receiving a nod from Kakashi. Then they all heard a voice. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kakashi and Kurenai, I see you're still carrying those kids. But tell me, where is that silver-haired brat? I want to kill him with my own hands, so many places to choose from. I can slit his throat, stab his heart, destroy his lungs, Zabuza said, releasing some killer intent. Kurenai, Kakashi, and Hinata seemed immune, Sayori was only sweating slightly, and Tazuna was already on the ground, his legs having given way. Suddenly Zabuza appeared between them and was about to stab a defenseless Tazuna, but before that. Clang. The sword was placed in the middle of it. The sword was all too familiar to some. It had a red blade, the rest of the blade black, and black cloth on the handle. It was Muramus, and its wielder stood between the swordsman and the builder. It's not like you have a chance, Abu-chan, Naruto said mockingly. Say goodbye to you, Miss Zabuza, and with that Naruto began to make seals with only his right hand and sent a large gust of wind that dispersed the mist. I really hate Futon users, Zabuza said in an annoyed manner. He jumped away from the blue Oji in a jump, putting his sword on his shoulder. Haku, you know what to do, said the black-haired swordsman looking at his subordinate who nodded, with some regret for doing the next thing when Naruto had helped them began to make hand seals. When he finished the sequence he exclaimed Sensatsu Susho, 1,000 flying needles of death, and he hit the floor covered in water, and from said water, several senbon formed to then go to Naruto. Seeing the needles he simply smiled, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword. The Utsitsuki slashed with his sword. The spectators watched in great disbelief, as all the needles were cut in half cleanly and without mistakes. Zabuza with a quick slash, tried to cut Naruto by the neck, however, none of those present expected to see what followed. Using his Buzashoku Haki, Naruto caught the legendary sword Kubikirabacho with a simple and bare hand. Zabuza was about to pull his sword, but as soon as he tried he saw that it did not move, because it was still being held by the blue Oji. He tried again, but it still did not move. The silver-haired man, seeing how Zabuza tried for the third time to pull his sword, got tired of seeing that he pulled down Zabuza's sword, seeing how it buried itself in the bridge, and it cracked. The Utsitsuki placed his hand on the blunt part of the sword, two simple fingers walked along the sword until they reached Zabuza's bare chest and placed them right where the swordsman's heart was. Electricity began to flow through Naruto's hand without affecting the black-haired swordsman. Zabuza, I could have killed you since we met the first time, but I didn't because there is something I want to propose to you, Naruto said, making Zabuza look at him skeptically. What do you want, Gaki? The black-haired man asked curiously. I sent someone to watch you and Geto. He told me that Geto plans to betray you as soon as you finish your job. He plans to kill you and Haku once you kill Tazuna, so he doesn't have to pay you. I propose something. I don't kill you, I kill Geto, and you and Haku come back with us to the village, Naruto explained, remembering how he sent a white Zetsu that always followed him to spy on Zabuza and gather information about Geto. Zabuza for his part was somewhat exception. He thought about it for a second. It would be good if he and Haku didn't have to always have one eye open, and as sweet as it sounded. It would be good for Haku to be in a safer place. He knew that the ninja villages, with the exception of Kiri, worship Kekkei Genkai, although if someone tried to do something to him, he would kill that someone himself. However, before anyone could say anything, Haddock spoke up. Naruto, you can't just offer asylum to a rogue ninja like that, the older silver-haired man refuted. Kakashi is right, Gaki. Besides, what makes you think I would join the Leaf? Zabuza asked suspiciously to the blue Oji, who remained silent for a second. I'd be tired of always running, always having to be vigilant and keep one eye open, and having to look for missions just to live. I know the old man well enough. He's kind to those who truly need him. Good speech, brat. Maybe I'll let you live if you amuse me enough, were the words coming from a very, very small man, wearing a blue suit with light brown hair and a thin mustache. Geto, who was accompanied by at least 30 mercenaries. So what Gaki said was true, wasn't it, Geto? Asked an annoyed Zabuza upon seeing the little smuggler, who only shrugged his shoulders arrogantly. Meh, what can I say, you're too expensive when I can just pay some thugs to do the job, the cat said petulantly, receiving a howl of approval from all the thugs accompanying him. Gripping his sword tightly, Zabuza was about to lunge at the little bastard, however Naruto's hand stopped him. I'll take care of it, Zabuza, Naruto said seriously. Kakashi was about to tell him no, but he received a simple look from Naruto that said one simple thing. Trust me. Naruto began to walk towards Geto and the thugs, who laughed arrogantly at the sight of the boy, however they did not expect what followed. Naruto disappeared into his Janpu to appear a few meters away from Geto. The thugs for some reason were not moving, which worried Geto. From one moment to the next, the small businessman saw his men fall unconscious, and foam began to drip from their mouths. What Naruto had just used was his third, last and most powerful style of haki. Ashoku Haki, Conqueror's Color King's Haki. This haki was characterized because the only one who could use it was Naruto. In addition to that, this type of haki could literally bend a person's will, as it did with Geto's thugs, causing them to become unconscious on the spot. Naruto would always remember how it was the first time he used that haki was en route. It left half the organization unconscious, including Danzo. Pat, being the coward he was, the only thing he could do was try to run. He turned his back on Naruto, a serious mistake. Ansho Tenin, said Naruto, to see how Geto was lifted and dragged in the air to his direction, turning around against his will by the gravitational force exerted by the Utsitsuki. He saw how Naruto began to walk to the little bastard, and while doing so, he put his foot on the head of one of the unconscious thugs. He didn't care and crushed it with his foot. A shower of blood, bone, and part of the thug's brain splattered the bridge, while the body spasmed as he felt his head explode. Terrifying Geto even more, when they were face to face, Geto saw Naruto's red and elongated nail that was literally in front of his face. He hey kik, if what you want is money, why I can give you a lot, said the small businessman, trying to save himself like the coward he was, but the grim smile on Naruto's face didn't help him feel calm. Women. I can give you many women, he said, believing that would save him, but the smile on Naruto's face only grew. Let's see, Naruto muttered while a smile that was somewhere between kindness and madness crossed his face, and then he released Geto before he could start begging more or run again. A red shot from Naruto's claw hit him in the left knee. Ah! The small businessman screamed in pure pain. I don't forgive you, Naruto said, and then pointed at the businessman's right leg. I forgive you. Another shot and another needle pierced his other knee. He screamed again. I don't forgive you. The shot hit him in the arm. While his screams increased, Naruto continued using his Sukureto Senbon slowly and painfully. The screams froze everyone's blood, although Hinata understood how Naruto was and that he would never forgive someone like Geto. Sayori, for her part, felt impressed by how cruel Naruto could be, although that didn't scare her at all. It just impressed her and to a certain extent attracted her. The others were somewhat stupefied to hear how Geto's screams became more agonizing. However, they understood Naruto's behavior. In the ninja world, things like that were more than normal. Upon reaching needle number 14, I forgive you, Naruto said, and then realizing Geto's fate, who was no longer even moving, the smile on Naruto's face grew even more. I do forgive you, Naruto said with a malevolent and distorted voice. And the Antari stuck into Geto's rotten heart. Aim no Kuni. Secret lair. Night. The secret lair Toby used to house his interdimensional portal was completely empty because the masked man had gone out to collect the remaining pathways. The lair was completely silent and pitch dark. The interdimensional portal was off, and that didn't seem likely to change, but it did. The portal was activated from one moment to the next, revealing a dimensional vortex through which something, or rather, someone, crossed the portal. Due to the darkness, absolutely nothing could be seen, only a dark silhouette that barely left the portal began to run until it reached the streets of Aim. When it came out, it still did not stop, it continued running and running until it reached the Great Walls of Aim, and with a simple jump, it ended up on top of the wall. The infinite reign of Aim along with the darkness of the night did not allow to see absolutely anything of who crossed through the interdimensional machine. They did not allow to see anything more than eyes with black sclera and an emerald green iris with a slanted pupil. But a powerful ray illuminated all of Aim, revealing a humanoid creature with yellow fur on its legs that had two purple tomos, arms and face, except for its thin and turned belly which had white fur, as well as on the tips of its ears that pointed upwards, its white claws with long black nails. Its arms were covered by long purple gloves that reached below its shoulders with the symbol of the yin-yang, a very large white fur that covered its chest completely. On its back a kind of very small yellow wings, its face with yellow fur that resembled that of a fox, remained in a stoic expression. Below its beautiful emerald eyes with black sclera were some purple lightning marks. In one leap, the strange creature jumped over the walls of Aim and, upon landing on the wet ground, began to run with a fixed destination. Konohagakure no Sado, with a single thought in mind. In contrary, Utsutsuki Naruto. Why, cut. Chapter 13. A week had passed since Geto's death and things in Nami no Kuni were calm, quite a lot, considering that not long ago they were enslaved by a bastard like Geto. Speaking of which, all his money along with everything he stole was returned by Naruto, who was in charge of giving his belongings and the corresponding money to all the people in the village. Something that Naruto also did throughout the week he was in Nami, besides helping the village and starting the seals for the key that would release Kurama inside it, was to distribute a large amount of food to homeless children and adults or family or people who had nothing to eat. Without his team knowing, he used his Mokuton to create a gigantic and beautiful house that would serve as an orphanage for orphan children who lost their parents due to Geto's actions. Another thing that Naruto did was the acquisition of Geto corporations. After taking over the company, the first thing the Utsutsuki did was send a letter with a messenger Fox 1 to Daimyo Natsumi Takeda. Takeda barely received the message, launched a hostile takeover bid against Geto's company. Which, not seeing the way out of the problems, had to give all their businesses and the places exploited by Geto to Naruto himself, and he made sure to completely clean up all the things that Geto did to harm Nami. Also, what the Blue Eye did was kill almost all of Geto's employees, since with the help of his white Zetsu, he discovered that the captains of the trading ships and their crews had contracts with Geto to further abuse the village and kidnap girls and women to prostitute them. When the company ended, it was almost completely empty, so to fix that, Naruto hired some of the people who were left unemployed by Gato's actions. When it ended, the silver-haired man did something that left the entire village speechless. He gave control of the company to Tazuna. The builder was stunned when the blue-eyed man proposed that he be the leader of the company, since in his own words, as my friend Nara would say, being the leader of a multi-million-dollar company is a very problematic thing. The builder had no choice but to accept. That week, Naruto had also helped Sayuri and Hinata with their training, though he could never train them both without them trying to kill each other. That, and many women and young girls wanted to go and thank the Ootsutsuki properly, only to find a very angry Sayuri and Hinata standing there. After leaving Nami's village completely clean and naming the completed bridge, the Great Naruto Bridge, the teams left the Wave Village with some very unusual companions. Haku and Zabuza. It turns out that both former residents of Kiri, after seeing Naruto's power, decided it would be best to accompany him and accept the silver-haired man's offer. Currently both teams along with the ex-residents of Kiri were walking through the forests that connected Nami with Konoha. Curiously, Naruto was talking to Kiba because he felt a little envious of the fact that Naruto had his own bridge, had Hinata and Sayuri in love, although the stupid man didn't realize it, Naruto just downplayed the bridge, however he didn't understand Kiba's hints, no matter how literal they were. In his mental space, Kurama hit himself in the forehead several times. Naruto could be a genius in battle and intelligence, a great lover in bed, but with other women, he was more clueless than a goat. Upon reaching the gates of the village, Kakashi felt a bad feeling, as if something bad was going to happen, well, not bad at all, but somewhat annoying, tired, and stressful. His feeling was confirmed when he saw an explosion of smoke from which emerged a purple-haired Anbu very familiar to him. Nico, the Anbu stopped, and Kakashi saw that under her mask, her eyes did not look very happy to say the least. Kakashi, due to an order from the council, I have to bring Uzumaki Naruto before them, said the Anbu with a cat mask in a tone that to anyone could seem emotionless, but for Kakashi, who accompanied her on countless missions, could feel the rage, helplessness and anger contained in her voice. It was understandable. Yugao was a student of Kushina Uzumaki, just as he was of Minato Namikaze, and finding out that the council wanted to attack their son again was something that infuriated them both. It wasn't the first time that the council had attacked Naruto, they had denied him many things throughout his life, as they seemed to have taken an insane pleasure in making the blue-eyed man suffer, especially the civilian council. After the Kyuubi's attack and after learning that his sensei's son was alive, he had tried for years to adopt Naruto, for him it was his duty, Minato Namikaze was a father to him, he wanted to at least help his younger brother. But the council denied it, claiming that he was too important a shinobi to waste his time taking care of a disgusting demon. The civilian who said that was pierced by his Rikiri. Then there was Jiraiya of the Sannin and the secret godfather of the blue-eyed one. The wise man wanted to fulfill his duty as a godfather and adopt Naruto, however this time it was the elders who prevented him, saying that his spy network was too important for the village, and thus look for possible enemies of the village. Naruto was denied even more things. Being adopted in his childhood, the refusal to give Naruto the Namikaze mansion, even wanting to use his blood to loot the mansion and steal everything important, giving Naruto the Uzumaki and Namikaze assets that rightfully belonged to him. In fact, he found out that the council was still fighting over the acquisition of Yuzu no Kuni, because a village with Yuzu's resources could be very useful to exploit. He even found out that the council planned to prevent him from training Naruto properly, and that they would force him to train only Sayuri, because they wanted her to develop her Sharingan as soon as possible. Returning to the present, Kakashi sighed with stress and heaviness. He turned his face to see a carefree Naruto who walked as if nothing had happened to Yugao. "Hello Nico-chan, how have you been?" Naruto asked kindly to the purple-haired girl who smiled under her mask. "Very well Naruto-kun," said the purple-haired girl kindly, remembering well that in the 3 years that the Blue OG was in the academy and that the council did not try anything against him, they had seen each other a couple of times and had an older sister-younger sister relationship. Too bad, neither Sayuri nor Hinata knew that. Since the second turned around, showing her Sharingan was activated from one moment to the next, and how the two tomos in each eye spun furiously, the one who was the most frightened was Hinata, who didn't even turn around completely, but her head literally turned 180 degrees in the purest exorcist style, showing her active Byakugan. That the Hyuga smiled with kindness and sweetness was only more frightening. "I'm sorry to tell you this, Naruto-kun. But there are some problems with the council," said the purple-haired girl seriously to the Utsutsuki, who sighed tiredly. "Let me guess. You want to talk about the mission in Nami, don't you?" Naruto asked between suspicious and annoyed. The purple-haired Anbu just nodded, making the blue-haired man sigh again with tiredness. The Utsutsuki raised his hand with his palm open, extending his hand to the purple-haired woman. "Then take me there." The purple-haired woman nodded at the silver-haired man's words and took his hand. They both disappeared in a burst of smoke. Council chamber. The council was currently very crowded. The main reason for this was that many High no Kuni nobles who curiously were old friends of the previous daimyo had dealings with Gedo, and these nobles, upon seeing one of their greatest contractors, demanded an explanation from daimyo. She became very upset by the reasons those stupid nobles had for bothering her, however they all demanded against the one who murdered Gedo. The Takeda, not seeing the way out of this, had no choice but to agree to hold a trial, unless she wanted the nobles to cause too much of a stir among the civilian population. Currently in place of the clan heads were the elders of each corresponding clan who wanted something from the Jinchuriki child. First were the elders of the Hyuga clan who wanted something very simple from the Uzumaki. They wanted the knowledge of Fuinjutsu from both his father Namikaze Minato and all the Fuinjutsu that the Uzumaki had kept over the years in Yuzu no Kuni. What they wanted was to make sure that a seal capable of freeing the Hyugas from the secondary branch of the caged bird seal did not emerge or exist. Also what they wanted was to see if the power of the seal could be increased and further restrict their slaves. The clan heads prayed that their advisors would not do anything stupid. It was their advisors and not they who supported the nobles. Each clan council had their respective reasons for supporting the nobles. The Inyazuka advisors were the old dogs of the clan, being the wiser, those of the clan tended to listen to them first, and that is why they believed themselves indispensable. The young ones would always need them, however they saw Naruto as an enemy, because he did not need or want anyone to tell him what to do, and seeing how the son of their leader was his friend made them fear that he would get the other young ones on his side. The Yamanaka elders saw Naruto as a threat because he was practically indomitable, and they had no way of mentally controlling him because of the Kyuubi. They would not allow him to grow too strong, nor did they want to allow him to fully develop, so they saw no better option than to take absolutely everything away from him. The Akamichi elders followed the Yamanaka because of the alliance they had with them, in addition to the fact that they were frontline fighters, and if Naruto sought revenge for everything they did to him, it would be impossible to stop him if he was too powerful, so they wanted to keep him weak so they would suffer less damage. The Nara supported the Akamichi and Yamanaka not only because of their alliance, but if they fought with someone as powerful as Naruto, the stronger he was, his shadow techniques would become more useless. However, all the elders wanted to. Upon learning that Naruto prohibited arranged marriages with him and that they would never have any benefits was something they did not like, they wanted the prestige of bringing back an extinct clan to their clans, even though they did not deserve it. Curiously, the only ones who didn't try anything against Naruto were the Aburim, who understood that now that Naruto was strong enough to stand on his own, it was logically better not to anger him. It was fine for them, since they didn't want to do it. The Kurama and the Uchiha, who after the massacre all the clan elders died. The civilians, for their part, by giving 100 million ryos to the person they hated the most was not something they liked in the least. Many civilians saw their businesses and shops ruined by the gigantic debt, and the wealthiest civilians had to give a gigantic amount of money from their fortunes to pay the huge debt. With this they wanted to take away everything that the demon brat did not deserve and rub it in his face. The clan chiefs for their part were between angry and worried. They were angry with their advisors because this was their idea. This could well be accused of aggression against a clan annexed to Konoha, and what had them worried was how Naruto would react when he saw that they couldn't even control his advisors. Hiruzen and Natsumi were more than worried or angry, they were upset and sad. Even when they saw that Naruto was independent and that he could finally have a normal life, they had to deny even that to poor Naruto. Natsumi herself knew that if the blue-eyed man for some reason lost this meeting, those shitty nobles were going to pay. However, they all fell silent when they saw Naruto and an Anbu appear in a ball of smoke, and while the clan heads, daimyo and Hiruzen, looked at him with guilt for not being able to stop this, the councilors, civilians and nobles, looked at him with arrogance and superiority. The very annoyed Natsumi stood in the middle of the council room, where everyone could see her and her annoyed expression. She cleared her throat and spoke. "Dear members of the council, we are gathered here to discuss because Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto has been accused of attacking a noble." Natsumi muttered with some sarcasm when referring to Gedo. Due to the actions of Naruto, one of the greatest benefactors, the Takeda bit her tongue to avoid saying something else. High no Kuni has been accused as a criminal if the charges against Naruto are found wrong. The families of the plaintiffs as well as their own must pay the amount of the black-haired daimyo took a sheet that one of her samurai passed to her and read the amount of money that would have to be given to Naruto. Sigh, 20 million ryos to the defendant, said a very annoyed Natsumi, massaging her poor temples. That amount was at least less than what civilians had to give Naruto before. However, so much money wasted often would not help at all, not at all to the economy of High no Kuni. The other members of the room opened their eyes in disbelief. Upon hearing the large amount of money, the clan heads glared at their advisors. That amount was almost more than a quarter of the clan savings for some, and almost half for others. In addition to that, an apology must be given to Naruto for wasting his time when he has just returned from a mission, to Hiruzen for holding this meeting without his consent, and to me, because the four main plaintiffs are nobles of great lineage who, like Hiruzen, held this meeting without my full consent. In addition to that, if the accused is found innocent, he can choose what other things he can add as punishment. Having said all that, Daimyo proceeded to sit in her chair. One of the elderly-looking nobles, with black hair, a hat that covered his bald head, and a stomach that was hidden by his fine, expensive clothes, walked over to stand in the old position that Takeda had been in. Members of the council, Hokage Dono, Daimyo Dono, my name is Tomarashi Renden, the Jinchuriki known as Naruto Uzumaki, has proven to be someone who has no interest in the future of Hai no Kuni. He is unworthy of being the owner of Yuzu no Kuni, since he has prohibited us from accessing the lands of the whirlpool, and being able to take advantage of its mineral-rich lands. Not only that, but he also attempted against one of the greatest benefactors of all Hai no Kuni and took over his businesses without permission. This is why I declare that he is not fit to keep his lands and savings, both must be withdrawn from him and used with, and for the benefit of the people. The noble could not continue when he heard someone applauding. He turned to see Naruto with his feet on the table, while he applauded him happily. Whistle, wow, if I had a rose I'd even throw it to you, said the silver-haired man mockingly before standing up and starting to walk, until he was next to the noble who looked with hatred at the one who for him was just a brat who didn't know how to respect his superiors. My dear members of the council, I am accused of many things, let's start with the first. Neglecting my lands is something that, technically, is your fault. Because the majority of this council has been determined to hide my parents' legacy, and I was not informed about it until I became a genin, and before even entering the academy at 10 years old, I was being trained by a traitor. Then there is the murder of Geto. I'll be honest, if I'm going to be accused of killing someone like Geto, then the criminal is someone else. Geto not only prostituted, enslaved and killed people like cattle, but he himself had agreements with the nobles present here, and if you don't believe me, here is the necessary proof. And barely finished saying all that, the blue OG took a roll from under his jacket, putting chakra on its surface. He took out a treatise which he opened and began to read. And these papers are the treaties that Geto and some old Hai no Kuni nobles made some time ago. This treaty stipulates an agreement between both forces for the kidnapping and sale of not only innocent civilian women, but also some civilian and clan kunoichis, and showing the document, Naruto looked at the civilian counselors, elderly counselors and the nobles who remained silent, especially the nobles who saw how all the clan heads. The Hokage and Daimyo herself looked at them with a desire for death. It was worse when they saw when two names were on the list. Hyuga Hinata and Uchiha Sayuri, Shikaku and Choza, had to use a combination of their techniques to stop a furious Hiashi and Makoto. A small, subtle and grim smile appeared on Naruto's face. He still remembered how he felt when he saw those two names on the list. Kurama had to send him to his mental space to vent his fury in a place that wouldn't attract attention. If he had done so, there would possibly have been an explosion in Nami. Daimyo-sama, please take care of them, although one of the punishments I want is a very simple one. I want you to disarm the civilian council, since they have shown that they are not fit to hold their position, Naruto said maliciously, hearing the screams and protests of the civilians, saying that he had no right to ask that. Ignoring their screams, the Utsitsuki continued, as for the counselors of each clan, I will let the leaders choose their destiny, but to our dear nobles, I want to make something clear. Naruto closed his eyes and slowly opened them again, showing a furious look, his brow furrowed and became as hard as a rock. A crushing feeling of death hit the place. Everyone, absolutely everyone, felt intimidated by that feeling. From one moment to the next it felt as if gravity had increased throughout the place. Even Hiruzen and Natsumi along with their samurai felt trouble breathing. It was N''T an attack or anything, it was just Naruto's killing instinct, and it was N''T even the whole IME whole. Which? You try. Again. Of. TOCARLESUNSOLOCABELLO2. HINATAOSAYURI. The blue OG spoke slowly with a sinister and distorted voice, I will gut them with my own hands. Naruto shouted so loudly that his vocal cords were hurt, inhaling sharply through his nose to calm down. The blue OG stopped sending his killer instinct, causing everyone to get up somewhat uncomfortable, except for the civilians who were unconscious along with the nobles. Natsumi sat up in her chair breathing heavily, her armor and chest rising with each breath she took. She swallowed, but her mouth had gone dry, she was even sweating so much that her dark hair stuck to her skin. The daimyo cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. Samurai, arrest them, the Takeda ordered between gasps, pointing at the nobles. All her samurai nodded and took the unconscious nobles away. Well, can we end the meeting? The daimyo asked a calmer Naruto, who just nodded and watched as the clan leaders and elders along with the Hokage nodded nervously. The blue-eyed man disappeared in a silver flash, and everyone let out the breath they didn't know they were holding. However, Hiruzen remembered something when he saw the unconscious civilians. Hey, who's going to take them? said the sanddame, smelling a very fetid aroma coming from the civilian's pants, along with a brown stain on the back. In a second the clan elders, the chiefs, the daimyo and her samurai disappeared without a trace, leaving only a stupefied Hiruzen who couldn't help but think about something. Did Minato teach them all the Hiraishin? With Naruto. It had only been 15 minutes since Naruto separated from the team with Zabuza and Haku. Currently they were near the Hokage Tower, although the members of Team 8 and Sakura had left. The only ones left were Hinata, Sayuri and Kakashi, who wanted to stay and wait for Naruto, and Zabuza and Haku, who wanted to go to the Hokage to ask for asylum. They didn't have to wait too long because when they arrived a silver flash appeared. The blue Oji. Kakashi, seeing that Naruto was fine, calmed down. He didn't know how, but his student managed to beat the council, which made him happy. Even though his mask hid it, Zabuza looked impassive, although inside a part of him still wanted to kill the brat because he beat him in a humiliating way. Haku for her part looked at Naruto with a small blush, although the first time they saw each other, she realized he was very handsome as well. She noticed that when he was not fighting, he could be someone sweet and kind, although a little direct, Haku thought when she remembered what he told her in the forest. But the Hyuga and Uchiha females, they had different reactions. While Hinata smiled kindly and affectionately at the blue-eyed man, Sayuri just stared at him, although if someone came closer, they could see a subtle smile on the Uchiha's face. Naruto stared at Sayuri and his sensei, then he looked at Hinata and finally at Zabuza and Haku. "Oh, hello Zabu-chan, Haku-chan, if you are going to ask the old man for a place to live, I would recommend that you hurry. There were some problems with the council that he is trying to solve," said the Ootsutsiki, remembering the events of a moment ago. While with Haku and Zabuza, there were different reactions. The first when he heard how the silver-haired man named her blushed, and the second's gaze darkened, but he did not object because he did not want to be kicked out of the village. As soon as he arrived, "Before you go, let him guide you," and making a cross sign with his hands from an explosion of smoke, another Naruto emerged who accompanied Haku and Zabuza inside the tower. As soon as they left, Naruto turned to Hinata and Sayuri, noticing that Kakashi was already gone and that the former rushed at him in a hug. The blue-eyed boy was confused by the Hyuga's sudden act, but didn't grumble. He simply returned the hug well behind them. A very angry Sayuri watched as Hinata gave her a malicious and superior smile, although she looked somewhat cute while doing that. As he separated from the hug, Naruto looked at the Hyuga in bewilderment. "And why is that, Hina-chan?" The confused Naruto asked the Hyuga, who just smiled sweetly with a small blush on her cheeks. "It's nothing, Naruto-kun. I just wanted to hug you, that's all," was the clarification of a blushing Hinata. Naruto just shrugged and rubbed her hair affectionately. The Uchiha simply narrowed her eyes in annoyance at seeing that. However, a slightly evil idea came to mind. "Hey, Naruto," the Uchiha called to the silver-haired man, who turned to see the Uchiha with a somewhat friendly smile. "Would you like to accompany me home?" the black-haired woman asked, somewhat embarrassed and blushing for saying those words. The Utsutsuki looked at her curiously and then shrugged his shoulders and said, "Why not?" He began to walk next to the Uchiha, who allowed herself to look over her shoulder at a stupefied Hyuga and give her an arrogant smile. Sayuri didn't read minds, but if she could, she would have heard the following sentence in the blue-haired girl's mind: "What a son of a bitch." With Naruto and Sayuri. Moments later. They were already walking through the Uchiha neighborhood, watching some of the new military police patrols circulate the streets, both walking in a comfortable silence. For some reason, neither wanted to ruin the moment, and it was fine with them. However, when they were about to reach Sayuri and Mikoto's house, the Uchiha stopped, and the blue Oji saw her stop and did the same. It was already getting dark and the orange of the sunset illuminated both of their features. "Naruto?" "Yeah?" The Uchiha remained silent as she felt her voice failing her. It was beginning to feel more and more hoarse and heavy. Her hands were shaking from pure nervousness. No matter how tough she wanted to act, she had to admit that she had become a very good friend of Naruto. But no matter how much friends they were, she wanted to know the truth and not just leave it like that. "Do you like me?" That had caught the Utsutsuki off guard. "What are you saying?" asked a stupefied Naruto, believing that he had heard wrong. The Uchiha gritted her teeth with some frustration. No matter how proud she was, if Naruto didn't understand the first time, she would repeat it to him. "Do you like me as your girlfriend?" The Uchiha clarified in an embarrassed manner while looking away, mainly saying the word girlfriend. Naruto froze upon hearing those words. Sayuri, what do you mean? The Uchiha gritted her teeth again, even harder, at how dense Naruto could be. Had he practically just told her that he liked her and she still didn't understand? The Uchiha approached him slowly, approaching the blue-eyed man, with a look between determined and shy. "I mean this," grabbing him tightly by the shirt, Sayuri pulled him towards her and kissed him. Naruto felt incredulous when he felt Sayuri's mouth on his. He could feel her warm breath on his mouth, how her sweet and soft lips moved over his, in a somewhat inexperienced way to tell the truth. The Utsutsuki did not know how to react, so he just let himself go. He joined his mouth more with the Uchiha's and put his hands on the brunette's waist, feeling how her large breast stuck to his torso. The Uchiha was not far behind. She put her hands behind the blue OG's neck and brought him closer, standing on tiptoe to kiss the silver-haired man better. However, he trembled when he felt something on his mouth. Naruto's tongue passing between her teeth, but without her being able to give him permission, Naruto pulled it out, leaving it hanging out of her mouth. Before she had time to ask what he was doing, the Utsutsuki's hands left her hips and brought them to her cheeks, squeezing them as he brought his face closer to hers and licked her lips, soaking their corners with his saliva and asking permission to enter. The Uchiha closed her legs as she felt warm fluids running down her crotch and ending up wetting her panties along with her shorts. Naruto smelled it and smiled slightly. The Uchiha gasped slightly as she felt her vaginal fluids run down and wet her thighs. Without giving her time to reply, Naruto inserted his tongue into the sweet mouth of the brunette, tangling his predatory tongue with the pink and defenseless tongue of the Uchiha. Feeling how her saliva melted with the warm and sweet saliva of the brunette every time their tongues touched and intertwined, the Uchiha closed her legs again so that her fluids would not come out and wet her clothes even more, but Naruto did not let her. He roughly took her by the knees, opening them completely, causing her fluids to escape from her wet vagina, wetting her thighs even more, and revealing how a whitish stain of vaginal fluid formed on her white shorts, but it did not end there. Naruto roughly lifted her off the ground, still holding her and opening her legs at the knees. He stamped her against the wall of her house and nailed herself to it with force. The Uchiha's legs were barely released by Naruto's hands, which surrounded her waist. But before they could continue, the Uchiha made their mouths separate, with a thread of saliva joining their mouths. It was no problem for Naruto, since he only licked the black-haired girl's lips again and swallowed the entire thread of saliva. The Uchiha began to breathe heavily. There was still time to stop what they were going to do, but she didn't want that. She just wanted to know something. I bet Hinata never did something like this to you, right? The Uchiha asked between gasps with a small malicious smile. The Utsutsuki just shook his head in confusion. Of course Hinata hadn't done something like that. She would have fainted just thinking about it, but she didn't understand what it had to do with the current situation. I even made you anxious, didn't I? The Uchiha asked with a mischievous smile, confusing the silver-haired girl even more. What are you talking about? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow at the Uchiha, who just looked down at his crotch like him and saw a bulge sticking out of his pants. I mean that, said the Uchiha, pointing to the bulge in his pants. Lemon skipped. It's the best I've ever felt in my life. Naruto smiled sweetly upon hearing those words and was about to kiss her again when he felt it. A chakra very familiar to him, Makoto Uchiha was very close to the house. Getting up quickly and exalting Sayuri, Naruto began to dress. What's wrong, Naruto? Your mother is about to arrive. I feel her chakra is a few houses away. The Uchiha opened her eyes in fear and disbelief, doing the same as Naruto, although the first thing she did was take the semen out of her vagina, opening it and letting it fall to the floor. In addition to changing her clothes completely, Sayuri saw how Naruto began to open the window to leave, but before he did, the Uchiha took him by the hand. Hey Naruto. Yeah? Does this mean we are dating? The Utsutsuki looked at the Uchiha in disbelief. They had just made love and he had to ask that. Sighing softly, the silver-haired man took her chin and gave her a soft kiss on the lips. Yes. And disappeared in a silver flash, leaving a blushing black-haired girl in her room. Neither of them noticed the two emerald eyes watching them. But Naruto. He was walking towards his parents' mansion, having a sweet taste on his lips, savoring the sensation of the Uchiha's lips, running his tongue over his lips, wanting to feel that flavor as much as he could. The blue-eyed man walked without any worry or discomfort, however the Utsutsuki saw how a large shadow covered her. Turning around, Naruto saw nothing. The only thing in the place he was looking at were the ropes of the lampists. Naruto continued walking somewhat cautiously, feeling that he was being followed. However, he stopped when he felt a presence behind him. Taking Muramus out of the seal he was in, he turned and pointed at a cat. Or whatever that small yellow creature was, 4 short legs, a long fluffy tail with green eyes. I think I'm getting paranoid, Naruto thought as he looked at the small creature. Putting away his sword, the blue OG lifted the creature and watched as it licked his face. Laughing slightly, the sapphire blue eyes of the Utsutsuki looked into the emerald green eyes of the creature. Both eyes shone for a moment when they met. Naruto shook his head, feeling something strange when he saw the little creature. Shrugging his shoulders, he walked back to the mansion accompanied by the small creature. When he arrived, the first thing he did was go to his bed to lie down. However, the small creature lay down next to him. Downplaying it, the Utsutsuki brought her closer to him and closed his eyes to sleep. When he fell asleep, he didn't notice how the creature glowed yellow and grew until it became a new, larger, more human-like creature, which simply snuggled closer to the sleeping Utsutsuki with a simple but loving thought in mind. Sweet dreams, Tamer-kun. Why, cut. Chapter 14. Static. 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 The crack 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 of bones breaking, mending, breaking, mending, and breaking again. Muscles tearing and mending, tearing and mending, tearing and mending. Skin ripped off piece by piece and put back on, ripped off and put back on, ripped off and put back on. The pup 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 of blood falling to the ground, dripping and dripping from the wounds like a sieve. Families laughing and playing. Family? Oh Oni-chan, is that you? The squeaky and innocent little voice like a newborn virgin or a baby who has begun to learn to speak came out of her mouth and flooded the air until it reached the auditory organs of the caller. Her mouth opened and letters joined together to form a word, the words joined together to form a sentence that came out of her mouth. Hello Naruto-chan. It's me, your older brother. The arms of a dark silhouette opened wide and invited the small infant to enter. Naruto-chan. Was the scream that the little girl released and then pounced on the one who had his arms open. Upon receiving her, his words disconcerted the little girl. In fact, Naruto-chan, during the years I was away they gave me another name. Another name? And what is your name now, Oni-chan? My name is Cross. Static. 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 The gulp 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 of water being swallowed by a young mouth, the plastic of a pill being digested by the stomach's gastric acid. Heat, heat, even more heat. An unbearable heat that burns the entire body like drops of acid falling on a freshly fallen leaf, which dissolves into dust. The dust is carried by the wind, and the wind fades the memory of that leaf dissolved by the acid. Dad, are you okay? Did something happen at work? You look more serious than usual, was the question of a young voice to an older silhouette of 22 years old, who seemed to walk until he stopped. Silhouettes of black bones headed towards the young man who could barely dodge them. Dad. What are you doing? The name did not answer, he only made more bones appear along with what seemed to be a floating cannon in the shape of a dragon's head. Dad, stop. But before they attacked him everything stopped and disappeared. The man looked at the young man expressionlessly. I'm very, not impressed, the man said expressionlessly, but there was a slight hint of disappointment and a strange joy in his voice. I am sorry, Dad, you haven't had much time to train me, and I have to do it alone. I know, and that's why I have to show you something. The silhouette seemed to walk until they reached a room, and the oldest silhouette seemed to be lifting a jar. You see, son. I've been working hard on a new project and that's why I haven't been home. What are those? I call them pills of the 6 paths. Each of these pills has 4% of the chakra that we were able to collect from the places that speak of the Rikido Sennin. That is, these pills contain 4% of Rikido Sennin's power. The young man was amazed by such an invention, but his father continued. However, I did not get any volunteers for my experiment and with the test I did on you has made me realize something. You will need power to protect those you love, so please Naruto, be my volunteer, said the man taking out a pill and placing it in his son's hand. After a few minutes he swallowed it doubtfully. Static. 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 I don't move, I'm on the hard floor, cold as the glass of the eyes that float inside the circus above the sisters of the soccer players. The room is dark and cold against the people who are approaching towards the monkey stick of the snake and the robin. Burning and the burning of the children in the shadows of the caves where the howling patrol of doom stood guard around the purple blackberry bush. And the spinning of my whole soul inside me, burning the pups of the great white 10-tails wolf that lay thrashing against the smiling children in the playground and his great ribs and through the kunai spinning through the meat and lollipops. Fireflies lit up the world in the city of owls, while tadpoles tickled the mane of the octopus of the season's Hextina, pronouncing orange and purple wasps that swam among the bells of the Day of the Dead pumpkins. And the clouds bled rainbow thoughts into the festering caverns below, their viscous liquid reflecting the arteries and their tributaries of the heavens, through the teddy bear both little and chubby, don't be wondering about. And, spinning, the planet bubble slowly entered the great universal sea of thoughts, mixing, merging, dissolving all into one. Orange foxes flew over the reeds of the rice country in the aftershocks of the firestorm that sent blackened boars tumbling onto their necks in the circus pits, and great-great-grandfather's clock ticked. Beetles crawling across the face of doom where chaos sits and cries freeze in the darkness where parts mix and flow together in the jelly fields through the bruising and thrashing my only son given for the life of the galaxy where pits swallow the darkness. Deep in the mountain of darkness where little pink skirts drifted softly through screaming children practicing their geriatrics through the false safety of a sheepskin boat monkey. Thought he was in Konoha beside the goosefeather waterfall. We sat and cried for the 6 joyful jams of how you solve a problem. A sister's green light reveals a gorilla's wings born in a valley. We all go down happily into the haiku of sapphires. Dark. Darker. Completely dark. These were the words that would serve to describe the current room, and in the middle of it stood a bewildered Naruto Ootsutsiki. He began to look around and held his head. He couldn't hear anything, and after listening to everything before, he was bewildered to only hear silence. He looked to his right and saw that in the infinite dark room, there was a room that shone with a red light. Nope, I'm going to take the other way, said the Utsitsuki to turn around, close his eyes, put his hands in his pockets, and start walking in the opposite direction to the red room. I must just be dreaming, yep, it's just a bad dream. From which you will never wake up. Naruto turned his head in all directions, he could have sworn he had heard a voice say those words. Shrugging his shoulders he started walking again, but when he opened his eyes, he was in front of the red room. It's just a bad dream, just a dream, Naruto said, nervously taking the doorknob as he opened it. There would only be more darkness. But looking more closely, he could see a person. The most striking thing was that this person was completely black, which is why he blended in with the color of the room. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was someone here. Naruto noticed how the person was leaning against the wall, his back to him. He was also carrying a glass cup, which he broke when he heard Naruto. EQ. SCQV plus SCMS plus OCXCYM plus BO, said the stranger, but his voice, his strange and unintelligible voice, gave Naruto chills, and the little he understood of what he said caused him a feeling of fear and confusion. Excuse me? Said a scared Utsutsuki, taking several steps back. I think that I came at a bad time. It would be best if I left, but before he could do so, the stranger turned around. Showing Naruto a face very similar to his own, the only difference was that his was completely black, black as night. The sclera, iris and pupil of his eyes were all black, but of different shades that allowed each one to be differentiated. Po plus QKBY plus HBYCOM plus BOPOHBKYQBKBOAUSCB. From the darkness of the room, a red puddle was generated. A person. What disconcerted Naruto the most was that he was similar to him. But his eyes had black sclera with the iris completely red, without pupil or anything. Naruto tried to send chakra to his eyes to activate his Rinnegan or his Mangekyo. But nothing happened. Naruto tried to use his chakra chains, his Mokuton or one of its sub-elements. But nothing happened. Naruto tried to move to run. But nothing happened. Naruto tried to scream or call for help. But nobody came. Meanwhile, the red-eyed version of Naruto began to approach the motionless original, as he was covered in a silver chakra aura. The red-eyed Naruto was covered in a purple chakra aura, and the completely black version also approached him, with his own chakra aura completely black, and on his back, a multitude of what appeared to be black dragon skulls formed and began to accumulate blue energy with a single goal. The original Naruto POCV Hokam CEIOA. Naruto was repeating the same sentence over and over in his mind in dread. This is just a nightmare. 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 Yes, said the red-eyed version of Naruto, right behind his back. Well, his open palm filled with a purple aura, forming a sword. Well, his red and terrifying eyes began to change. A black pupil was generated in his empty iris, while 3 tomos appeared around it. Those tomos rotated rapidly until they showed completely red eyes with shrunken pupils, and around it, there were several concentric circles with 9 tomos distributed 3 each in the first 3 circles. And you will never wake up from this nightmare. And he nails his hand into the chest of a terrified Naruto. Naruto! Shouted Kurama in the mental space of the Utsitsuki, which. Ai. He screamed with all his might upon waking up. Ai. And it scared Kurama so much that she started screaming too. And then they both screamed. After calming down, Naruto looked everywhere. He was in a meadow with green grass, a cabin and some lakes. It was his mental space. He calmed down a bit after that terrifying nightmare. He looked at a worried Kurama. Her bluish-greenish eyes looked slightly crystallized, almost tearful, something that puzzled Naruto. Kura-chan, why do you look so worried? Naruto asked, and the Bijuu's frown formed on Kurama's forehead. How do you expect me not to worry? You were saying a bunch of nonsense and moving like crazy, Kurama said, slightly angry and annoyed with a silver-haired man who looked at her confused. Had he done that? Oh, I'm sorry if I worried you, it's just that I had a nightmare, Naruto explained, so that the Redeed's eyes shone with some concern. Nightmare? Like the one where I go with the other Bijuus and accidentally forget to take you with me? Because I would never forget you, Naruto-kun, you are too important to me, Kurama said in a loving and affectionate manner. Oh, is that one where an image of 9 giant creatures vanishing into thin air came to Naruto's mind as the energy they were made of? Chakra. Was taken from them by a figure whose only visible thing were its 2 purple ringed eyes, along with its blonde hair. No, it wasn't that one, Naruto clarified somewhat nervously. For some reason Kurama couldn't connect or know what he was dreaming about, but his nightmares were so terrifying that he preferred not to tell her about them, mainly because in most of his nightmares terrible and terrifying things happened to Kurama, things he preferred her not to know. Is that the one where a red-eyed you and the real you fought and he won? You didn't want to use anything black or red for weeks. Not even Muramus and not even any wolf, said the Biju, remembering how at that time the Utsitsuki practically terrified every time he looked at those two colors without noticing how he moved somewhat uncomfortably. That's the one where the Utsitsuki's mind was invaded by the image of two gigantic 10-tails wolves, each fighting the other. The difference was their colors, while one was silver-white with blue details on its tails, face and metallic blue eyes. The other was black as night with red details on its tails, face and blood-red eyes. The most terrifying thing was that the black wolf was on top of the silver one, a large amount of yin and yang chakra was forming in its snout. Preparing a Biju Dama, one similar to that one. Only in this one, everything was too black for my liking, Naruto thought the last thing. Kurama continued looking at the blue-eyed with concern. It's not just that, Naruto, lately you've been having way more nightmares than normal, and you're acting way too scared. I'm worried about you, I don't want you to be suffering, and I feel like you're lying to me a lot of times, and I don't like it when you lie to me, Kurama said in an exasperated manner to a Naruto who looked nervous, almost guilty. The Utsutsuki approached the Biju and hugged her, holding her as close to his body as he could. Don't worry about that, Kura, it must have been from eating too much ramen before going to sleep. I know you always tell me not to do it, sorry love, the Utsutsuki named the Biju affectionately. She blushed slightly when she heard her boyfriend call her and hid her face in the blue OG's chest, however when she heard Naruto's light laugh she looked up. He gave her a loving and affectionate look. He brought his face closer to the Biju's and kissed her forehead, you look adorable, blushing, and he hugged his girlfriend tighter when he saw her blushing more. Leaving that aside, you were very affectionate with the Uchiha yesterday. Now Naruto didn't look uncomfortable or nervous. He looked terrified and scared, he didn't want the Biju to bring up that subject, but she did anyway. The Biju showing him a kind smile only scared him more, but haha, you know. When I get out I'll have to teach the Uchiha how to please you properly. Also, she came too fast, she couldn't even stand you licking her hussy a couple of times. If she can't stand that, how is she going to give birth to your puppies? Naruto heard with disbelief and a small blush on his face as Kurama spoke with mockery and perversion in his voice when he said the words, teach her, please you, give birth and puppies, although what he didn't expect was the following. Although I think she'll have a better chance than the sheep-faced Hyuga, hopefully she won't faint when you hint at it. Although that daimyo Natsumi. Haha, I'm sure she will know how to please you, after all. With age comes experience and the way she is I think she will have a lot of experience to teach you. Naruto's face reddened as he imagined a naked Natsumi in bed with her legs open and him on top of her while he shook his head, preventing those dirty and erotic images from invading his mind. I even think she could help me teach the Hyuga and the Uchiha how to buck a man of your caliber, Kurama said with a suggestive and perverted tone. The image of Sayori, Hinata, Natsumi and Kurama came to Naruto's mind. All naked and very willing to please him. Naruto separated from the Biju and turned around, giving his back to Kurama so that she wouldn't notice how a slight nosebleed was reaching his chin. We'll talk about this later, it would be best if you woke up now. Today is Saturday so there won't be any missions, and Hinata and Sayori rest on Saturday and Sunday, so they won't train today. Naruto tried to ignore Kurama when he heard her exclaim with some mockery, but you would like to train them in another way, wouldn't you? I'd better wake up now. But before doing so, the Utsutsuki approached the Biju again and gave her a soft kiss on the lips. I love you, Kurama. Never doubt that. Outside Naruto's mind space. Namika's mansion. 6:30. Heat. That was what Naruto was currently feeling. His eyes were closed and the sunlight filtering through the windows bothered him as soon as he tried to open them. When he tried to get up, he felt something strange. He felt a weight on top of him along with fur, a soft, smooth sensation running through his sense of touch as soon as he moved, a sensation similar to when he touched Kurama's tails or ears. Although he also felt something strange, he wasn't wearing a shirt, jacket, or shoes. It was strange, he had gone to bed with all his clothes on, and now the only thing he felt were his pants, somewhat loose in fact. She stood up completely, holding on to something by her hips. When her eyes adjusted to the light they opened wide and her cheeks blushed slightly. She was a strange and beautiful creature. She had a humanoid body despite her appearance being that of a type of anthropomorphic fox. Yellow fur covered almost her entire body. The only places where it varied was on her feet where there was white fur almost at the end of her long, shapely yellow legs. On the thighs of each leg there were 2 purple tomos. Her shapely belly also had white fur. On her chest there was a white mane that completely covered her thorax. She had a long fluffy yellow tail that ended in a white tip. Her hands had only 3 fingers with long black nails. She wore long purple gloves with a yin-yang symbol on the palm, and on her shoulders, there were 3 protuberances in the shape of small wings. But it was her face that impressed Naruto the most. She had a beautiful fox-like face, with a small black nose and a small mouth. She had no visible eyebrows, and her eyes were closed in a passive expression. She had bushy ears that ended in white tips. Naruto didn't know why, but he felt like he knew this beautiful creature, but when he looked down, his embarrassment and blush turned into a slight excitement and redness. The anthropomorphic fox had apparently lain down on top of him, and when he stood up and took her by the hips, she was straddling his legs. Her front paws were wrapped around his neck and her head was resting on his chest. With nothing on but a pair of pants, Naruto felt almost naked along with her. Yes, from the smell he could smell coming from what must have been the creature's reproductive organs, he could say without a doubt. It was one of them just by the soft scent it gave off. Slowly Naruto felt his loose pants pinch him and understood why as he felt a slight pain in his member. He had an erection, somewhat painful because of its size as he felt his member feel so hard and big that the skin on it stretched to a painful limit. Naruto didn't understand how, but he felt an almost natural excitement and attraction towards that strange creature, that's why his hand slowly descended from her waist and brought his face closer to hers. The Ootsutsuki's hand slowly descended until they lightly touched her buttocks, kneading her buttocks gently. His mouth approached hers as she began to release light, soft and slow erotic moans. Naruto's mouth and tongue were about to explore the creatures when she woke up. Seeing that, the Utsitsuki immediately let go of the now conscious creature's rear end, moving his face away from the creature as quickly as he could in an attempt to prevent it from knowing what he was doing. Renamon, for her part, was breathing rapidly. She had just woken up and looked down to see Naruto breathing equally raggedly. Naruto expected many things. He expected a slap, he expected some kind of insult, he even expected a punch in the balls, but the only thing the creature on top of him did was lie back on top of him, brought her face close to his, and kissed him. But it wasn't a simple innocent kiss, proof of that was the sensation of her lips moving almost with lust and desire, along with Renamon's tongue invading his mouth. When he separated there were no words to describe how Naruto was, idiot, brainless, they weren't those, but they were close. Sorry to wake you up Tamer-kun, I've been a bit tired since I left the digital world. If Naruto was confused before, now he was genuinely stupefied by the words of whoever the creature above him was. Excuse me, but who are you and what is a digital world? Asked a stupefied Naruto to a confused Renamon until something in his mind made a click. It's true. You don't know who I am, right? The Digimon asked Naruto, who shook his head and sat more on Naruto's legs, a little uncomfortable. He cleared his throat and seemed to search for something in his large white mane, and when he did, Naruto saw a blackboard with the front made of glass, some strange buttons on the sides, a tablet. In case you don't understand what it is, you see Tamer-kun, my name is Renamon. I am a Digimon from the digital world or also called digital world. The anthropomorphic fox pressed a button on the tablet and a kind of hologram appeared on the glass screen. Curiously what it showed was an image of the ninja world. This is your world, however there is another world apart from yours. Renamon pressed some letters on a kind of keyboard that appeared on the tablet screen. From one moment to the next, a world similar to hers appeared, similar, but not the same. This is my world. Your world and mine are connected and there are portals that connect both worlds. I went through one of those portals, and our worlds being connected allowed me to see you since I was a little Renamon, said the Digimon, with a somewhat melancholic and affectionate tone, seeing how on her tablet appeared the image of a little creature similar to a yellow tadpole, with closed eyes, without arms or legs, only a small tail. Naruto couldn't help but think that the little creature was adorable. However, I couldn't come until I had enough power. Renamon's image changed and showed the same cat that Naruto had seen yesterday, and that image changed to that of Renamon. A Digimon is an inhabitant of the digital world. There are several types of Digimon. Beast type, grass, and many more. Renamon explained to a Naruto who nodded in understanding. You heard me refer to myself as a Renamon, right? Naruto nodded. It's because Digimon enter a system called Digivolution or digital evolution. I'll take myself as an example. Renamon made an image of herself appear on her tablet. I have an origin as a Renamon in the hologram of the tablet. The image of a Renamon appears after that. My branching follows. The image of a Viximon appeared. Then comes my current appearance. The image of Renamon appeared on the tablet. Besides that there is another evolution. But it is something difficult to achieve, Renamon said, showing the image of a kind of nine-tailed fox very similar to a yellow kurama. Then the image of a kind of warrior with fox armor appeared. I see. But what does tamer mean? Naruto asked Renamon, who held her chin to think until she snapped her claws. Well, let's say it's something similar to you being my husband and me being your wife. More or less it's like a marriage. Or also that I am your pet and you are my trainer. Naruto blushed slightly upon hearing the Digimon's words, although she didn't look upset or affected in the least by referring to him as her husband and herself as a pet. The Utsitsuki looked to his right to see the clock next to his bed and saw that it read 6:35. I start training at 7 o'clock, but today I don't have to do it. He turned his gaze to the Digimon who was looking at him with her head tilted to the left in a curious expression. Maybe I can use that time to get to know her, Naruto thought, looking at Renamon with some curiosity. Namika's mansion. Bathroom. 6:40. Naruto entered one of the bathrooms in the mansion, bathing himself in the ice-cold water to wake up completely. However, he heard a knock on the door. Sighing, the Ootsutsukki wrapped a towel around his waist to cover himself. He opened the door, and there stood Renamon. Naruto looked somewhat confused and nervous when he saw the Digimon standing in the doorway as if nothing had happened. Renamon, what are you doing here?" asked a confused Naruto before Renamon also entered the bathroom. "Can I bathe with you?" the Digimon asked an Utsutsuki who blushed slightly and couldn't help but think about something. This day is going to be very problematic. Namika's mansion. Kitchen. 7 o'clock. Naruto is preparing the coffee to wake up completely and stay alert. His nightmares strangely left him with insomnia, even though he slept almost the entire night. Leaving that aside, he turned on the coffee maker, watching as the coffee was poured directly into the jug, however it was only half filled. The Utsutsuki, seeing the half-full coffee container, just shrugged his shoulders. Whatever Naruto thought, then drank straight from the jug. Outside the Namika's mansion. 7:15. "Well Renamon, today I don't have to train or do anything. But I'm going to do some warm-up. Do you want to join me?" Naruto asked, stretching his arms and legs. The Digimon only nodded with a small smile, however Naruto realized something. Wait, in the village they hate foxes. I don't think they would like to see a big humanoid fox. Naruto couldn't continue when an explosion of smoke where Renamon was alerted him. He turned his gaze and saw a girl. She was practically a human version of Renamon. She was about 13 to 15 years old. She wore black heels with a yin-yang symbol on the front, some kind of white pants or stockings on the bottom that covered her feet. The stockings turned yellow on her legs until they reached her thighs. Above her knees, she wore a kind of corset with the same shape as her torso in her Digimon form, and what would become her tail wrapped around her waist and made a kind of skirt. The same mane she had in her Digimon form covered her breasts without revealing anything. She still wore her purple gloves with a yin-yang symbol, but now her 3 claws had been replaced by 5 long and soft fingers. She was blonde, with 2 strands of hair resembling ears, and with a brooch in the shape of a yin-yang. Her eyes no longer had the black sclera, and her iris was a blue color one, similar to hers. "What do you think if we go out now, Tamer-kun?" Renamon said in a loving and affectionate manner in her human form too. Naruto exhaled a mental sigh, this is going to be a very troublesome day. Why? Port. Chapter 15. 7:30. Geez, Renamon really runs fast. A well-known Ootsutsuki with silver hair and blue eyes, who was running through the entire village. But for anyone who saw him they would only see a silver and black blur, followed by another white and yellow blur. Currently Naruto and Renamon were warming up. They were simply running around the entire village 5 times. The Utsutsuki wasn't going too fast, since he didn't want Renamon to overexert herself. However, he wasn't slow either, and that the Digimon in her human form could keep up with him at that speed was something worthy of admiration. After all, Naruto wasn't the son of one of the fastest ninjas that ever existed for nothing, even if they no longer shared blood ties. When they stopped, Naruto saw how Renamon in her human form was leaning on her knees and breathing somewhat agitated. Seeing that, the blue OG couldn't help but worry slightly and bent down to see if she was okay. Renamon, are you okay? Do you want to take a break?" the silver-haired man asked in a worried tone. The Digimon blushed slightly at hearing him speak in that worried tone, so recovering and smiling slightly and sweetly at the blue OG, she brought her face closer to his and kissed him. It wasn't innocent like the kiss he gave her when he woke up, however the Digimon quickly separated with a small smile. "Don't worry, Tamer-kun. I'm fine as long as you are," Renamon said in a sweet and loving manner, and then hugged a stunned Utsutsuki. He heard an awe behind him, turned around and saw a bunch of civilian women, Kunoichis from different clans, and practically what would become an army of women who had a dreamy and sweet look, almost as if they were watching a soap opera. Naruto decided to ignore that and simply patted the Digimon on the back while she buried her face deeper into the Utsutsuki's chest. "I don't know if I can get used to him kissing me every 5 minutes, Naruto thought in a somewhat resigned tone, although I'm starting to like it, the Utsutsuki thought again, although this time in a somewhat amused tone. So, returning Renamon's hug, the Utsutsuki disappeared in a silver flash. Namika's mansion. Kitchen. 8 o'clock. Naruto and Renamon had appeared directly at Naruto's parents' mansion, more specifically in the kitchen. The Digimon blinked in confusion for a moment. She became more confused when she saw that her tamer was taking out some food to cook. However, her tamer explained what he was doing. "You must be hungry, I'll prepare something for you to eat. For now, sit down, Renamon-chan," the silver-haired man kindly asked Renamon, who nodded with a touch of obedience, although upon hearing how her tamer named her. Naruto took out some eggs with bacon, began to break the eggs and scramble them to make scrambled eggs and add the bacon. After that he put some bread in the toaster so that when it came out crispy and toasted, he could spread blackberry jam on it. He took out a package of strawberries, blackberries, yogurt and a package of cereal. On a plate he put the cereal and covered it with yogurt to bathe it with the strawberries and blackberries. Going to Renamon, the Ootsutsiki served her the cereal along with one of the loaves of bread with jam, serving her a glass of orange juice as well as him, while she ate the eggs with bacon. The Digimon looked at the food curiously. She was still transformed into a human, and for that reason it wasn't difficult for her to hold the spoon. She filled the spoon with some cereal and brought it to her mouth. She began to chew, feeling how the cereal crunched every time she bit it, and the strawberries and blackberries fell apart when she chewed them, leaving a sweet taste that increased with the flavor of the yogurt, and in the end she swallowed. Feeling how those sensations went down her throat. Being in her human form when Renamon looked down, it was obscured by her blonde hair, seeing that Naruto thought that she hadn't liked it, and that's why he worried. Renamon-chan, are you okay? If you want I can serve you something else, Naruto said in a soft and kind manner. The Digimon simply shook her head and looked up, showing that she was crying her eyes out from how delicious it was. Nothing in the digital world tasted like that, but well, she didn't need to eat, although this tasted so delicious that she wasn't going to miss the opportunity to eat such a delicacy. This tastes delicious, Tamer-kun. Renamon purred in pure happiness to Naruto, who blushed slightly at the compliment. The Digimon went back to eating, letting out a few purrs of pleasure as the flavor flooded her mouth. Meanwhile, Naruto scooped up some of the eggs and bacon with a fork, but the Ootsutsuki's mind was invaded by an image, a very, very terrifying image. He was in Konoha, but in one of the slums of the village. He looked to the sides and saw something that disturbed him. A mob of civilians, shinobi and clan members chasing something, or rather someone. That situation seemed too familiar, so he followed the mob and saw who they were chasing. It was a 4-year-old boy. That small child looked in critical condition. He was injured. Bruises, bites, burns, cuts, fresh wounds, so much so that blood was coming out freely from them. But what disturbed Naruto the most was seeing that the same child was missing something very important. His right arm. It literally seemed to have been torn off by some animal recently. Proof of this was the piece of bone that remained that was more than visible to the eye. The boy ran desperately, but his little feet, bleeding from running so much, were no longer capable of going any further. He didn't give up, he didn't want to. His blue eyes were red from a blood clot that had burst and stained his eyes as red. His blonde hair was torn out in clumps and Naruto returned to where he was before, his blurry vision cleared to see the same plate of eggs and bacon. He saw his hand, and it was shaking in pure fear. Tamer-kun. Naruto, are you okay? Naruto heard and looked up to see Renamon's worried look. He was slightly shocked to hear her call him by his name. He was about to say yes when the 5 great nations have been at war since the time of the Sage of the Six Paths. Kumo, Kiri, Iwa, Suna, and Konoha are entirely militaristic countries. In places like these, children like us are the weapons the villages use. Why did you never give me a chance? Why did you lie to everyone and make me rot in solitude? Did you hate me just for being born? Just because you needed a bucking excuse to protect them? I deserved it too. I also deserved the chance to live. Otu-chan, Oka-chan, why aren't you helping me? Was the question of a heartbroken child in a dark alley, completely alone. There are trillions upon trillions of universes that I am the guardian of, but even though I have to protect them, there are millions of them that suffer. How can I call myself a guardian if I can't protect a single person from suffering? How can I call myself your friend when I can't do anything to protect your world? Voik 1 EQK Impi YH Me CM plus 08. I'm looking forward to seeing you, whom I'm going to eat and drink some more. Exercise KCPC plus F plus Co KBC plus MHCM Pi KCKC plus ESS. What's wrong with you? Ink is someone very strong. I'm sure he can bring my world back, our world, if you remember correctly, brat. Yes, I know. But since I'm here and he arrived, I'm sure my world still has hope of being alive. Well, you gain nothing by thinking. He's the guardian of the alternate universes, not a psychic. Don't waste your time and ask him. Phew, that last day you didn't even have anyone worth mentioning. I gutted the guy who claimed to be the strongest in front of his family, and they couldn't even stand it for more than 2 minutes. Haha. That's funny. I haven't seen Ink in a long time. It's strange that he's not upset about me breaking his creations. I wonder what he's doing. Not as much as what you're doing right now. Yes, I know you're inside my mind, reading my thoughts. Hehehe. Ahahaha, it's one thing to visit you while you're counting sheep, but it's another really fun thing to communicate with you. It's funny that even though I derive from you, I'm stronger. Remember my words well. I want you to remember what I'll tell you. Even though you have convulsions and vomit blood, one day I'll go to your universe. When that day comes, I'll step on the skulls of those you love in front of you, and I'll gut you with my own hands, unless you give me a real challenge. Naruto Ootsutsiki. Naruto's mind was invaded by those thoughts that definitely did not belong to him, but it was the last one that made his hands start to shake so much that he dropped the fork and brought his hand to his mouth, holding back the urge to vomit, while Renamon undid her transformation and approached him with great concern. I'm fine Renamen, I think the food just didn't agree with me. Although I didn't even take a bite Naruto said, making a small joke and trying to calm the worried Digimon, but as if fate wanted to deny his words. Naruto coughed. But what came out of his mouth when he coughed was what terrified Renamen. But the simple cough, Naruto had spat out so much blood that he stained the floor with it, his mouth so full that it was pasty. Naruto brought his hand back to his mouth, feeling himself cough, and cough, getting louder and louder. Seeing Naruto flail around, the Digimon knew what she was going to do. Throw up. In less than a minute Renamen carried Naruto as fast as she could to the bathroom, and in a second he knelt on the floor while vomiting into the toilet. The anthropomorphic fox could hear how from time to time Naruto coughed again between each vomit, and after an agonizing 15 minutes Naruto slowly began to separate his head from the toilet, revealing how it was filled with blood. The toilet water was red only from the Ootsutsuki's blood, but as soon as Renamen saw his face she was terrified. The blood in her mouth was so much that it was gushing out, but it wasn't just from her mouth. Her nose was bleeding so much that it was understandable why she was breathing through her mouth, because breathing through her nose would make her choke on her own blood. Tears of blood fell from her eyes until they bathed her cheekbones in it, the whites of her eyes with the veins reddened, barely distinguishable because the blood had turned them red. Her ears were bleeding so well, making it difficult for her to hear. Her face was literally covered in her own blood. Renamen was terrified to see that. And Naruto, oh my god, let me help you, the Digimon said, her voice breaking with sadness, helplessness, and above all, fear of losing Naruto. Which could barely hear the Digimon. She barely heard him say that he was going for something. He barely saw her coming out of the bathroom. He barely felt the time pass while she was gone. I barely heard the door open. He barely saw Renamen in a towel. I barely heard her trying to comfort him with words to no avail, and then grabbing the towel and wetting it to clean his face. But he could perfectly feel her trembling hands passing over his face. He could clearly see her eyes watering with worry. She could feel her head resting on his chest and heard her sobbing. And there she felt it, his arm slowly wrapped around the Digimon's back as she slowly raised her head to see Naruto's face. He pressed his forehead against the Digimon's, and with his hands he squeezed her cheeks, leaving her slightly blushed and stupefied at what the Ootsutsuki was doing. Nah Naruto, what are you? Renamen couldn't finish her sentence. Naruto was kissing her. Naruto didn't know why, but he felt the same fear she felt, fear of losing someone he loved. And for some reason that someone was her. He felt the Digimon's warm lips move over his own, Naruto's hand slowly moved down to Renamen's waist, he separated his mouth from hers and rested his head on her shoulder. I haven't even known you for a day, and I'm pretty sure I'm already more than in love with you. It practically feels like I've known you my whole life, Naruto said in a somewhat confused manner, and then heaved a solemn sigh, looked at the bewildered Digimon, and smiled kindly. Naruto-kun, what happened to you? Renamen asked in a worried manner to Naruto, who only sighed in exasperation. I don't know, I've been having nightmares lately, but this has never happened to me before, explained the Ootsutsuki in a confused and stressed way as he remembered his nightmares. He had no idea what they meant, but he was very stressed, tired and exasperated by them. Renamen noticed it when she felt his shoulders hard and tired from the stress, feeling them that way the only thing the Digimon could think of was to massage the Ootsutsuki's hard shoulders, feeling how he relaxed slightly, the Digimon got up and took his hand. Leaving the bathroom, they both walked through the mansion, well, Naruto followed Renamen in a somewhat tired manner. They walked for a while until they reached Naruto's room, and upon entering the Digimon asked him to lie down on the bed face down. Naruto obeyed and lay down, but felt Renamen get on top of him. He was going to ask her what he was doing when she grabbed the jacket that the Ootsutsuki was wearing and slowly took it off. Then she took off his mesh shirt while lifting his arms. Finally she took off his sandals with the help of her tail, and when she finished Naruto was almost naked except for his pants. With his bare torso Naruto could perfectly feel how Renamen's hands ran over his back, squeezing in some places and relaxing his nerves. Renamen for her part was somewhat amazed and worried, Naruto's back literally sounded like a rattle, every time she pressed on a bone it instantly cracked. Naruto didn't seem to mind, but she couldn't help but want to tell him. Naruto-kun, Renamen said softly to the absorbed and relaxed Ootsutsuki, who responded with a solemn without really paying attention to Renamen, more focused on the massage she was giving him. Seeing that, the Digimon simply pressed with her index finger above Naruto's left side, right between his ribs and pressing a bundle of nerves, causing a current of pain to run through Naruto's back. What? Naruto asked reluctantly. Renamen for her part simply pressed the same spot again. Do you know what this is? Asked a Digimon receiving a denial from Naruto. They are clusters of nerves that accumulate due to stress, Renamen explained to an Ootsutsuki who turned his gaze to see her face with a worried expression. Naruto-kun, you have such a regeneration that you can regenerate organs or limbs. If your nerves are like this, it is because the stress is so much that your body cannot regenerate it. Or because you have been with it for so long that your body has already become accustomed to carrying it? Naruto, how long have you been having these nightmares? Asked the Digimon with a worried tone. The Utsutsuki only sighed in resignation as he lay down again. A week, maybe 2. I don't know what they mean, but in all of them someone I care about dies. Supposedly after a while the brain sends the memories of the dreams to the subconscious, and that way they are forgotten, but I can't forget any of them. I don't know what they mean, but I'm scared that those nightmares will become real, Naruto said with exasperation in his voice as he hid his face in the pillow. However, he didn't expect what came next. He felt a kiss on his back, right on his collarbone. He was pretty sure Renamon was doing something, and he discovered it when he felt her tail grab onto his pants and slowly pull them down, while Renamon's lips kissed his neck. Naruto felt Renamon's left hand rest on his chest and slowly move down his stomach, feeling his hard abs. But what made his back arch in pure pleasure was feeling the Digimon's hand touch his member, already hardened by her actions. Feeling the Utsutsuki's throbbing member, Renamon turned Naruto over while she remained on top of him. She brought her face closer to the silver-haired man's and gave him a soft kiss that increased in intensity, so much so that the Digimon's tongue shamelessly explored the blue-eyed man's mouth, especially wrapping her tongue with his, and when they separated, a thread of saliva joined them. Slowly the blue-eyed Digimon began to descend, kissing every place she went down, and when she reached Naruto's crotch, she pulled off his underwear in one go. Showing the hard and veiny cock of the Ootsutsuki, seeing what the Digimon was doing, he blushed slightly and looked away. Renamon stuck out her tongue and began to lick the silver-haired man's member, salivating on it in the process. Going up and down with her tongue repeatedly, as if licking a lollipop. The Utsutsuki growled slightly as he felt Renamon kiss the head of his member as he slowly opened his mouth, slowly and pleasurably putting Naruto's cock in his mouth. He pulled out his cock in a second to get some air for what he was about to do, swallowing saliva, feeling the salty taste of the Utsutsuki's member flood his mouth. Lemon skipped. Her legs, already released by Naruto, wrapped around his waist, and with a second kiss the Digimon felt Naruto slowly enter her again. When he separated, the silver-haired man got his answer, I love you too. Naruto-kun, I love you and I will love you. Before finishing his sentence, the blue-eyed man accompanied the Digimon's words. For all eternity, they both said before giving themselves to each other with the purest of love. The Tagakur no Sato, village hidden in the sound, underground base. 2200 hours. In a dark base in the most remote part of the sound village, in a place where no one could ever hear the agonizing screams of men, women, and children crying out for help, a man with skin so white it was sickly, with completely straight black hair reaching his back. He wore black ninja pants and sandals with a long pale yellow shirt tied at the waist with a large purple rope. The shirt had short sleeves, revealing a black t-shirt on the arms of his pale shoulder. The most notable thing about his face was the evil and maniacal look in his yellow eyes, with the pupils positioned vertically, like a snake, in addition to some purple marks below the eyes that helped give him a snake-like appearance. However, what was most striking was what the strange man was doing. He was studying the body of a child who couldn't have been older than 6 months. That wouldn't be a problem if it weren't for the way he studied the child. His ribcage had been completely opened, revealing his tiny lungs and still fresh internal organs, and his tiny arms and legs had been amputated. The tiny tears running down his innocent face from his dead eyes only served to confirm that the baby was alive when the man began his study. Orochimaru turned around upon sensing a presence, smiling maliciously as he identified the chakra signature, but look who we have here, our dear Tobi-kun. Kukukuku, the evil Sannin, laughed maliciously as he saw the hooded figure of the masked Tobi emerge from the floor of his laboratory in his favorite jutsu. Orochimaru greeting the black-haired Uchiha with an emotionless tone, making the smile on the aforementioned's face grow larger. May I ask the honor of your visit, Tobi-kun? Orochimaru asked with mockery in his voice, yet Tobi did not seem affected in the least. I need you to lend me a jutsu, more specifically the Kuchius. Ito Tensei, summoning. Resurrection of the impure world, said the masked Uchiha, making the expression on the black-haired Sannin's face change to one of seriousness. Narrowing his yellowish eyes, Orochimaru deigned to ask, what do you want the jutsu for? He said with danger and suspicion in his voice. It was no secret that he had extensively studied the Nindame Hokage's most famous jutsu. He was even more of an assistant. Kabuto Yakushi and he had managed to perfect Ito Tensei in recent months, so the fact that someone asked him for information on how to do that technique kept him on his toes. Let's say I want to bring someone back since the situation requires me to return early, Tobi said with indifference in his voice, waiting for the Sannin's question that was not long in coming. What would I gain by giving you that jutsu? Ito Tensei isn't exactly a simple technique, Orochimaru said with some greed in his words. Someone like the masked Tobi had many things to offer in return, he just had to choose wisely what he would need most. However, he didn't wait for the masked Tobi's answer. Absolutely everything, said the orange masked man, seeing the incredulous look on the Sanin's face, but before he could ask, the black-haired masked man raised his hand as a sign that he wasn't finished. Tell me, Orochimaru, do you know which clans have to do with the Rikido Sennin? The masked Uchiha asked, receiving a nod from the Snake Sage. After all, he had 2 subordinates who each belonged to 2 of the 6 clans that had to do with the sage. The black-haired man proceeded to continue. You see, while I was researching one of those paths, I was able to obtain the greatest creation in the known ninja world. A machine that allows travel to other universes, Toby said, showing emotion for the first time since he had arrived. The greatest of malice when speaking about his machine. However, Orochimaru only saw the masked man with a raised eyebrow, traveling to other universes, sounded like the craziest science fiction, but not feeling any signs of lies in the masked man, he looked at the Uchiha in disbelief. Are you serious? Orochimaru asked in disbelief, receiving a simple nod from Toby, who spoke again. With Ito Tensei, I can revive the authentic Madara, in doing so we will have an unstoppable force that will help us conquer the alternate universes. Imagine it, Orochimaru. There are millions of universes that we can conquer. In hundreds of them there are immortals and gods that you can take their bodies from, becoming so powerful that not even Hashirama, Madara, not even the gods themselves could stand against you and me. Because believe me when I tell you, there are beings so powerful in the multiverse that the gods themselves fear their power. After hearing Toby's words, the pale-skinned Sannin looked at him in disbelief. Slowly an evil and cruel smile formed on the Sannin's face, starting to laugh madly. He took a scroll out of his sleeves. The pale man gave it to Toby in the form of an alliance. Deal, Orochimaru said, his yellowish eyes glowing in the darkness. Where was Kakashi? 2300 hours. Lemon skipped. Using a Bancho Tenon to attract his cell phone and see that he had 300 messages sent by Sayuri, Hinata, Kakashi, Natsumi and Hiruzen, 1 friend request from a certain JUVENILFLAMES 947. 500 missed calls and an incoming call. Seeing the number and sighing, the Utsutsuki took the cell phone to answer the person who called him. Hey, Kakashi, what do you need? Naruto asked to hear the very familiar call of his sensei on the device. Hey Naruto, what happened to you? You didn't answer my calls, Kakashi's voice asked through the device, to which Naruto simply shrugged, although Kakashi couldn't see it. Meh, I've had things to do. If that's all you called me for, I'd better hang up since I have things to do. The blue-eyed man moaned, growled as he felt Renamon move her hips, making her round and perfect ass collide with the pelvis of an excited Naruto, who pulled her tail roughly to force her to enter deeper. No, it's not just for that, explained the Haddock with confusion in his voice. You see, I've been in this store since yesterday buying clothes, said Kakashi. Speaking of clothes, everything that Naruto and Renamon had disappeared, Naruto being completely naked, while the Digimon took off her gloves, leaving her arms free of clothes, while he used his shoulder to hold the cell phone, and used his hands to hold Renamon's wrists tightly, while he hard stuck his cock deep into Renamon's vagina. Well, call me when you get them. With those words, Naruto was about to hang up when he heard a sentence he wasn't expecting. I can't find it. There's only soup, Kakashi said, making Naruto stop what he was doing and frown in confusion. What do you mean there's only soup? Asked the blue OG, slightly annoyed at not understanding the Haddock's words. I say there is only soup, reported the Haddock, who was indeed surrounded by shelves of soup. Naruto snorted in annoyance at hearing Kakashi say such an incoherent thing. Well, get out of the damn soup line, said Naruto, slightly losing his temper with the one who should be his sensei. Okay, but you don't have to yell at me, Kakashi said in a somewhat hurt tone before jumping to the next row where there was more soup. There's still soup. What do you mean there's more soup? Asked an already pissed off Utsutsuki. There's just more soup. Kakashi was getting as pissed off as the blue-eyed man. Well, go to the next row. Kakashi did so, and there was even more soup. There's still soup. Where are you now? Naruto asked with a twitch in his right eye. I'm at Sopa's. What do you mean in Soup's? I'm at the soup shop. What do you mean, soup? Asked Naruto, who out of pure anger had already activated his Rinnegan. I'm at the soup shop. Naruto got angry and grabbed his cell phone and yelled into it. Because you are buying clothes in a soup store, shouted an angry Utsutsuki, who received his response with a "Fuck you," and Kakashi hung up. Naruto breathed furiously, looking at the electronic device as if he wanted to break it with his gaze, but without wanting to do so he put it back on the table, while Renamon looked at him curiously. Who was it? Wrong number. Why court? Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.